Okay. Mm, yeah. All right. My earphones plugged in. Here's my earphones. Okay, stop. Stop. Oh, dude. Okay. I'll start by watching Behemoth.
Good morning, gamers, and welcome to Behemoth. For those who have not heard by now, we have just received word of the winning island for the player-designed island competition, and I gotta say, I could not be happier. This is an insane one made by Secret Mong, who you might have heard of in the past. He's done a lot of really cool player-made submissions for Jagex. His island is called the Worms Crag, and before I go over it, this is how the JMods arrived at the conclusion that this one was the winner. It was an overall sweep. Like, this dude killed it in basically every category. And some spoiler alerts, the JMods do have some notes and caveats, but we're going to show those at the end. So this is the overall idea for the island. This is found in the Unquiet Ocean, which that takes some work off of Jagex's hands. They don't have to develop that for later in the year when Sailing Part 3 comes out. There's a few core things that this island is going to introduce. First, we have a master level quest called Fallen from Grace. Let me state really quick, this is the proposal. We're not guaranteed to get all the stuff in the game, but this is the idea. Anyway, that's a master level quest that has decently high requirements to unlock the island. And the things you unlock on this island are genuinely super sick. First off is a crafting activity. Thank the Lord. I hate crafting so much. It's the worst skill on an Iron Man and probably the most boring skill on a main. This is called golem crafting. Basically, you mine stones and then you sculpt golems and then you give them clothes. That's like the basic idea of it. Sounds weird when I say it like that. The second activity is goat hunting, which is a hunter activity. Pretty basic, not much to go over in that one. Third, and potentially most interesting, we have a new mini boss. It's just a boss, I think. It's called the Mad Angel, and I love the idea for the mechanics that this thing is gonna have. First off is the perfect parry, which we actually have something similar in the Soul Heritage fight. You have to turn on your melee parry on the exact tick. The attack happens 3 attacks in a row. It's pretty cool. I think it's quite fun. And I've been playing a large amount of Lies of P recently, so if you like Souls games like me, this is going to be good. There's also a directional weakness, which will reward your movement. And the suggested reward is pretty cool. First off, there's vials of Icene blood. There's an angelic heart, just a weaker imbued heart. And we have Alessia's Blade. 3 different attack options. There's a fast attack with low accuracy, medium attack with high accuracy, and then Murder Stroke, which is a very slow attack. And if you get your target below 10 HP, another 10 damage is immediately dealt, and your next attack delay is reduced. That's pretty cool. They've experimented with that specific mechanic before. Overall, a really, really cool boss. This is one of the things that Jagex has some notes on, but we'll get to that. And finally, just some miscellaneous stuff. There's the Worms Crag Caverns. Essentially just another Slayer Cave. He is also proposing 2 new potions to come into the game, but I'm not going to cover that because that's actually our first note that the mods have, which leads me to the dev notes and comments. They love the boss concept. They like the mechanics. The skilling activities are unique and slot nicely into the overall theme. So it looks like those are probably getting the green light. The rewards are what a majority of their notes are about. They said at this stage, we don't want to add more potions than we already have in game. I agree with that because I'm a RuneScape boomer, and frankly, there's too many potions for me to think about. They also say getting cloth for the golems could lead to player frustration. That is pretty true. So they're going to look to change that as well. And the Slayer Master that I mentioned earlier had some unique mechanics that they don't necessarily love either. So that will be changed. Overall, I think that is a spectacular island, and I think that definitely deserved the win. And finally, there is a YouTube video that goes over the submission here. We'll play a little bit of it so you can see the general overview of the island.
Just got 4th Basque Jaw.
Nice, dude. Oh, fuck.
Nonetheless, I am stoked. I'm a little sad that we're not going to see any more island submissions in the future. That was actually really, really fun to read through those all. And I really hope Jagex does another player-led competition like this. It was a lot of fun. Now, the next topic and the final topic before the clips is something that I'm not actually sure how I feel about, so I'm going to open the floor to you guys to discuss this. The Trident of the Seas sucks. And that's not crazy. I don't think it should be that great. It's a fairly mid-game weapon. But when you compare it to something like the Toxic Blowpipe, it's basically worthless. I don't even think you go for it anymore, frankly. So this is a suggestion by Lofredom, and it ties in with sailing as well. Basically, they want new ammo for the heavy and light ballista. They want to include the Trident of the Seas, the Searcall, and some new ammo for crossbows, all of which are going to be combined to be better in sailing combat. I don't think that this is a bad idea on the front, that it would bring these weapons up in the meta a little bit. However, where I do take a little bit of issue is that this feels more like a band-aid on the innate problems with sailing combat, and not actually making anything on the boat more fun. This isn't really sailing combat. This is just normal combat where you're on your boat, you know what I mean? But again, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this, because clearly something needs to be done with the sailing combat, and Jagex is actively working on it. Would you like to see this in the game? Anyway, gamers, welcome again to Behemoth. My name is Tasty Life. Thank you very much, everybody, for 150,000 subscribers. We could not do it without you guys. And we got a few donations sent out to streamers to celebrate. I'm going to show you one of the clips of that later in the video. But let's start off with Robert camping Coliseum in Derox.
You're glowing today. Looking good, my G.
Thanks, dude.
Keep it up.
Thanks, dude. I feel like crap. Thanks.
Oh, that's such a long. That's such a long. I killed him.
Look like you fucking played it.
It works. We've
I
got
just
a
put my
grace
feet up and
period
just
now.
fucking
After 3
fall
days
asleep
of
again.
grinding Deadman mode,
Watch
S2L is
videos.
finally ready for some Tob.
I get so tired of the life.
It would have been nice.
No, it doesn't let you deposit.
Fuck's sake. I didn't realize I couldn't bank. That's fucking ass, bruv.
Perp tries out the Thunder Kopesh, which looks fair and balanced.
Indivisible with liberty and justice.
Okay, we killed someone on the first spec. Okay. I'm not gonna, I had auto retaliate on as well. I bopped him on the head.
Let's do that again.
Indivisible with liberty and justice.
It just keeps hitting over time.
Okay, we killed someone
Holy
on the first
shit.
spec. Okay. I'm not gonna, I had auto retaliate on as well. I bopped him on the head. I don't even know what happened there.
This dude is in Gigamax, and he gets on Lake right after he completes a Chambers of Zarek.
Oh, was he on someone else?
Well, I can't fucking play. I'm way too tired. I'm fucking excited. I just gonna do a fucking show stream, dude. Just watch fucking shit. I just fucking slept, and as soon as I go live, I'm fucking exhausted. Oh, it sucks. Yeah. Sucks ass. I'll turn off the fucking light. Holy fuck, this thing's a sleeping fucking medication, dude. Holy fuck, all I have to do is hit go live and I'm fucking exhausted. Jesus fucking Christ. Me invest in some Adderall or something. Fuck, I got no weed left either. That sucks. Oh man. Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Man. She had energy like when I was a kid again. Fuck. Jesus, fuck. Oh, fuck off.
I f***ed up, dude. I don't have overload, so my magic is like fuck.
Oh yeah, I'll move my thing. Kind of in the middle of the screen.
I should bring an overload for that. I don't think he was stream sniping. He was there
think it's,
before I went there, and he wasn't like waiting on me when I went there.
On the other side of the map, Mutz has a run-in with the dog sword.
Why's he still going?
And then also in the Rev Caves, he ran into a few people.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, fuck. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I think I'm dead.
Dying on my hardcore Iron Man. Completed.
Probably right.
Perp finds himself out of food with 4 tier 5 emblems in his inventory.
Nah! He f***ed a blitz freeze. That's so unlucky. No, I killed him! I killed him! What?
Dang.
What a and he got Mori jabs! No way! The 40 beamer! All part of the player.
It's a lucky day for Perp though. Here he is later on at the breach.
I think the hybrid is like pretty good here as well, like swapping between the NPCs. Seems to be pretty efficient. Cerberus is probably better. Wait! I just got a VLS!
Damn.
I just got a VLS!
Nice.
Oh my god!
And we can finally show this now. I've been waiting forever. This is only trails on his hardcore. The video is finally out. Please enjoy.
I don't think I'm in rotation, actually. Okay, yes, I am. Ay, 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 ay. And there he goes, boys. And there he goes. Oi, 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 oi. What a mistake. Ay, 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 ay. I saw it happen as well.
You guys might know Purple Clone. He's jacked. He wears the freshest clothes and eats at the best restaurants. Here he is on the UIM at top.
Give me the rapier, no milk.
Damn.
Oh my god! There's no
Damn.
There's no way! He's gonna fight with the UIM! Bro, there's no way! There's no way, bro! There's no way he's gonna fight with the UIM!
Gerber's on the hardcore at top, and he forgets to stop swinging his scythe after the Zarpus screech.
And also, I'm bumping it. Oh, that's too loud. My bad. Oh my god, I almost just killed myself.
Triumphant on the iron, this guy had a huge day. Here he is first at Callisto.
Oh! Let's go!
Damn, they helped.
We did it! Spooned! Run? Yeah, I'm running. I'm getting out of here. Let's go!
Then later on, he took on the Tormented Demons.
That head, and only that head. Thank you. Yes, sir!
You guys might remember Belgian Beers from yesterday's video. His bond ran out at Zuck, but he's very brave. He ran it back.
Yes, baby! We did it! Let's go! Oh, that's huge. Hardcore Iron Man. Infernal Cape, by the way, baby. Let's go!
And a side note, a lot of you guys mentioned Belgian Beers in the comments for possible people to donate to for Behe. I kept trying to find him live, but he's Belgian, so I'm asleep when he streams. However, yesterday I watched that clip and I saw he was actually live. He had just started his subathon and he was asleep, so I thought I would give him a little present of 100 gifted subs.
What the fuck?
Tasty? Huh? Did Tasty just give 100 subs? What? There is no f***ing way Tasty came in chat and he gifted 100 subs. What? Yo, Tasty, if you ever seen... Big shout out, big love, my friend. Holy f***.
I'd like to draw your attention to the sub milestones as well. Just pause that and
Yes, you do all those.
read them over. Sorry, man. Devious is insane. You guys probably know him. You love him. Here he is, green logging clues on a UIM.
Oh, let's go, man. Come on. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
That? Who cares about that?
Gosh,
Who cares about that, dude?
9,209, dude. Come on. Let's go. Easy, medium, hard, green logged. Oh my gosh. 791 easies for nothing. The curse is broken, man. Oh, yes. Thank you. I don't have to do any more easies, man. Thank you.
Gamers, that's all we got for you guys today. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Behemoth. My water heater's out currently, so it's about time for me to go fight my landlord. We're gonna have a very special guest take you guys out today. Her name is Potato Hime.
Yeah, I caused shwibbity erectile dysfunction.
Welcome to Wiki Monkey. Hello, it is me, no Monkerton. I know everything.
No Monkerton. Oh, what have we watched, chats? It's something good. What's a good thing to watch, chat? Grand Sumo, we can't watch. Can't watch Grand Sumo. We can watch Iron Man. Or 9 Ring. She's been trying to survive the fucking...
Just trying to be a good teammate and do my job. And so with my new tank helm and Varric plate skirt, we went back to the canoe station. But this time we headed up north into the wilderness. I hadn't seen much of the other Team Saradomin members since the beginning of the event, and so I was looking forward to some group content, and there was always safety in numbers. Okay, please be empty. Please tell me there are no people here who want to kill me. Ooh, spooky cave this time. Okay, and nobody? Seems like we are in the clear. Maybe not? Are they just gonna let me run past? Oh no. Dude, the message. Please let me in the Rev Caves. Okay, once we get in, we're safe. Okay, we actually juked him. I knew that he knew that I didn't know that I needed to click through the interface to get through there. So I ran the opposite direction and made him think I was gonna run instead of trying to, okay. Haha, the juke worked. Okay, we're good. Bunch of Sarah members. Hello. Hello, friendly people. Thank God. As I mentioned earlier, the reason we had come to get rev weapons was to prepare for one of the breaches that was in about 15 minutes. Now, a breach is a big portal that spawns a whole bunch of bosses, and if you kill them, they drop really good loot. But just as importantly, every bit of damage you do to a breach monster gives you more skull points to unlock more broken sigils. There was a breach at the end of the first hour and the second hour, and a team's success in the finale would largely be determined by how the breaches went.
We need to finish off these weapons on everyone. We need to just focus on who has items left and who doesn't. How many people do not have weapons and how many people do?
I do not.
I
have a weapon. I need to use it. I only have a mace.
We spent a couple minutes getting as many rev weapons as we could, and soon it was time for us to leave the caves.
Can we all leave as a unit?
Leave. I think we leave now.
Yeah. Yes, leave as a unit. Some of you might get PK'd. It is what it is.
The breach would be starting soon, and we needed to be prepared. But as we began our run east out of the wilderness, that's where Team Sarah hit our first hurdle.
We're gonna run multi.
All the way in. They're not sold. They're just doing nothing.
They're going to recent barraging us. I'm frozen. You guys both reach off me. You gotta shoot reach off me so I don't get piled by 5 people here.
Run deep. Everyone's out, right? Get out southeast. Run south.
No, come back. Hostiles deep in. Come north. Do not leave. Come north.
Everyone, come back.
We were getting mixed calls from the shot callers, and the new players like myself were unsure which one to follow. The Zamorak team had begun picking members off as we ran east to Multi. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it out alive.
Yeah, we can see Sourdough.
Oh, here's the team running.
It's a multi through Boneyard. I think Zamorak was waiting for them. They would have attacked them in single. Sara.
Someone's going to get caught. Someone might get caught.
Hostile sprinting after.
Oh, 9 Rain.
Hostile, good. Can he catch 9 Rain?
Oh my God, he splashed. Oh my God, he splashed again.
Breach spawning in 5 minutes just south of here, actually.
Yeah.
At 10 levels south.
Trying his best.
Hostiles caught. Zizarin. No, the Path of Exile, go.
No. No, Ziz. No, Scissoran. Oh my god, I can't go back. I can't go back. He's so dead. No, Ziz. He's fucking dead. Oh god.
Of course. That's not what you want to see. Scissoran is going to go down here to the Zamorak faction. Not what you want.
Not what you
4
want.
minutes before the breach.
That is a massive shame.
Well, at least we're gonna make it out of here, gamers. Oh, fuck. They got Ziz. We limped back across the Wildy Ditch and ran east past the Temple of Paterdomus until we made it to Canifis, where we regrouped. The call for the team was to bank all of our gear and just take our starting equipment and try to farm as many points off the breach monsters as we could. If we died at this point, we wouldn't lose much, but without our gear, the odds of killing a lot of breach monsters was low. Things weren't looking great for the Saradomin faction, and I felt bad that I hadn't been able to save Ziz or Eliop, and that I had been basically useless without freezes as we retreated east. Okay guys, hopefully this breach goes well and we can find some breach monsters. And who knows, maybe we get lucky, maybe we get some good drops or something. I feel really bad. I just watched Ziz die and the calls were so back and forth that we all just ended up running. Honestly, I just hope that I can do something useful for the team other than just gearing myself. Maybe we get some weapons and stuff from these breaches. I don't know. As we ran north, I found a rogue breach monster off by itself. It was uncontested at this point, and I couldn't see any enemy factions. Maybe this was finally my time to do something useful for the team. We killed the magic mark, and it felt pretty good having been the one to discover it, but as I skipped off to the Wildy Ditch, that was right when the Zamorak faction began to rush north. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I believe me, brothers. I'm so dead. Well, that's okay. We didn't lose much. We didn't get much, but we didn't lose much. But as I gathered my senses at the Grand Exchange, things took a turn for the worse for the Sarah faction.
Northwest. We have... Oh, Zami is just absolutely cleared. Any fuchsia going down. We've got Dave going down as well. Zami is absolutely... Oh, no. This is
just
awful
taken
for
out so
Sarah.
many people.
Soup is going to drop as well.
Going to be taken out.
They had all those rev weapons, and they've just been absolutely destroyed by the Zami faction.
They're getting
Sarah Dome in an absolute shambles.
Licking our wounds after a bad start at the first breach, we decided it would be best if we just went back to Barrows and didn't even bother with the breaches. Maybe that would give us time to stabilize and get some gear so we could show up in an hour for breach 2 and be extra prepared. And as we slunk off in defeat, the war between the other factions was raging.
Zami pushing north. They're going to be pushing north into Armadillo. Yes, I instantly see people dropping. There are huge clumps in the middle.
Huge clumps over here to the west.
Armadillo's getting absolutely clumped. This is a very close fight.
If Gothic come from the south.
Oh my god, we got the Jaguar Warrior Claws making focus. Oh my god, what is going on?
That was so close. This is literally one HP.
Everyone is dropping like flies right now. Yeah, Armor pushing south now. Tyler 1, no, off. He's off. No, Tyler 1 is down.
Armadillo and Zamorak got in a brutal fight over some of the breach monsters, and when Bandos pushed north, Zamorak was sandwiched between the two factions and fell quickly.
From the south. We got Bandos pushing up from the south, potentially. Zamorak found themselves sandwiched between the two factions there. So we saw Saradomin get cleared pretty early on by Zamorak, and then Zamorak didn't have the best time against Armadillo there. Armadillo in a great position, but Bandos been farming the breach the entire time.
But just as Bandos thought that they were in the clear, one of their team leaders got frozen just north of the Wildy Ditch. He was in full tank gear with the Zuriel's staff, arguably the most powerful weapon for the finale.
Refreeze on West Ham. They see that Zuriel staff and they want blood. I think Bandos needs to come to West Ham's aid here and support him.
He has a lot of
Bandos make the call. They're coming south. They're pushing south. They're going to be able to catch some freezes on Zamorak here.
The call was made and the entire Bandos faction rushed south to save West Ham. Keeping your team leaders and shot callers alive is one of the most important strategies in these faction wars, and Bandos took that seriously. As the dust settled, there were two clear favorites going into Breach 2. Armadillo and Bandos had come out way ahead, but the morale over at the Saradomin faction wasn't too bad, and I still had some hope that we would put up a good fight. Yes, it's a good chest. The supplies are good. We got another Aram's Bottom and a staff, and then some alchables for cash. Life is good here on Iron Maiden, or Deadman Factions. Hopefully before the second breach, I can help gear some of my teammates. If I fully gear myself and also have some extra for allies, I will finally feel like I've done something for Team Sarah. Okay, look at us. We're looking pretty good. And we'll have extra supplies too. That's good. Okay, I'm feeling like maybe I'm being a little bit useful.
Loki, settled. Are you still at GE? I could use the
I have to repair
bottom.
the air stop.
I have an extra Aram's bottom. Who said that?
61M. I'll come
Cool.
GE, or where do you want me to meet you?
West Bank. I see you, brother.
Hello, sir.
Oh, whoa. The Raxon, what the hell?
Thank you, sir.
You know, in hunter-gatherer tribes, it isn't until a young man is about 30 that he's successful enough as a hunter to provide enough meat to feed more than himself. It's only then that he becomes useful enough to carry the weight of the village. I felt like I had finally crossed that threshold. As I traded away the first piece of Barrow's equipment to 61 mil, I knew that I had finally become a man. Or a dead man, whatever. Emboldened by my success, I returned to the Barrows once more, where I was able to get a Carol's leather top and bottom, a perfect armor set for one of the Rangers in the finale, and after that, an Aram's hood and a Darok chest plate. All of the extra gear would be good for Aux, so we could purchase runes. Barrows chest after Barrows chest, I carried my burden. I finally felt like I had a place in Team Saradomin. Before I knew it, it was time for the second breach, but this time we weren't gonna show up unprepared. I had enough Barrows equipment to fully gear myself and still a bunch of extras for teammates, so I decided at this breach I would risk some of my armor. I wanted nothing more than to make a difference for the team, and so 5 minutes before any of the breach monsters spawned, we met up at the bank in Yanil, prepared our gear, and then teleported out to the ruined fortress at Anakarl. Our strategy was simple. We would hug the inside walls of the fortress, so any team that wanted to approach would be dragged into a few small choke points. We could also fight some of the breach monsters from here. We knew that our mistake in the Revenant Caves and at the second breach was not a lack of skill or a lack of PvP talent. It was simply a lack of teamwork. It was imperative that we all knew the mission and that we worked together. If we didn't do well at this second breach, it would probably spell the end of the Saradomin faction.
All right, guys, chill. Breach in 5. Just be ready. Another team could be coming here. Like, there's going to be fights all around outside of us. Our main goal is just to hold GDs. There we go. Yep. Just west, you see a portal spawning.
Yeah, I'm pulling. Let's go for the mage on the bottom. Just wait, stay inside, stay inside.
And so breach monster after breach monster, we farmed points and gear.
The thing is, all these Saradomin members, yes, they're getting loads of kills, they're getting loads of points, weapons, armors, but they are having their food drained to the NPCs right now. So if they get jumped, they're not going to be in a great position.
I mean, you've got people asking in the chat, is advanced weaponry good? Not knowing what the drops are, but that's fine. When they open it, they'll see if it's good or not. But this is why it's so good to be organized, you know? They might not have the best gear, but they are absolutely farming right now.
They got to watch out getting pulled up on, but they're in the strongest position. Being inside the ruins is very strong. You can't get barraged. If someone wants to come barrage you, they've got to run into the ruins, and they've got to run through choke points, and they'll get barraged and clumped a lot.
Things were looking good, but it was then that the Bandos faction decided to push from the east.
They're coming in. Barrage east side, barrage east side, barrage east
When I woke up, I haven't been in bed long, I try to get back to sleep. I was wide awake, first I try to go live, I was exhausted.
Bandos going down, but this Saradomin clump is gigantic.
Yeah, that's like all of their members.
That is like the whole team.
They fell right into our trap, and it was a complete rout. We chased them down as they retreated to the east.
If we go east, I've got a bad feeling about this. Zamorak has arrived. Bandos is not looking good right now. They need to retreat northeast if possible.
Careful, could be another team. Careful, could be another team. Could be another team. Clear comms, loot the Arams and the Carols. Take GDs right now. We might have to fight again. Take GDs. Coordinated escape. Get inside GDs. We'll get an escape.
We'll call Eli. Get us out of here.
What do you think?
But then, as we were now low on supplies and recovering from the fight, the Zamorakian faction showed up.
Zami pushing in. Oda, I see at the front of the charge. Zami pushing in. Will they push into GDs? This is a very tight space. A lot of clumps.
I've got a feeling like Saradomin can't take this fight.
Saradomin can't take this fight. Oh, there is a huge call to the south of GDs here.
I think they're going to just get taken out right now. They're getting swarmed. Everyone's going around.
No, Mazamika, they're making the call. They're attacking east. Reese is down. He's in huge clumps. So many clumps. Oh, Reese makes it out, but definitely lost some members there, Zami. Zami working their way around. They're encircling the whole of Team Saradomin here. No, Saradomin to the south. They are surrounded by Zami.
They have surrounded.
I see Greg. I see EVscape barraging huge clumps of Saradomin, and they've worked their way around, and this is not good for Sarah.
Saradomin's been taken
all sides in huge piles. Mazar's still alive. Eli's still alive, making calls, but in huge barrage clumps right now, and they're already low at food. Zami is taking over GDs. What a move from Zami here. Very, very well played from them.
From the the outside, it might have looked like we got wiped and that we lost a lot of gear. But the truth is, most of us were only wearing Mystic sets that we planned on losing anyways.
That was awesome.
Yeah, we'll trade pairs later.
We dominated, bro.
We did.
That was sick.
We fucking dominated.
We were hit, dude. I was getting 500k XP drops. Yeah. Killed. How many people died? Say I.
I fucking died, man.
That was a lot. We gained. It was worth it.
The main reason we had gone to the breach was to farm points off of the monsters. We knew at the rate we were going, we'd be able to kit everybody out with Barrow's armor. But there was still one step in the plan for Team Saradomin, one secret weapon that we had yet to reveal. And so we skipped off to fight the giant rat Scurius, where we could train our range in peace.
Are we at Scurius right now?
Oh, we're at Scurius. The fucking rat gang is here. The spies from this vile beast could be exchanged for 5,000 defense experience. On Dead Man mode, that means 5 million. And it got me straight to 94 defense. Oh, we got a spine. Okay, let's see. Defense. Oh my god, 5 million defense. I have 94. Yes. Soon after, 99 range followed. I don't mean to startle anybody, but I have 99 ranged on the main account.
Oh, hey.
My main account, by the way.
I returned to Barrows and got more mage gear for the team. And then it was finally time to spend the points we had gotten at the breach. We used the Elf Quest lamp to unlock a crystal shield which we could claim from the tutor in Lumbridge. We unlocked the recipe for Disaster Quest lamp so we could purchase Barrows gloves. Then we unlocked the Sigil of Pious Protection, which decreased the amount of damage taken while praying the correct protection prayers by 35%. And lastly, we unlocked the Sigil of Finality. When activated in your inventory, it guarantees that your next special attack within 12 seconds will hit. While we were killing Barrows brothers and fighting breaches, while we were gearing up the team with the armor that they would need, a small group of elite Saradomin warriors had been fighting Brunite dragons, collecting Dragonite limbs, transferring them to a handful of crafters on the team, and we were going to show up to the finale with a team full of dragon crossbows. Now the dragon crossbow special attack is an AoE nuke that does a large amount of damage in a huge radius. With the Sigil of Finality, we could guarantee that these crossbow specs would land on an opponent. And because almost everybody had chosen Menacing Mage at the beginning of the tournament, almost every player would be praying Protect from Magic for the entirety of the fight. This was our secret weapon, and this was our final sigil. Before we knew it, it was time to prepare for the finale. As soon as it started, we would be teleported with our current gear and inventory into a random spot on the island. And so we gathered under the banner of Saradomin within the holy fortress of Falador. It had taken a massive coordinated effort to make sure everyone was organized and geared properly. But miraculously, despite the setbacks of the past 3 hours, we were looking pretty good going into the finale. Ever since the outset of the faction war, I had been wondering to myself how I could make a difference, but I didn't want to be a hero. I just didn't want to be a burden. And so as we waited patiently for the finale to start, I just hoped that I could find a way to make my team proud.
Okay, with editing. The movie every
it's gonna
time.
be chaotic as fuck when you spawn. Just don't be spamming. Don't be like, I'm dying. Just keep comms clear. You might get clapped early. If it happens, it happens.
Saradomin's actually come back.
Yeah.
I think they've come back.
I think they're organized. They're going to be ready when it starts.
Like they haven't fared great at the breaches, but looking at them now, I'm not going to count them out anymore. I think they're looking really good.
Any second, guys. Any second.
Here it comes.
Mage pray on. Be ready. Mage
pray on,
staff on for mage death while you run.
This team is organized, and if you see in the inventory there, the Sigil of Finality. So what that sigil does is when you proc that sigil, your next special attack is guaranteed to hit. And what do they have in the inventory? Dragon crossbows. And it's a multi-hitting special attack.
Okay. I feel good about this. I think we have a good plan. I think we have a good strategy. Oh god. I hope I don't do something stupid. And so with the gear and the supplies that we'd collected over the past 3 hours, we waited patiently to be teleported to Damon's Crater. They say no plan survives first contact with the enemy. I say no good plan survives. Because what I haven't told you yet is the day before the event, the Saradomin faction had met up at Ferox's Enclave and run through some mock battles to help prepare the new players. We grabbed fuck me titty from... No, I just tell it out. Never mind. And perhaps even more importantly, to discuss battle plans for the finale. Now, I might be new to Deadman mode, but I knew strategy. And so I showed up to see if I had anything to offer. Our first priority was making sure Team Saradomin was together for the finale. Maz came up with the regroup spot. With only 2 choke points to the inside of the map, we could easily control Team's entry or exit to our first location.
Like, I think we control Rico here, and we control these two, and try to catch people trying to get to their team. And we'll pick up so many people that way.
We thought moving up around northeast might be good because it kept us farther away from teams fighting early on. But Eli pointed out the biggest flaw in going that far around.
Our biggest threat at our position is waiting too long for the wide wrap up north there, Maz. Draw the line. Yeah, it's waiting too long for this because once that's cut off by fog, we're pinched by fog and by final.
Now, as I said, I was new to Deadman mode, but with over 800 hours in PUBG, I was no stranger to battle royales. I knew the dangers of being slow to move to the final zone and of being third-partied by another opponent. All the skill in the world won't save you from being mispositioned when the ring starts closing in. If there's a way that we can do this plan and either move early or just make sure that we have a plan if we get stuck at that choke point, then it's a good plan. Because those are really the 2 big things that are going to fuck you. It's going to be getting sandwiched either between 2 teams or a team and a border. Mika formulated a more airtight final plan that involved clearing our sides and then scouting ahead before moving to the final zone.
You could literally call this spot here. Let's say this is like a regroup spot because like it's like easy noticeable, and then sure you can just look like down, go around, go this, and then make sure this is good, and then we play this. We scout. Somebody goes here. If everything's fine, we go here. If it's not fine, we just go around, and then we play from this.
I like that, having a plan B, and then also clearing your outside is going to be really important. The final plan had crystallized. It was good. Very good. Now all we had to do was hope for some decent spawns and clear heads on game day. All the other factions, the casters and the fans, saw Team Saradomin as the underdog, but we knew better. We were ready.
Here we go. We are teleporting everybody to the final zone. Permadeath
is enabled. They're going.
They're going.
They're going.
We're also going as well.
And we're going as well.
They're teleported in all over the place. Random spots. There's been so much discussion. Are they going to go for the fight? That's the thing. Or are they going to go and group up?
Here we go. Here we go. And we're
go southeast. Go southeast, guys.
We got spawn. Already there. We got spawn already.
If you like capture the flag, that would have been fun.
Look for autumn.
We'd gotten lucky. I'd spawned in the southeast with some of our shot callers, right next to the regroup zone. We stuck together and picked off a few stray Bandos members.
Stay alone. Alien food bottom right and DF bottom right. Like 3 kills. We have so many people here. Look, alien food. Everything on alien food. We get 1 kill here for free. Don't barrage though. Don't barrage.
High phonics.
We are all here. This is so good. After this, we're gonna look on.
Pretty soon, my entire screen was full of nothing but Saradomin members. We moved to the south to clear our edges, and that's when we saw a group of Bandos members trying to make a run for the center. Oh my god, it's over. They're so dead.
You're blowing it up. Blow it up.
I'm glad he turns down the volumes of fucking Helio fucking screaming the same thing over and over.
But while we began clearing our sides and moving to the choke point, a battle
I wouldn't be the fucking take that in next time over there. What somebody's saying, instead of him saying something like once or twice or 3 times, he says everything like 4 times.
Wiggled and Reese on the front lines. I've seen them 5 tiles apart, like really fearless warriors making the calls here. Orvesta down. Donator down.
Oh, wow, they're
Armadillo losing some big members here.
Yeah.
Move north as a group. Excellent. Stay away from west. Stay away. We want east side. Do we do our plan, Mika, and try and take temple?
I'll scout. Just be behind me. Never step forward from me.
Just inch, guys. Just inch.
We moved to the north, approaching the choke point we would take to make it to the final zone. Mika ran ahead of the group to scout, while most of the team stayed southeast so the other factions couldn't see us coming.
So the team is north, but I can scout and we can go
Hold
south.
up,
Guys, when I tell you you're running left and you're running bottom.
That's too much stress, dude. Just taking it easy there. Just woke up, I was gonna play some RuneScape.
Oh no, this is so bad for Armadillo.
Fucking my life is totally
between 2
shit.
teams right now. This is absolutely not where you want to be.
That's why you want to be northwest.
Finality spec right now. Finality spec with the crossbow. Finality spec with the crossbow. Every single person, they're all gonna die.
Saradomin are coming and
DCB's coming in. 45.
DCB finality. Oh my god, Armadillo are dropping. Armadillo just been absolutely wiped off the map. Wiggled everyone in that barrage pile.
We are killing them all. Push. Honestly, keep killing. Like, look, see, they're all dead.
Push
Tyler one on the bot left, bro. He's alone. Tyler one on the bot left.
Don't run into the clump.
The strongest team just got absolutely
But here we go. Saradomin and Zamorak.
Saradomin and Zamorak. Tyler 1 taking a lot of damage right there in the middle. Can he tank?
Flipping down.
Big Tonka Sourdough all over. And he's down. Tyner 1 is out of the competition. Zamorak retreating to the northwest.
At this point, we knew that Armadillo had been wiped, and for them to get back to the zone, they'd have to push through an impossible choke point. We'd taken out a bunch of Zammy members as well, and we knew if we just held the southern end of the safe zone, we could stay here until the ring closed.
Keep barrages clicked. Just guys, hold zone. Hold zone. We're a little too northwest. We're a little too northwest. Come back.
Just hold.
Sourdough hugging the south wall. I think Sourdough are in a very, very good position.
Zammy getting taken out. Several members dying.
Zammy
Poison
dropping.
potion dead.
Zammy taking a lot of damage.
Oda block on the front line right now.
That's a terrible spot to be caught. Can Oda tank?
Top right is so good. They're all
Look east. Oda block east.
Look, Reese on the top right.
Finale's back.
Just let those barrages rip on him, guys. He's doing great. He's one of the northeast, okay? Big team up there. We're not out of this yet. We gotta keep fighting.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Try and catch a clump.
Zammy is sandwiched here between Bandos and Sourdough.
Yeah.
Bandos coming at them. Is that Oda down?
Yes, that's Oda block dead.
Reese is also in the pile. Huge barrage piles in.
Katarina's
Rexy is down.
dead.
They're losing a lot of their senior members. This is not good for Zammy.
Huge fucking clump. DCP finality. Spec that.
Stay on top right is so good, by the way.
Insane clump northeast. We're killing all of them. Oda block dead. Northeast barrage. Insane boss.
Sourdough is in an incredible position holding the south.
Reese is in the middle of all of them.
Reese is really smart, running into the ops, running inside them.
At this point, the fight had broken up into two separate flanks. We were fighting Zamorak to the northeast and Bandos to the northwest. The call at the moment was for everyone to finish off Zamorak, but I saw Dino and West Ham, two of the strongest Bandos PKers, still alive.
We still have a very strong unit up there. In the northwest, that Bandos team, they still have Dino, they have Skiller, they have West Ham, they have C Engineer, they have very experienced multi-people down there. Sarah are in some huge barrage piles, all of them getting hit. I'm not seeing too much fighting back.
I knew that their tactic would be to team up with Zamorak for a time, so they could flank us and we would have to fight two different opponents. As long as those shot callers were alive, Bandos was still a threat. And then I saw my opening. I caught a freeze that trapped West Ham, Dino, Lemoy, and a few others.
Northwest, big club, northwest, big club.
Yep.
Oh, I'm kind of in it. Barrage Dino, do not barrage me, barrage Dino.
Sourdough is still holding the south. Sourdough definitely have the most players left here.
I'm north, it looks really good. There's no team even close to our numbers now. Just hold zone, hold zone.
There's a lot of Sourdough. This faction has been down bad throughout the whole tournament, but they've managed to play this finale really well.
With the Bandos faction dealt with, all we had left to do was take care of Zamorak.
Northeast, push right. Help me fuse, northeast.
Take right, everyone dies here.
Listen, finale's back down. We got nothing else to use it on. Finale's people, we have one.
This has been Sourdough.
Sourdough.
We have so many people left alive.
Yes. Rain always wins.
And this was the team. I think people were really doubting Sourdough. I saw a lot of Sourdough flame, but hey, they have done a really good job here.
There were many other gods who they said were stronger. We didn't have the most RuneScape players. We didn't have the most PKers, but I'm proud of every single one of you guys. We had hiccups. We had mistakes. You guys, insane finale. Like, insane. No one was even close to us. We absolutely steamrolled that. I wouldn't want to be on any other team, bro.
This changes everything.
Yeah.
Can I say?
Good job, everyone. That was honestly great.
Hey, I'm gonna go play in the snow. I love you guys. Thank you so much for making this event awesome.
Imagine 99 Rain.
And so in the end, what did it take to survive the greatest faction war RuneScape has ever seen? It took each and every member of the Saradomin team working together with a common goal in mind. It took good leadership, but it also took people putting their egos to the side and being willing to follow. And most of all, it took a family, a bunch of players who put each other before themselves. And so that's the story of Team Saradomin. Thanks to all of my teammates for making this a pretty unforgettable experience.
I wonder what they get for winning. Try nothing. I don't think there was any prize. Should at least get like a year membership each or a couple months each. Oh fuck, someone just takes all of Autoblock stream and puts it on here. Holy fuck. People's darkest years. Creepiest town in America.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat Channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Now today, I have something pretty interesting to talk about. When you think of Florida, what's the first thing you think of? Old people? Retirees? You probably think of Miami. Beautiful women. Unbelievable street food. You probably think of Disney World, alligators and swamps, humidity, and, you know, all those crazy Florida residents. But I'm sure one thing that maybe slips your mind is the creepiest town in all of the United States of America. And that, of course, is Clearwater, Florida. We were going to do a big video about a bunch of different creepy towns, but this specific town was so interesting and so oddly disturbing that we were just like, F it, we're just doing the whole thing about Clearwater. Clearwater is very, very interesting. If I could do a sales pitch to you, it's a cult buys a town. That sounds like a movie or a video game, but it's very much real life. And it's something that is so fascinating because it is still ongoing today. There's no real happy ending to this story, but it's a story nonetheless. So to really get into Clearwater, we're gonna have to understand Scientology. If you've been alive while the internet has been a big thing, it's impossible to avoid Scientology. You might know a little here and there, but it's a very fascinating subject, and I think to really get into Clearwater, we should do a little brief overview of what Scientology exactly is. And also, if I have any Scientologist fans out there, you know, sorry. So to quickly explain Scientology, it's a modern religion made by the science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard. He conceived of this religion in the 1950s. The religion follows his teachings, which are laid out in his top-selling books, Dianetics, the modern science of mental health. He's a science fiction writer, but also a lot of what Dianetics is it's just like a compilation of self-help books, kind of cherry-picking all kinds of things from different areas of self-help, you know, therapy and all kinds of stuff like that, and he kind of just put it into one big book, and then he threw a giant alien on it and volcanoes. Like, if you look at the book of Dianetics, it doesn't really correlate with what's inside. And a lot of people who started following the religion in like the 60s, well, they loved it. I mean, it's self-help practices that are actually practical, that actually help people. It's just when you get you're in a cult and the leader goes kind of crazy and, you know, he's running away from people in the ocean. We're going to get to that soon. It gets a little dicey. I think all things start with goodwill, except for L. Ron. I think he was just out for a quick payday. Essentially, they're a cult that brainwashes people to isolate themselves from their families and tries to use celebrity endorsements to encourage people to join them. Which, with any cult that you're in, the biggest thing with cult is that you separate entirely and then you almost depend on this new group of people to function and actually live. But the interesting thing about Scientology is that they have the celebrity endorsement aspect. The top one, of course, being Tom Cruise. That's pretty crazy, the Tom Cruise. And I mean, he is all in. There's no, you know, oh, they pay him. No, this motherfucker is all in. So to have a cult that has such a prominent status in LA and people are so celebrity obsessed, it's pretty easy to understand how people could get sucked into this. There's also Danny Matheson from that 70s show. He's a good guy, right? Or Leah Remini, she was Kevin James's wife on King of Queens, and now her entire life is basically trying to expose Scientology. And I will say too, just because we're listing off celebrities and stuff, if you are interested in Scientology and kind of understanding the weird ins and outs of it, there's a great Louis Theroux documentary that's very, very good. I love Louis Theroux. Shout out Louis Theroux. The church claims that there are millions of active church members, but estimates seem to think that there are less than 40,000 Scientologists worldwide. The church's influence comes from the estimated $3 billion in cash and assets it has collected from its followers. And Clearwater is the epicenter of that revenue stream. So, how did Clearwater come to be? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Scientology's start in Clearwater once again begins with L. Ron Hubbard. At the time, L. Ron Hubbard was overseeing religion from aboard a ship to avoid investigations into tax evasion and fraud when he selected Clearwater as his spiritual headquarters. So at the time, L. Ron Hubbard, he's literally living on the ocean. That's why they have a literal sect in their religion called the Sea Org. That's because of that. He was like, okay, we should get on a boat and go because we should go. Yeah, that sounds cool. And he even gave himself a captain's outfit, like a general's outfit. Unbelievable. I think it was towards the latter half of his life when he's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, all right? Even all the power and stuff like that, I think that maybe some drug use was happening. I don't know. Which, it met his criteria. It was a warm climate, it was near an international airport, and it had a hotel that could be repurposed into the Church of Scientology's main base of operations. Which, look at that. Really, honestly, it is a beautiful hotel. I would go. Well, the church comes in, they're just like, this town's kind of a little gross, all right? It's a little party town. We're gonna clean it up. We gotta introduce morals back into this party town. We need to bring morals back into town. Isn't that right, L. Ron Hubbard? Yes, that's correct. They deemed it the Project Normandy. The Church of Scientology devised a plan to take control over the city of Clearwater, which is kind of a f***ed up name to call that. Project Normandy. I'm pretty sure the Battle of Normandy Beach, Normandy Beach, and World War II is where people just got basically massacred. Which the first step was to purchase the Fort Harrison Hotel and establish it as their headquarters, which they dubbed as their flag land base. The next step was to fully investigate the Clearwater City and county area so that they could distinguish their friends from their enemies and handle as needed. The church had the members infiltrate local newspapers, community agencies, and law firms in order to spy on their enemies, which is really, really weird and creepy. And that's one thing you'll find with a lot of Scientologists is those motherfuckers snoop and they dig, because their entire formula for success is fear-based blackmail. And the idea that they just come in and they immediately start snooping, terrible new guest. One of their targets was the mayor of Clearwater, Gabe Cazares. He began to grow suspicious of the church's intent as they continued to buy up more real estate through their shell companies. Soon, Cazares became the church's biggest critic and called the group a terrorist group. Pretty funny. You're not in good standing whenever the literal mayor of the town is just like, does anyone else see those group of monsters hanging out over there? And they're just like, what are we doing, Gabe? In an attempt to smear Gabe Cazares, the Scientologists tried staging a hit-and-run accident dubbed Speedy Gonzalez.
That's a cartoon.
What? That is so racist, dude. Did they have a manila envelope that said Speedy Gonzalez on it and falsely made allegations that the mayor had a second wife in Mexico, similarly dubbed Mayor Cazares handling project? There was also Project Taco Less, which again was another operation to ruin his career. Just racist campaign against this mayor. What's so weird is that it feels so juvenile. Speedy Gonzalez. How about we name this one Project Taco Less? With every documentary I've ever seen or anything, Scientologists like to record people. Like if they see that you're recording something, they'll come out and they'll record people, and they're very childlike. If you're just like, why are you recording me? They'll be like, why are you recording me? And they'll like do the back and forth game or the mimic game, and you're just like, okay. It's funny that it carries through even into all the way down to the 70s. I wonder if there's something where they're just like, all right, well, if you do get infiltrated, we're going to act like babies. We're going to act like juvenile 8-year-olds. Rebecca, write that down. First level, always be racist. Goes up to a person, boop, boops on the nose. All right, now go off, Tiger. Both of these smear campaigns were unsuccessful, and Cazares and his wife sued the church for $1.5 million. Boom, love that. In 1986, the church ended up settling. Unfortunate. These plans to take over the city were uncovered when the FBI raided the Scientology headquarters in Los Angeles and Washington. Documents showed that the United Churches of Florida was created as a front to protect church assets from seizure by the government. There was also Operation Freakout, which was a plan to get Paulette Cooper, a critic of the church, committed to a mental institution. There were also additional documents stating that Scientology had plans for complete world control. Imagine being an FBI agent, just the United Churches of Florida. It's just them documenting everything that they're illegal they're doing in this front to protect all their assets, which is just a vault full of gold. They also claim they own a dragon. That can't possibly be true. Because of the raids, 11 church leaders were charged with conspiring to steal government documents, theft of government documents, and conspiring to obstruct justice. And even though plans to take over Clearwater were halted, this did not stop the church from continuing to buy as much property as they could. Over the next 4 decades after settling there, the church had amassed 58 properties in Clearwater under its name. 49 of them were downtown, and 73% of the property is tax exempt for religious purposes. And in the 1990s, Scientology magazine, one of the church's listed goals for 2000 was to, quote, make Clearwater known as the first Scientology city in the world. Bro is trying to become the Holy Roman Empire. But that's just the thing, is that their pockets are so deep, they're able to go in like McDonald's and buy up all these real estate options to where they probably control almost all of the downtown property, or at least a large portion of it. 49's a lot in any given city. Might not be New York levels, but we're talking about Clearwater, Florida here. All right, just want to put that out there. Which Clearwater campus is home to Flag, or flagship campus for Scientology. They put a lot of emphasis on it. It's like it's one of their bases, if not base for all of their operations. And a lot of the things that they did in Clearwater too was they would train a lot of operatives there. People would move there, and they would usually work for free, and you would just sleep on a cot and eat beans. That's what it was like, and you're just like, we're like, la 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 la. I'm so happy, and it hurts to put my hands in the ocean, but that's okay. Scientologists all around the world travel there, and it's designed to host established followers. Many important training courses take place here, so it makes sense why they are trying to isolate and take over the city. They want people to come on in who are already established. They don't have to worry about all the bullshit of doing the Thetan level things. You have to hold it, and people are just like, what the fuck is this? This is stupid. And they're like, no, it's really cool, actually. I'm gonna leave. Please stay. No, I'm seriously gonna go. And they're like, there goes another one. They want to have people who are already brainwashed, essentially. But when they go there, they're trying to have people flock to the city to make it look more legitimate, and to once again, seriously, like emulate this idea that this is like a big religious holy land kind of thing, and get as much free labor as they possibly can. One of the main courses here is chief training for class 5 org staff, which is the highest level of staff. If you're class 5, that's when you're learning about Xenu. You know, you've paid your dues. Because also another thing about Scientology is to level up, you have to pay. You have to put money into it. It isn't just about doing good work. I'm a good guy. Cool. Write us a check. It's the pyramid schemes of all pyramid schemes is kind of what it is. They're auditing for OT7, Truth Revealed. These are the ultimate secrets of Hubbard's teaching, which is about doomsday prophecies where Hubbard will come back from the dead in a messiah-like role to halt the enslavement of his followers. So they're apparently going to get enslaved somehow, but he is going to come back. You want him to come back? This is the guy? Can he come back looking cooler? You know? The campus collects millions of dollars each week through fundraising and payments for expensive courses and high-level religious counseling not offered anywhere else. It is said that visitors are expected to stay in Scientology's hotels and eat at private church restaurants. If you're spending money at Clearwater, you're spending money at a Scientology thing. They will milk you dry. The upper levels of the Sea Org are also trained there, which the Sea Org is also trained in Clearwater. And to explain what Sea Org is exactly, it's a division of the Church of Scientology. They're paramilitary organizations, which they don't really have any. It's like dress up. It's very, you know, it's pretend. Before establishing themselves in Clearwater, the Sea Org existed on a fleet of sea vessels because of the tax evasion. Their members signed billion-year contracts and work non-stop, and usually for free. And according to Scientology beliefs, members are expected to return to the Sea Org when they are reborn. That's a drag. Their motto is Revenomous, which of course translates to "We come back." That's creepy. That is so creepy. Revenomous! Defectors have claimed that they were paid less than $50 a week for their services. And the Sea Org members are also victims of human trafficking, which is a lot of fun. They're often brought from other countries, tempted to join by offering a legitimate way of entering the United States. You want to live in America? It's nice here. Ooh, you landed in Clearwater? Yikes. So after the 70s, they had to die down because the FBI came in and they found all their crayon drawings and all their applesauce cups and their spit bibs and stuff and their hard hats. And this was the next time that they really pushed on Clearwater, which Scientology's footprint expanded in the area, and so did Clearwater's beaches' popularity for tourists. Business downtown struggled to stay open, and city leaders spent millions of dollars improving the area, and in 2016, city consultants began planning a $64 million effort to reinvigorate the downtown waterfront. Then something happened. In the first 2 months of 2017, a handful of companies bought 6 commercial properties downtown for $26 million. It seems that the church had their own revitalization plan. And after a bid over an aquarium didn't go in their favor, the church had an explosion of purchases and non-church business owners were forced out. And let me tell you, with locals, it was war. The church doubled its footprint in less than 3 years. Business owners were offered cash with values 2 to 4 times the property's value. Most of these businesses didn't have buildings for sale, but they had to accept. The offer was strong, but also businesses for most of these places was bad since Clearwater had become a ghost town for tourists, and the locals knew not to come there. Years and years of the Sea Org being there, a lot of these weird Scientology people walking around scared all of the locals off and many of the tourists. Altogether, 32 companies bought 92 downtown properties since 2017, totaling in a cost of $103 million, and $99 million of that was paid in cash. Most of the buildings purchased have been left sitting empty and unused. Some of the shopfronts are just for show, and it evokes the feeling of fake town similar to North Korea and China, trying to evoke the same thing as like thinking that it's a prosperous town, trying to think that like, oh, business is going on here, but it looks like a set at Disney World. It has left Clearwater as mostly a ghost town. You might look into a store and it's just the uncanny effect that there's nothing behind there. It's almost like this is a stage play. Uniformed employees of Scientology's Sea Org walk the streets at all times of day and night. The Sea Org agents will follow and photograph anyone that is caught walking through the area. If you were even just in town, God forbid you didn't know anything about it and you were just walking through, how creepy is it that a uniformed person with a camera would just follow you? And not only one person, but probably multiple people would follow you with cameras, record you. They probably don't respond to you asking what's going on, and you are forced to leave, and you probably just feel like you're in danger the entire time that you're down there. So this is a snapshot taken from Google Maps. It's of a skywalk between two of the churches of Scientology, and it is reported that these skywalks were built to keep members of Sea Org from interacting with the public. So not only that, but even while they were probably buying the property, they were making these sky bridges. You could be walking there and then you just see people up in the windows and you'll never see them again. There's just so much more mystery behind the eyes of a stranger when you know that they're in a cult. We did find this case on Lisa McPherson, which is interesting. It's a woman from the 90s. This is just something horrific that was seen by the public in the town of Clearwater while things are going on, and this is what happened during that time. So in 1995, Lisa McPherson, a member of the church who was having a mental health crisis, was stripped naked in public begging for help. She was eventually taken into custody by members of the church who forcibly removed her from state care. She was subjected to 17 days of auditing to cure her mental condition, and she later had died from a blood clot caused by severe dehydration. The church faced 2 felony charges, but they were later dropped after the medical examiner ruled the death as an accident. The Lisa McPherson thing is horrible, but it's not surprising, unfortunately, because the Scientology has a thing they call as quote-unquote fair game policy that allows for aggressive tactics against perceived enemies of the church. This has included stalking, harassment, and legal battles against former members and critics. They have all the deep pockets in the world. They have all of these empty-brained people walking around with cameras that are going to record you out in public, and God forbid any of these people think that you're that much of a threat. You're going to get struck down in the street. And who would even see it? No one! Because it's a ghost town. It's a town run completely by these crazy people. And this is just a fun little thing. Let's go back to Tom Cruise real quick. Tom Cruise owns a penthouse 2 blocks from the main church. A man posted a video of himself touring the penthouse while under construction, and the Church of Scientology demanded that he take it down. He was then stalked and followed by members of the church. Eventually, he found cameras planted in front of his house, and he decided to sell the property because of these events. Do you blame him? What's insane to think is that Clearwater, this is something that's still going on, and something that is in the United States. When you hear stuff from overseas, like North Korea, and you hear stuff that's like they have a fake town that makes it look like their country is prospering and people are really happy, you think that could never happen here on your home turf or in a place like America, maybe Florida. You could maybe expect it in Florida, of all places. It is insane to think that this is something that just is ongoing and exists, and that there are currently people who are brainwashed, living and giving all of their valuable human years to this organization that is just pumping them dry. There's really nothing more horrifying than something that is just so blatantly real and in your face. To have the monsters of the town be people who were once humans who are now just these soulless people walking around harassing and recording people and serving some kind of crazy mission that they believe to be true. It's frightening. I would love to go. I'd love to go and surf. I think, in my opinion, that this is the creepiest town in America. I'd be very curious if you guys have any other creepy towns that we can cover. Do you think this is the creepiest town or not? I don't know. Tell us other creepy towns. I'd love to figure out some stuff. Until next time, thank you so much for watching this video, and hey, don't join a cult. We'll see you next time.
I looked at him. That's how I feel. There's nothing part of the way from me.
What's next, chat? Well, mission is a thief. Oof. I mean, this event should have a pet for every skill. Yeah, they should. Except for like Slayer, because there's like boss pets from it, I guess. Facebook Marketplace.
All right, let's talk about the Facebook Marketplace scam that seems to be making the rounds.
Another one.
And who's behind it? Well, let's walk you through it so you don't get caught up in it. To demonstrate, I tried selling some basketball tickets, which I don't even have, and soon I got this text. Hello, I'm interested in your BYU versus TCU tonight. I said, they're available. Want to see them in person? They said I won't be picking up myself. I am a coach and would be very busy, but my husband can come pick up tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then I said, the game is tonight. Yes, at this point, I knew I was dealing with a professional. They said getting cash will be too much hassle, for I was wondering if I can pay for it now and pay for via Zelle, and you can mark it as sold for me. All right, what does this clown have up his sleeve? Is he really going to try to pay for them?
No.
There's only one way to find out, so I give him the phone number associated with my Zelle account, and soon I get a text from another number saying payment of 150 USD on hold. Dear, we're reaching out to inform you that your recent payment of 150 USD via Zelle is currently on hold due to an issue processing the transaction. Why is the payment on hold? This payment was sent from a business account, but your Zelle account is not yet verified to receive payments from business accounts. To comply with updated Know Your Customer regulations, all new Zelle users must meet certain thresholds before receiving payments from business accounts. If you have any questions or need immediate assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to our support team. Well, isn't this interesting? The guy from Facebook is trying to pay me, but there's something wrong with my Zelle account that's keeping me from getting it. This same scam works with Venmo and PayPal, and I know that you're curious to know what happens if you call this number, so let me just save you some time and show you.
To India.
Can I help you?
Hi, is this Zelle?
Yes, sir.
I got this text message when someone was sending me some money, and it says that I need to call you.
Okay, sir. So in order to verify this issue, what's the first and last
Something
name?
else associated with this. I'll do that for obvious reasons. That's an odd baby, maybe.
Using any sort of weaponry.
Real-life superheroes that became criminals.
However, in the effort of doing this, some real-life heroes have found themselves behind bars for crossing law enforcement, and others would even take a darker path, becoming villains and committing heinous crimes. Today, we'll be looking at various cases of real-life superheroes who have committed crimes.
I'm starting to feel better. Nice, I think I just need to sit back for a bit and put my feet up and relax a
Be
bit more.
involved in a negative way and basically allow this to happen, which makes you partly responsible, or will you be involved in a positive way and take a stand and say enough is enough, and you're going to put an end to it?
Batman is without a doubt one of the most beloved and revered superheroes of all time, being the subject of numerous video games, comics, and movies. He's also unique from many of his other fictional peers because he has no superpowers, relying solely on a variety of gadgets alongside his own fighting skills. So it's perhaps unsurprising that some overly enthusiastic fans have attempted to mimic this cowled crusader in real life, thinking that they could emulate his heroic antics. This brings us to the case of Mark Wayne Williams, a man who lived in the small town of Harbor Springs, Michigan. In May of 2011, a local news outlet reported that Williams, clad in full Batman attire, had the police called on him after observers noted him hanging off of the side of a building in the nearby town of Petoskey. According to law enforcement officials, the man was carrying heavy-duty weaponry such as a baton and other worrying melee items. While it wasn't immediately obvious what he planned on doing that night, the fact that he was dressed in a superhero costume led observers to connect the dots and correctly assumed that he was attempting to dole out his own brand of vigilante justice, I guess. He was arrested and charged with trespassing, causing a disturbance, and carrying concealed weaponry, all of which were incredibly serious charges that could land him in quite a bit of trouble. In response to the accusations against him, he was reported as stating, quote, "I realize this is a serious offense. I honestly had no idea that the items I was holding were illegal. I did not intend to harm anyone with these items. I swear that." Bizarrely, this wasn't even the first time he had done
like a
something
machine
like
gun.
this, as it had
I
been
wonder what they
found that
consider
Williams
light duty.
previously masqueraded
Like a
as a
football with a
totally
purse or
different
something.
hero, a supernatural avian-themed crime fighter called the Crow. His exploits as this fictional bird taking place years prior. The article ends off by claiming Williams was being held on a $20,000 bond. He later pleaded guilty to obstructing an officer and was given half a year of probation. A seemingly great deal, all things considered. Now, as this story began spreading around, people started referring to him as the Petoskey
Maybe some
Batman,
stern words.
and the nickname would
Yeah.
stick. While he hadn't hurt anyone or caused any major damage, the idea of a grown man running around town in a Batman suit loaded with weapons was something the local government was not all too fond of. And that being said, one of the major stipulations of Williams' probation was that he was banned from wearing the costume until it was over. This seemed to dampen the spirit of the once passionate vigilante, with it later being reported that he was selling his iconic suit on eBay and quitting the superhero business altogether, with it later being sold for around $152. While at the time this was seemingly an open and shut case involving a Batman-obsessed, overzealous citizen trying to keep the city safe, it was really only the beginning of the Petoskey Batman story. Fast forward to late September of 2012, and Williams once again decided to take up the superhero mantle, this time being accompanied by his girlfriend, who was also dressed up in a Batgirl costume. This pair would scour the streets looking for trouble, acting as a sort of glorified neighborhood watch, keeping an eye on the local community. One day, the pair stumbled across what they assumed to be a crime scene and launched their own investigation into what was going on, calling the police to inform them of what was happening soon after. Now, unbeknownst to either of them, authorities were already combing the area in an attempt to find a suspect that had been involved in a hit-and-run incident earlier that day. And once they discovered the two were already investigating the scene, they attempted to get Mark to leave, which he allegedly refused to do. After becoming incredibly frustrated, they arrested him on the grounds that he was obstructing their efforts. According to later reports, the police claimed that his involvement had hurt their search, with them saying that Mark had prevented their trained canines from catching on to the perpetrator's scent. The animosity that police had towards Mark was apparent, and Mark would give his side of things in an interview on the news.
He's very rude to me. He was telling me how, people are scared of me and they don't want me out there, and how I'm 33 years old and I need to just give this up and whatever. And, like I said, it seems like it was more about who I am than what I was, doing here.
Whether or not he truly had interfered with their investigation is up for debate, but it was obvious that the local police were sick of Mark's repeated offenses, and they decided to throw the book at him in an attempt to get him to stop once and for all. Ironically, the buzz surrounding this case launched the Petoskey Batman story into the mainstream news once again, with even more people becoming aware of his actions more than ever before. While there were certainly a fair amount of people that were mocking Williams from afar, there were also those who believed he was simply trying to set a positive example, believing his arrest was totally unjustified. One of the most vocal supporters of Williams and his plight was another real-life superhero named Bee Sting, who also operated in the state of Michigan. In an interview with the news outlet ML Live, Bee Sting, whose real name was Adam Besso, stated, quote, "I really think this is an issue of they just don't want him wearing the costume. They don't want his participation. They don't value the fact that he's a citizen and has a right to observe and report something that's going on." The article also reveals that Mark was a member of the Michigan Protectors, a real-life superhero group that operated around the state. Looking back at archives of their website, you can see numerous other members who had their own unique backgrounds and costumes, with the site claiming that their goal was to, quote, inspire others to be more active in their communities. They also, interestingly, outright rejected the label of vigilante, despite the admittedly theatric personas and activity that they had crafted and participated in. The aforementioned hero, Bee Sting, has his own controversial history, previously being arrested after discharging a gun during a scuffle with another man after a dispute broke out between the two. Mark, or the Petoskey Batman, had reportedly helped raise money for Bee Sting's family during this difficult period, which explains Bee Sting's loyalty to the Petoskey Dark Knight. Now, as expected, Mark flatly denied the allegations that were being made against him by the police, and he would plead not guilty. The Petoskey Batman, this real-life Batman, he's having similar issues with the police, just like the actual Batman was. I guess you could say he's really dedicated to the bit here. In November of that same year, True TV reached out to Williams and extensively interviewed him, asking numerous questions surrounding his persona and conflict with the law. Telling his side of events, he claimed that he had been cooperative with the authorities the entire time and was never even told the reason as to why he was being arrested, only learning this reason later on. In response to the claims that he interfered with the canine units, he stated that they didn't even show up to the scene of the crime until 45 minutes later when he had already been placed into custody. This paints quite a different picture regarding the ordeal, but at this point it devolved into a situation where both sides simply refused to budge or admit wrongdoing. However, one very important question had been left unanswered. Why exactly did he feel the need to do all of this in the first place? Why couldn't he achieve his goals by acting as a normal citizen instead of dressing up like Batman? After being questioned as to why he felt the suit was necessary for his cause, Williams would respond by saying this, quote, "If I was out there doing it in jeans and a t-shirt, nobody would really pay attention. The whole point of me being out there doing this is to get people's attention and to get them to realize that it's up to everybody to take care of the community and make it better. The uniform gives me a chance to explain what I'm doing out here." While the news had been reporting on his escapades for quite a while at this point, this was one of the first opportunities for people to truly understand his motivations. While from an outside perspective, it may seem like Mark was an irresponsible nuisance who believed he could do a better job than police, it seems that he simply wanted to make a positive difference in his community. Somehow, despite authorities clearly wanting to severely punish him, the Petoskey Crusader would end up escaping with relatively few major legal repercussions. In December, it was reported that the prosecution would be dropping the charges against him if he agreed to plead guilty to a lesser trespassing charge. While one might expect this entire incident to deter Mark from ever donning his costume again, he made it abundantly clear that he would continue to carry out his solemn duty regardless. On April 28th of 2013, Williams would once again return to the limelight, this time posting a YouTube video of himself reaffirming his mission as well as directly responding to criticism regarding his methods.
We often get asked questions about, like, what's wrong with us and why can't we just, become police or EMTs and help people that way? Well, let me answer those questions. One, there's nothing wrong with us. We saw a problem in our community.
Well, when them police
we go out,
tell you
we try
they
to
don't
help.
have anybody
We try to make a
available to
difference.
help you, it most
The people that
definitely
have
is
something
easier
wrong
to
with
take
them
care of
are the
things
people
yourself.
that sit idly by and watch things go to hell and don't do anything about it. The people that know that their neighbor down the hall is getting abused and say nothing. The people that know that there's a meth lab down the road and do nothing. They say, oh, I don't want to get involved. Well, let me tell you something. If you know about it, you're already involved. The only question is how. Will you be involved in a negative way and basically allow this to happen, which makes you partly responsible, or will you be involved in a positive way and take a stand and say enough is enough and you're going to put an end to it?
He would also make a return to the local news cycle, appearing in an interview where he recounted many of his prior controversies and to promote his social media pages. When asked about his relationship with the police now that the dust had settled, Williams had this to say.
What's your relationship now with local police?
The city police, I don't have much interaction with the state or the county.
Okay.
But I see the city police quite a bit because I'm usually with
It's not how Batman, I expected Batman to sound.
Relationship with them, if they need help, keeping their eyes out or whatever, there have been a few times they've asked me to keep my eyes open, and if I see something, I call and report it. So.
Okay, that's good to hear though, because I know it was a little rough for a while. But,
oh yeah.
You have a brand new YouTube channel. What do you want to get? What's your message to everyone with this YouTube channel?
Basically, the YouTube channel is just another way to reach people and to get my message out there. There's a lot more you can convey, with a video and actually being able to speak instead of just writing or typing on the internet there. So I'm hoping I'll also be able to bring light to subjects that I'm working on or looking into.
While he would go on to state he hoped to use his YouTube channel as a platform to spread his message, it seems that he would abandon this idea, with only one video ever being posted to it. This unfortunately wouldn't be the end of the hardships faced by the masked Michigan vigilante. As stated earlier, the hero Bee Sting was one of Williams' ardent defenders during his difficult legal proceedings. In 2014, however, it was reported that the two had a falling out over the leadership of the Michigan Protectors. Sadly, it seems that this argument between the two was so intense that it actually led to the disbandment of the group altogether, with the Petoskey Batman once again standing up against crime all alone like the actual Batman does in Gotham. In situations like these, the social media pages of those involved become inactive or are deleted and lost to time. But interestingly enough, the Petoskey Batman still posts on Facebook semi-regularly to this day. While it's unclear if he continues his patrols in the same way that he did over a decade ago, it appears that he hasn't lost his enthusiasm for promoting positive activism, with his story becoming yet another fascinating footnote in internet history. If you've ever done research into the topic of real-life superheroes in the past, there's a high likelihood that you've stumbled across the story of Benjamin Fodor, known primarily by his superhero alter ego, Phoenix Jones. For a brief time, he was revered as a beacon of hope within the confines of his own city, only to eventually ruin his reputation and become a prime example of how fame and influence can corrupt morals and cloud judgment. But before we can truly understand how Phoenix became such a polarizing figure, we must look at his background and origin. Benjamin was born on May 25, 1988, and had a rough upbringing. He would go on to become an amateur fighter, studying mixed martial arts, and actually managed to gain somewhat of a name for himself within the community alongside his adoptive brother, Carlos Fodor. As he became older, his passion for assisting those in need became stronger, leading him to become a teacher for autistic students. But it wouldn't be long until his desire to help his fellow citizens grew into a desire for something greater, something larger than life, if you will. Phoenix first began rising to prominence as a superhero thanks to his association with a larger group of like-minded individuals called the Rain City Superhero Movement. Operating in the city of Seattle, Washington, all 8 of the members had their own unique personas and identities, all wanting to aid law enforcement in any way they could and potentially even prevent crimes from occurring. Jones himself stated in a 2010 interview with the Daily Beast that one of the main motivators for him starting his crime-fighting career was an incident involving his car being broken into. After going to investigate his broken window, his young son allegedly cut himself on accident. After this incident, his father decided he would try to do something to curb the rampant crime occurring in his city. Even from the very beginning, police and the press alike expressed a great deal of hesitancy towards their mission, believing that the group may become more of a liability and hindrance than anything else.
Police are perplexed, worried the group will turn into vigilantes, and skeptical that they've ever actually stopped any crime.
Our concern is if it goes badly, then we end up getting called anyway, and we may have additional victims.
To be clear, Phoenix had been engaging in the superhero business for a while at this point, but had largely gone unnoticed with very little press coverage being done on him. However, once news outlets began to dig deeper into this story, they realized the potential and began to scrutinize the self-proclaimed crime fighter closer. His suit looked like something straight out of a movie, featuring a bulletproof vest as well as various other heavy-duty equipment, all designed to prevent himself from getting seriously injured. Police were aware of his identity at this time, but had not yet revealed it to the public, possibly in an effort to prevent Jones from becoming a target for criminals and putting him in harm's way, or perhaps they didn't want to encourage his activity. The strangeness of his actions, as well as his willingness to talk to the press, soon made him a rising star, with his escapades being documented by the mainstream news outlets. In January of 2011, it was reported that Jones had stopped a carjacking, intervening and chasing off the would-be thieves before police had a chance to arrive.
And you just start sticking it down inside between the window here and the rubber strip.
Dan was calling 911, but help flew in before he finished dialing.
From the right, this guy comes dashing in, just wearing this skin-tight rubber black and golden suit, and starts chasing him away.
This was a clear turning point, as he had actually proven that he could do good work that benefited those around him. Positive press such as this would continue to be a common theme with Phoenix Jones, and he would accumulate a fan base of folks who liked and respected him for actually taking a step and, doing some good in his community, doing what he thought was right. Reports such as this all boosted his reputation, with Jones becoming a sensation, and he was often recognized by people on the street who were familiar with his antics. However, there were numerous concerns from critics as well. While most of them acknowledged that they appreciated the sentiment behind what he was doing, many believe that intervening in dangerous situations should be left up to law enforcement and not private citizens. Many of his adventures were also caught on camera due to the involvement of self-proclaimed filmmaker Ryan McNamee, who documented many of the real-life superhero escapades, uploading many of these clips onto social media. To this day, numerous of these videos remain on YouTube, providing some interesting insight into the early days of Phoenix Jones. However, not everyone approved of his methods. While it's to be expected that there's going to be a fair amount of skeptics in the press, he was extremely controversial even within the community that he was a part of. An article published by the Wall Street Journal in February of 2012 revealed that other heroes such as Night Owl and Zetaman disapproved of Phoenix's tendency to involve himself in dangerous situations. They were part of a completely different organization called the Real Life Superhero Group, being one of the rival superhero's top critics throughout his rapid rise to fame, with Night Owl himself stating, quote, "Whether intentionally or not, he's representing the superhero community now, and that makes some people nervous." The two groups reportedly attempted to bridge the divide by patrolling together, but this only ended with relations between them becoming worse, with Night Owl's superhero group completely distancing themselves from the Rain City superhero movement. All in all, it was clear that they were unimpressed by the Rising Star's philosophy, believing him to be a bad representative of the cause, as their work was more centered around charitable action as opposed to physically mimicking their fictional counterparts and, like intervening on crimes in a vigilante type way. Towards the end of 2011, it would seem that the suspicions of his critics would be proven correct after a particularly controversial incident took place. As the story goes, a group of individuals were dancing in the street in the early hours of the morning and were shocked after a masked individual approached and began pepper spraying them for seemingly no reason. This obviously angered them a great deal, with the situation rapidly escalating.
Phoenix Jones, the city's most prolific superhero, complete with a full-body costume, running to help others. Jones says he thought it was a fight and tried to break it up. The whole scene is being captured by Ryan McNamee, a documentary videographer.
Let's see, he did use spray, but only when things were out of control.
McNamee says the crowd Jones thought he was helping turned on him.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
And it's Jones's use of pepper spray that police say led to his arrest for assault.
The mysterious man who approached them was none other than Phoenix Jones, and he faced a significant amount of backlash for his actions here. He would go on to defend himself by claiming the individuals involved had actually been fighting, and he only had been trying to break them up. However, Jones's account of events completely contradicted what the victims had to say. Police also took this opportunity to reaffirm their initial fears about Jones and his style.
In the police report about the incident, the officer wrote that Jones has had a history of injecting himself in these incidents. Recently, there have been increased reports of citizens being pepper sprayed by Jones and his group, adding that Jones has been advised to observe and report incidents to 911. He continues to try to resolve things on his own.
While he had called 911 after the alleged fight had been broken up, many still believe that it was irresponsible for him to insert himself in a dangerous situation, especially using any sort of weaponry. As a result of the conflict, the now 23-year-old man was arrested and charged with assault, but he was
a professional fighter and he's using pepper spray.
In the ensuing legal battle, the true identity of Phoenix Jones was revealed to the public, with many being shocked when they found out who he actually was.
Meet Phoenix Jones, self-styled superhero and self-proclaimed defender of Seattle. The comic book vigilante who has ended up on the wrong side of the law after being accused of assault dramatically unmasked himself outside one of the city's courts on Thursday, revealing the man behind the mask, Benjamin Fodor.
I'm Phoenix Jones. I'm also Ben Fodor. I also protect the city. I also am a father. I also am a brother.
It was also soon reported that he would unfortunately lose his job as a teacher. While some believe that this was unjustified, it was perhaps inevitable. One could also make the argument that this all was for the best. If he was consistently involving himself in danger, he could also inadvertently lead danger to the children that he was trying to teach. He'd piss off a villain and they come for your class. This incident was a good indication of what was to come for the Crime Stopper, with this only being the start of his many controversies. One thing that's important to note is that throughout his entire career, Jones had been supported by his romantic partner, Purple Rain. She was another hero who was a member of the Rain City superhero movement. Her primary goal was to promote awareness surrounding domestic abuse, as she was a victim of it herself, even running her own nonprofit organization that helped spread the message of this further. However, things in their relationship didn't seem to be going well, as she would post a message to Facebook on November 13th of 2013, claiming that the two had separated. I think it's time to make a public statement announcing that Phoenix Jones and I are no longer together, and I will not be working together with him on any future projects. I have always conducted myself in a professional and respectable manner, and do not wish to share the details of our separation. I wish Phoenix and the RCSM the best of luck in their future endeavors. This would not be the end of Phoenix's struggle to maintain positive relations with his peers. In 2014, it was reported by news outlets that the Rain City superhero movement, the group that Phoenix had been the leader of and spearheaded for years, was officially breaking up. Jones himself accused many of the heroes under him of not following proper procedure, claiming that many of them even carried illegal weaponry. Something that was obviously a problem for a group of individuals trying to operate within the confines of the law. However, former members such as Shockwave and El Caballero accused Jones of stealing their property and being a generally poor leader who had mishandled his role in the group, indicating that there were some other serious problems going on behind the scenes. Though these situations certainly didn't help, this would be far from the event that truly destroyed his reputation, at least in scale of, well, not being very superhero-like. He regained quite a bit of recognition after reigniting his passion for martial arts in 2015, officially signing on the World Series of Fighting and performing under a superhero name, as opposed to Benjamin Fodor. Despite this, the general coverage and fanfare surrounding his initial burst onto the scene had greatly died down, and outside of a few miscellaneous articles and reports documenting him, Phoenix was talked about much less. It wouldn't truly be until 2019, until it was officially confirmed by Benjamin during an interview with the NW Nerd podcast that he was retiring Phoenix Jones for good. When asked about his reasoning for doing so, he would state, quote, "In the end, there's not a balance. It doesn't make sense. I've seen it on the streets. I've seen what people do to each other, and I live with it every day. Every day, I live with horrible, horrible things. And I think to myself, I've made a difference. But I didn't make a difference. It didn't make a difference." While his retirement came as no surprise to onlookers, one thing nobody expected was for Fodor to be exposed as the very thing he had fought against for years. Apparently, he had been known to deal drugs by various individuals, something that was baffling considering his very well-known identity as a crime fighter who had consistently rallied and spoke against drug-related crimes in the past. Police would arrest Benjamin Fodor on drug charges after the man allegedly sold drugs to an undercover agent. He was, of course, arrested and charged with this being a definitive nail in the coffin for his already tainted reputation. While he did accomplish some good within his community for a brief time, it's clear that despite his best efforts, Phoenix Jones has become something of a cautionary tale in the online community and the superhero community at large. His innumerable controversies, as well as the continuous stream of criticism being levied towards him and his methods, has left an undeniable stain on Phoenix Jones's legacy. Today, he still maintains a very low-key internet presence and has seemingly backed away from his once brazen persona, preferring to simply promote goodwill as opposed to taking the law into his own hands. Deadpool is one of the most infamous comic book characters of all time, becoming known as an anti-hero who uses brutal methods to achieve his goals as a mercenary, often acting on his own selfish interests. One of the more notable aspects of the character is the humor the writers incorporate into his persona, with him often breaking the fourth wall and rarely taking anything seriously. Another thing people often note is the character's love of Mexican food.
Time to make the chimmy fucking chongas.
With it being a running joke amongst his fan base and even at times being a part of official merchandise. It's somewhat ironic then that a deranged individual decided to wear a mask depicting Deadpool while committing a Mexican food-related crime. As the story goes, on July 25th, 2017, a disgruntled ex-employee who had previously worked at a Taco Bell in Bel Air, Maryland, decided he would take matters into his own hands and rob the establishment. Donning a Deadpool face mask and equipping himself with a bat, he gained access to the restaurant in the early hours of the morning after ambushing an employee throwing out garbage, proceeding to lock all 3 employees of the Taco Bell working at the time into the food locker and threatening them until he was given access to the store's safe. After stealing its contents, he escaped the crime scene, with police soon posting a warning to Facebook asking citizens to stay on the lookout and report any suspicious activity to them. After a few days, it was reported by authorities that the Deadpool robber had been captured and arrested, with the man responsible being identified as David Joseph Fury. In an article by the Baltimore Times, they reported Fury had stolen funds up to $4,150. They also provided more context as to how he had been captured. One of the biggest reasons that they were able to pinpoint him as being the culprit was because of a testimony that was given by a taxi driver who had interacted with Fury soon after the crime had occurred. According to the article, she became incredibly suspicious after driving him to a local casino. After an argument broke out between the two about payment, Fury, who was incredibly drunk, allegedly tried to pay her using money from a suspicious-looking bag. Now, obviously seeing that much cash in one place was like a huge red flag, and after questioning him, she claimed that the individual outright admitted to getting it from robbing a Taco Bell, just straight up confessed to the entire crime. This, alongside other circumstantial evidence, such as him owning a pair of flip-flops that the robber of the Taco Bell had also been seen wearing by the employees of the restaurant, as well as his previous work connection there, allowed the police to easily track him down. He was charged with several counts of burglary, theft, and armed robbery, being released on a $30,000 bail soon after. Some internet users immediately made the connection and found it quite humorous that a Deadpool-dressed man would rob a Mexican restaurant, considering the character's affinity for the food genre. Screenshots of the security footage can be found spread all over the internet. It's unknown what became of David or what he's doing these days. While most people try to emulate superheroes to do some good within their communities, there's some on the other side of the spectrum who attempt to use techniques from their favorite heroes for nefarious purposes. One such example of this is a Brazilian man by the name of Rodrigo Rodrigues de Silva. This individual would weaponize an obsession with his favorite fictional character as a tool to aid him in violent crime. In October of 2023, at roughly 4 in the morning in the town of Parnaíba, Rodrigo broke into a home with the intention of harming the man who resided there. The intended target of Rodrigo's assault awoke soon after he entered the property, with the two getting into a struggle as the undoubtedly confused homeowner attempted to defend himself from the assailant. Presumably after realizing that he was unable to successfully carry out his plan, the masked man escaped the home and began to run away. Unlike his fictional counterpart, he seemed to lack the ability to hide in the shadows and was soon caught by the local cops. Upon questioning, it was reported that Rodrigo referred to himself as a Punisher, which could potentially be a reference to another anti-hero of the same name, though this isn't exactly clear. The most notable feature about the man was his admittedly ridiculous-looking outfit, adorned with a poorly fitting outer cloak and a red mask that looked reminiscent of something Batman's sidekick Robin would wear. He completed the look with Batman's signature gauntlets. He also possessed what appeared to be batarangs as well as a knife, and allegedly had even used a metal bar during his assault. He was immediately booked and charged with attempted murder, most likely due to the fact that he had a potentially deadly weapon during his fight with the victim. One of the more puzzling aspects of this story is that it's still unclear as to what his exact motivations were when attempting to carry out this crime, but there are some indications as to why it may have happened. As the Daily Mail points out in its article discussing the incident, a drug raid had been carried out by authorities in the nearby country of Peru a year prior that involved them dressing up in superhero costumes to avoid suspicion as they approached a suspected drug den. The plan had been a massive success and was of course highly publicized, so it was entirely possible Rodrigo saw what they had done and figured he could accomplish something similar, perhaps hoping to achieve some of the same success. Regardless, whether it was an attempt to bring about his brand of justice by attempting to punish a wrongdoer or a case of him simply attacking a citizen at random, it's undeniable that Brazil's real-life version of the iconic DC hero fails to live up to the Batman name. The web-swinging superhero Spider-Man is a character that has enjoyed a significant amount of popularity ever since his inception back in the 60s. Anybody at least somewhat familiar with the hero will know that one of his powers is to climb on walls like a spider. This is purely fictional and impossible for a regular human to complete beyond normal means, but that didn't stop one determined man in the early 1980s from trying. Dan Goodwin was born on November 7, 1955 in Kennebunk, Maine. He would later reminisce that as a child, he would often get into trouble with local police after climbing incredibly tall trees, though he never got into any serious trouble, as he was easily able to evade law enforcement's efforts to capture him. His journey into becoming a revered, larger-than-life figure began in the year 1980, after a devastating fire in Las Vegas took the lives of 87 people at the MGM Grand Hotel. It was a horrific tragedy that made a massive impression on those who saw it unfold. Dan, who was 25 years old at the time, witnessed how the ladders of the fire trucks attending to the situation were unable to reach the higher floors of the building, therefore making it nearly impossible for them to save people's lives. After getting into an argument with the chief of Las Vegas Fire Department over methods to solve this issue, Goodwin was struck with an idea. He would perform an act or a publicity stunt to garner attention to what he perceived to be an important issue that impacted all who worked and lived in high-rise buildings and skyscrapers. He began to set his plan in motion. On Memorial Day of 1981, Dan suited up in a Spider-Man costume and equipped himself with rudimentary suction cups, with the idea being that he would climb the Sears Tower in Chicago, an iconic landmark known around the world for its incredible height. Despite the obvious danger associated with undertaking such a task, Dan decided that he was going to send a message. He was going to climb to the top of that building. Of course, the sight of a man scaling a building wasn't exactly something you see every day, with many passerby onlookers stopping and watching in awe, with the authorities being alerted soon after.
And then a helicopter.
Despite numerous attempts to negotiate and get him off of the building, it was decided that it would be better to allow him to simply finish his climb, with the stipulation that scaffolding be allowed to be underneath him at all times in the event that he fell. He never would fall, and when he reached the top of the building, he was met with law enforcement and was promptly arrested, hauled away in handcuffs. The press went wild with the story, the sheer absurdity of the situation making it instantly memorable. Dan had achieved his goal of drawing attention to his cause, but the question remained, what was the cost going to be here? From a legal perspective, while he had put himself in serious danger and caused a massive public spectacle, he was given a lenient punishment and was only fined $35 for disorderly conduct. Afterwards, the public nicknamed him Spider Dan, and he quickly became an icon amongst the general public. At this point, you might expect the story to end. After all, Goodwin had made his point very clear and had proven himself as a devoted activist to the public.
Oh, Sammy,
however,
thanks.
much to the shock of everyone, he wasn't quite done yet. Thanks to the success of his first endeavor, Dan decided to attempt to climb another exceedingly tall building within the city called the John Hancock Building. He planned to attempt this on November 1st. However, it's said that he encountered some equipment failures prior to his climb and had to postpone this until November 11th. On November 11th, he was fully prepared, and as he began making his way up the John Hancock Building, a crowd once again formed, and the authorities were of course called in. Like before, they attempted to convince him to stop climbing altogether, but this time they employed considerably extreme methods to achieve their goal in stopping him. It got to the point where the fire department actively sprayed water at him in a desperate attempt to prevent him from making any more progress. This led to a significant amount of criticism being levied towards the fire chief at the time, with many stating that the firefighters could have potentially killed the man.
Then Fire Commissioner William Blair insisted the water was to make the east face of the building too slippery for Goodwin to continue, not to knock him down.
I think that he has taken a terrific risk, and I think he's setting a bad example for an awful lot of kids. And somebody is going to try this someday that isn't nearly as capable as he is, and it's going to be dangerous.
Years later, in an interview, the former chief of police revealed what his thought process was at the time.
I basically asked him, what the hell do you think you're doing? Regardless of what the purpose of the spraying of the water may have been, it gave everyone the appearance that they were trying to wash him off the side of the building.
Taking a risk,
They
so
told me
makes
you're
it
nuts,
riskier,
and I
LOL.
said you're making the fire department look really bad with this technique.
And you want to know what the fire department were yelling at me from the window wash machine? I hope you fall.
However, after the mayor arrived and mediated the situation, Goodwin did eventually reach the top without issue and was once again handcuffed and brought into custody. While he had escaped last time without any major legal ramifications, he wouldn't be so lucky this time around, being put on a year of probation, with the main clause of it being that he was not allowed to climb buildings in the city of Chicago. This was a more severe punishment, but it could have been worse. He could have walked away with a felony. After this stunt, Dan was now even more revered by fans and was even more disliked by local law enforcement. In the end, Goodwin avoided major jail time, with both incidents becoming legendary in the eyes of the public. Now, at this point, you would most likely assume that this is where the story ends, but like before, this is far from being the case. Instead of ceasing his unique form of activism, he decided to continue along the path of promoting causes he was passionate about by scaling tall structures, with it proving to be a successful strategy. On Memorial Day 1983, Dan decided to climb up one of the World Trade Center buildings as a way of paying tribute to deceased soldiers. His father was a veteran who had actually fought in the Korean War conflict, making this an especially meaningful display of passion for a cause that he believed in. He became so well known and popular that in 1986 he was actually approached by the owners of the CN Tower located in Ontario, Canada. The owners of this tower wanted Dan to climb it as a publicity stunt to promote their building's 10th anniversary. In the summer of that year, Dan did just that, and shockingly managed to climb this building in a matter of only an hour, a testament to his incredibly high skill level of climbing. While the actual superhero Spider-Man was obviously nothing more than fiction, it seemed that Dan truly did become a symbol for a noble cause in a similar manner. Legendary comics creator and writer Stan Lee would even go as far as to compliment Goodwin for his work, giving him glowing praise for the bravery he displayed on a regular basis.
I would like to think that his climbing the building was definitely a tribute to the spirit, to the essence, to the heroism that is Spider-Man.
Of course, when participating in stunts such as these, he would inevitably run into legal issues on numerous occasions, as I mentioned previously. While most of the time he evaded major consequences, there was one occasion in particular that was rather infamous. On September 6th of 2010, he decided that in an effort to pay tribute to the victims of 9/11, he would climb the Millennium Tower located in San Francisco. He also had to overcome a difficult struggle with cancer and wanted to prove he was still capable of accomplishing impressive feats, hoping to inspire others who were in a similar position. Unfortunately, despite his positive message and intentions, this did land him in quite a bit of legal trouble, being found guilty by a jury for 2 misdemeanor charges, though he denied any wrongdoing the whole way through. Despite this setback, Dan managed to maintain his positive reputation and continued to be looked at as a living legend by his supporters and a continued nuisance by authorities. Of course, nothing like this can last forever, and Dan Goodwin would eventually hang up the mantle of Spider Dan as he progressed in age. In 2023, in an interview with CTV News, the now 67-year-old Spider Dan gave more details and context as to why he stopped his climbs. He explained that he followed the technique of free climbing to accomplish his goals, something that he explained had led to the deaths of many experienced professional climbers. At one point saying, quote, "If you're playing Russian roulette, eventually you're going to get the chamber. The same is true with climbing." While he never shied away from danger in his previous stunts, it seems that at this point he's satisfied with the work he's accomplished and is choosing to live a relatively danger-free life these days. Dan is now an author and has published 2 books. And well, you made it to the end.
Nice, dude.
Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who
Oh, YouTuber products that failed horribly. This would be good. I remember Mr. Beast's lunch that failed
Besides, who
bad.
knows? Some people.
This would be good, dude. Just in case if I ever drop some products, I know what not to drop.
Us as YouTubers have a responsibility to give you, the viewer, what you want. Whether that be educational content, obscure documentaries, or balloon popping videos, that should be our goal. But when some of us get too successful, we create physical products that are more than just t-shirts. Some of us go on to create drinks, candies, cookies, or even try to throw festivals with little to no success. Today we'll be talking about some of the biggest product fails coming straight from YouTubers/influencers. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. If my voice sounds a little bit different, that's because I'm sick. Whenever this video's out, that means that last week, Two Gay Cats, my cartoon, premiered. So if you're gonna go check that out after this video, make sure to do that. I'm gonna try some of the products that I'm saying failed horribly. We're of course leaning towards statistics and these people being sued and all that, which we're gonna get into. And if you're not subscribed, don't even worry about that. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video. But yeah, let's get started with the topic.
It's awfully cocky.
Lunchly. Remember being excited to unzip your lunchbox for the good old Lunchable pack? Well, I'm sure you've heard of their new competitor in town, Lunchly. This product was launched just a few months ago on September 16th of 2024 by well-known YouTubers Jimmy Donaldson, better known as Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and Olajide Olatunji, also known as KSI or JJ. And honestly, this didn't come as a surprise to many, considering these creators have already successfully found their way into the food and beverage industry with products such as the infamous Prime, a range of
Over the fucking world.
by KSI and Logan Paul, and a brand of chocolate bars named Feastables by Mr. Beast, who also previously launched his own burger chain, Mr. Beast Burgers, in 2022. Now, both Prime and Feastables are packed in the Lunchly kits, and they come with 3 varieties, including turkey with cheese and crackers, nachos with salsa and cheese, or pizza. It's undeniable that these meals, being the ones that have been announced so far, are arguably practically identical to the already existing meals offered by Lunchables. They also sell the pizza option, a turkey and cheddar box, and a nacho cheese and salsa option. As a matter of fact, Lunchly's major marketing point is a comparison to Lunchables, positioning itself to be a healthier option, although at a slightly expensive price. The Lunchly website actually provides a side-by-side comparison of the contents in its boxes versus their Lunchables counterparts, stating that, driven by our commitment to great quality and taste, we're confident there's no better value on the market. But are people really buying into that? Well, in the words of YouTuber Rife, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI might have well created the biggest biohazard of all time, further saying that the 3 are businessmen at the end of the day and don't really care about nutrition as they claim they do. Another perspective, or more like discovery, is from Rosanna Pansino, a YouTuber best known for her food and cooking related content, who did a review on her YouTube channel comparing Lunchables and Lunchly. Surprisingly, she had just unpacked the Lunchly box, and even before she had a chance to taste and review it, she found mold on the cheese, and this was on camera. She couldn't believe it and even checked the expiration date just to be sure. That specific meal was to expire on December 8th, 2024, meaning that it should have been safe to eat for at least another 2 months. And just to clarify, that video where she opened it was from the 16th of October this year. Her thoughts? Well, she talked of how being a meal that targets mostly children, whatever she found was far too dangerous, as kids probably don't even know what mold is and might end up eating it, which is definitely not safe. And even crazier,
the kids would think it's like some fucking food coloring or something.
There was content already circulating on the internet where people, rather
it's Mr. Beast is
had
blue.
found mold in their Lunchly. Rosanna just got to witness and confirm these existing allegations for herself. We'll be checking that out because they actually, funny enough, sent me Lunchly. They sent me Lunchly to my P.O. box. I didn't even ask for it, but I have it in my fridge, and yes, we're gonna check if that thing has mold at the end of the video. And besides those 2 perspectives I've shared, the internet seems arguably skeptical of Lunchly. Dan TDM, for example, questioned what happened to YouTubers genuinely wanting the best for their fans. His exact words, "This is selling crap to kids who don't know better than to trust the people who are selling it to them." Another example is from TikTok, where a user, Abby's Kitchen, who creates nutrition content, broke down the vitamins and supplements contained in the Lunchly meals and determined that
never trust anything Mr. Beast promotes. He'll promote anything, dude.
And as if that wasn't all enough,
it's like fucking honey.
Seemingly couldn't have been launched at a possibly worse time, given Mr. Beast's recent controversies that haven't seemed to go away. I'm specifically referring to the case from July of this year, when his co-host Chris Tyson, with whom they've been making videos together since 2012, was accused of grooming minors, ultimately affecting Mr. Beast by association. Now, the 2 have since parted ways, with Mr. Beast expressing his disgust at Tyson's behavior and hiring a private investigator to look into the issue.
How's the
This
chair?
video was in development, and Mr. Beast actually tweeted saying that the private investigator's investigation has been concluded and they weren't really found guilty of anything, that they took the proper precautions to fire anyone that needed to be fired, but there was no grooming, no CP. But a lot of the people in the tweets and comments and other social medias are just saying like, wow, dude, your private investigators that you hired said that you guys are safe. Like, yeah, it's kind of odd. Then there's the other incident from August when some controversies arose, his large-scale reality TV collaboration with Amazon, The Beast Games, particularly regarding contestants claiming to have not been properly fed and having been unable to access their medication. Interestingly, Rosanna was also somehow all over the Beast Games fiasco, having shared statements from contestants who allegedly got injuries and faced all different sorts of dangers from extreme falls to attacks from fellow contestants. It was confirmed that at least 5 of these contestants have filed a lawsuit against Mr. Beast. These allegations also motivated other people who have worked with Mr. Beast to come out claiming similar negative work environments. That's pretty much it when it comes to
they made a
luxury.
Beast Games too, so I don't really think they care about the lawsuits.
That's just disgusting. Yeah, there's actually some more criticism about the calories and the fact that it just is a Lunchables ripoff that wasn't needed in the first place. And speaking of Rosanna, Rosanna really goes in on Mr. Beast. I don't follow her on Twitter, but I've seen her on Twitter and on her own YouTube videos just going in on Mr. Beast. And it's pretty funny because other people are just like, I would never want this woman to be my enemy. She just keeps drilling him, as she should. I mean, this is freaking disgusting. Mold in the food is just disgusting. And this actually isn't the last time we're talking about Mr. Beast in this video. So let's head on to the next one. Pokemon's Cookies. Twitch star Amani Anise, popularly known as Pokimane, announced the launch of her new healthy snack company called Mina on the 13th of November of 2023. The brand was co-founded along with Darcy Mackin,
destroyed streaming for guys
in the consumer packaged goods industry. And just to bring you up to speed in case you haven't heard of the brand, Mina snacks packages include their signature midnight mini cookies and pizza crackers, which can both be purchased from their website. They're described to be delicious and healthy, using only natural ingredients with no added preservatives, and are a gluten-free alternative to regular cookies. Pokimane said that she was inspired by her own health challenges where she'd get into unhealthy
picture of yourself on it,
excessively, particularly during the COVID-19
should just sell
pandemic in
bath
2020.
water like
Speaking with Doc Llewellyn from USA Today, she said that she realized there weren't many good healthy food options. Whenever she wanted a good tasting snack, it would be filled with unhealthy stuff, and when she eventually found something actually healthy, it wouldn't taste as good. And as we know, YouTubers don't have the best reputation when it comes to launching food products. That's why it didn't come as a shock when the snacks received very mixed reactions, ranging from some support, especially from her online fans, but also receiving some really negative scrutiny. This first started when people found out that Pokemon's cookies were nearly identical to another brand called Tootsie, which was being sold at Costco at a way cheaper price. That alone had some labeling Pokemon's cookies as an absolute scam. For context, Mina's Midnight Mini Cookies even had the same exact name as Tootsie's Midnight Mini Cookies, basically based on critics, making them sort of a rebrand that was going for a bizarrely 3 times the selling price of Tootsie's. That's $28 versus $10 for a 400-gram pack. Now, to clarify people's concerns, she made a post on Twitter of a screenshot of the Notes app explaining that the alleged identical Tootsie's cookies had only ever had one test batch and that it had been adapted and refined specifically for Mina. So essentially, they were made by the same company, Creation Foods, which specializes in healthy foods, and although this was the case, she argued that most of the components in Mina's cookies were different compared to those in Tootsie. This included things such as the quality of the ingredients, the sourcing, the added nutrients, and even the size and texture of the cookies. That, however, didn't stop more people from calling her out. Pokimane insisted that if she wanted a cash grab, she would have done something else, since doing it with a startup was quote silly, knowing that they don't make as much money in the first few years of operation. Still, despite her explanation, many weren't buying it and were upset over what looked like a clear ripoff. That's especially in the context of the current economy. But then Pokimane didn't make it any better with her cringeworthy response.
When people are like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyway.
Right after that statement, that's when all hell broke loose. And not only did the general
broke because they gave all their money to you,
but other creators weighed in on the arguably rude statement. And these sentiments seem to have gone to her as she later apologized and claimed that her words were intended to be more of a joke, but then ended up coming off as insensitive. She added that she would consider making the products as affordable as possible to everyone. Now, as the dust settled, something more was around the corner.
I wonder if Charlie's white t-shirt that he just put a fucking drop on.
She had apparently sent him cookies, and his review was that they were not terrible, but not great either. She was asked her thoughts on the review, and her answer was that XQC only said that because he had a bone to pick with her. Luckily for her, some women creators like Nadia Amine came to her defense, claiming that she was receiving all the hate because she was a woman, insisting that other male creators would have easily gotten away with something like that. A sort of double standard, if you may. Then some, like Devin Cool, the host of the Score Esports on YouTube, acknowledged that Pokimane did indeed make a huge mistake with how she handled the whole situation, but also see the said double standard since he hasn't seen any male creators get even a tenth of the hate she received. liked. I obviously can't speak for women, but I can speak for YouTubers and streamers and influencers, and I guess overall we are influencers, internet personalities. I'll let you guys know right now that when when an influencer says, well, I wasn't even doing it for the money, that is a lie. We want money. We make videos because we like them, yeah, but we need the money. Like, we need the money. I like selling my merchandise. I put so much effort into the designs and hiring people to make the designs, I should say. But at the end of the day, what keeps it going? The money, because people buy it. So saying like, yeah, I made those cookies, but it wasn't even a cash grab. I could have done something else. We do it for the money. I just think it's so egotistical to say you're not. And I actually do think that as a viewer, you guys appreciate when we're honest and transparent with you. I also am aware that the women creators do get just a lot more hate. I have seen it on Twitter. I am fully aware of that, so I'm not gonna speak more about that. But when it comes to influencers, yeah, of course, we want to get paid for what we're producing. Let's get on to the next one. Ace Family. As weird as it sounds, Ace Family, which was run by popular YouTubers Austin McBroom and Catherine Pies, the reason I'm using past tense is because it's not an active channel anymore. They are, from what it seems like, not together anymore, just living their own lives. Pretty sure Austin McBroom dances on Snapchat. I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen. We're not talking about that though. We're going to talk about their Ace Family Festival, which they called Ace Fest. It was arguably a very ambitious thing, and it went as well as you might imagine. It not only faced intense backlash, but also got accusations of being a scam. First, let me give you context on what the whole thing was about. So the short of it is that it was supposed to be a one-day event set for the 9th of July 2022, and was widely marketed as, quote, Disneyland meets Coachella. In a July 8th video, Austin mentioned that there would be more than 30 rides as well as endless food and games. He also dispelled any fears, telling haters to, quote, suck a fat donut, for assuming the event would be a fraud. Wildly, the Ace family claimed that the festival tickets had sold out within 48 hours of its announcement. Things went sideways really fast though, because shortly after, many who attended came out complaining about overpriced tickets and the Ace family failing to fulfill what the festival promised. To be clear here, the ticket prices vary depending on what types of tickets you bought. The standard pass went for about $300 and covered entry for 3 people. Along with access to the festival, this pass included a free autograph poster by the Ace family. Then there was the premium or VIP pass, which went for $500 and provided entry for 5 people. In addition to the festival and the autograph poster, VIP pass holders were guaranteed a meet and greet with the Ace family, plus several exclusive perks, including free access to watch Austin's next boxing match, the possibility of winning VIP passes to the fight, a chance to attend their wedding, and even receiving an exclusive wedding gift. One would assume that these extravagant prices led to a good time, but many attendees compared this Ace Family Fest to TanaCon. Criticism included poor quality of the games and prizes, which reportedly consisted of old merchandise like winter scarves, as well as the limited interaction at the meet and greet, which ended earlier than promised. The H3 podcast reported having not seen any animals, again as promised, and no live music except for DJs. There were also not that many guests, and no long lines outside of the highly publicized meet and greet. They also explained it was easy for them to get in, and security was very lenient with guests, which could have potentially been a safety issue. On top of that, they paid $10 for parking, which was said to be free in the marketing communications. YouTuber Spillsesh called the whole event a mess, also citing the parking cost situation. Her point, like many others, was that while the event wasn't bad, it wasn't quite what was promised. She also highlighted the security issue, noting that nobody cared about her ticket while entering the venue. From her point of view, it was merely a carnival meet and greet rather than a, quote, Disneyland meets Coachella. Even more interesting was that the tickets were available for purchase at the entrance, clearly negating the claim that the tickets had sold out. Spillsesh insisted that the only big line was at the meet and greet, and that otherwise the event was too empty to have been sold out. Additionally, some YouTubers known for covering influencer controversies, such as Rich Lux and Matt Catster, claimed they were denied entry despite having had tickets. That was likely due to their prior critical coverage of the McBrooms. TikTokers were not left behind in the shade throwing, with many of them sharing the same sentiments. One user, for instance, said the only free thing people got was, quote, free scams, since nothing was fulfilled as promised. Another user used that popular I wanna go home sound to emphasize how bad the situation was. Unsurprisingly to some, it seemed like the McBrooms were either deliberately ignoring all negative reviews or simply oblivious to the Ace Festival's disaster. They were obviously just ignoring all criticism. That's the only way you could explain how after the event they shared how, quote, successful it was, and that they had met at least 10,000 people on that day. They were generally happy that many of their fans got to meet them and enjoy themselves. Obviously just delusional, and part 2068 of YouTubers not being honest with their audience. Why not just say, guys, it flopped. We're probably not going to try this again, but thank you to the real fans that showed up. Not even real fans, just thank you to the fans that showed up. We appreciate you, and you hold a special place in our heart. We won't be doing this in the future, so thank you for showing up to the only one that ever happened. Like, what is the issue with being honest with your audience? I don't get it. I don't get it. With that being said, let's head on to the next one. David Dobrik's perfume. Now, David Dobrik is not a new creator. He's been around for a hot minute and mostly gained fame from his high-energy videos of pranks, comedy skits, and other similar stuff, starting from Vine. And when it comes to products, he released a perfume line on the 20th of October in 2020 under the brand name David's Perfume, and it was launched in collaboration with Flower Shop Perfumes Co. It had two signature scents with pretty simple names, David's Perfume No. 1 and David's Perfume No. 2. The perfume slogan was elegant yet unexpected, owing to the fact that a complete stranger inspired its creation. In an interview with People, the publication, he said that he had randomly met someone who smelled really nice and couldn't forget about it. His exact words, "I just completely fell in love with it and was obsessed with the smell. It wasn't cliche like Axe body spray or Old Spice, it was a very fresh scent." Although Dobrik never revealed who the mystery person was, he shared the process that went behind creating David's perfume. This apparently involved several trips within a period of 1.5 years together with his friends, famously known as the Vlog Squad, to the International Flavors and Fragrances House, where they paired and tested different scents. David's perfume came as a surprise to most people because
it's a really weird,
what
obscure
world
thing to
is a funny vlogger
to
now
make a
in the beauty
perfume.
and cosmetics industry. It had no correlation. One Redditor, for instance, said that as much as they liked Dobrik and his content, his perfume would be the last thing they bought from him because it just seemed very off-brand. Some, like a user by this handle, came to Dobrik's defense after he was accused of attempting a cash grab with the perfume, saying that they saw nothing wrong with it and that every influencer was trying to make money, adding that nobody was forcing anyone to buy the perfume. Regardless, people were still excited to try out the fragrances, among them being YouTuber Cuban No, I hope I pronounced that right, who did a review of David's Perfume No. 1. He loved the packaging and its presentation, liked how its bottle had a magnetic cap, but he said that the alcohol presence in the room was like, quote, a smack on the face. He also said that although he liked the cashmere vibe, it was, quote, not vibing for him. But you see, David Dobrik wasn't the YouTuber with the cleanest record, to be exact. In 2021, he came under a lot of controversy. To better understand this, let me take you back to 2017. In 2017, this man right here, named Seth Francois, was part of the Vlog Squad, and there was a prank where David Dobrik got his older male friend, Jason Nash, like a really old man, to put on a wig and costume and tongue kiss Seth Francois without him knowing and him thinking it's a woman under the mask. Pretty gross stuff, but that all came to light in 2021 when Seth Francois spoke out about it and said that he was SA'd. He went on the H3 podcast and said he was tricked into kissing a 48-year-old man and that he was permanently traumatized, especially since all he got was an "I'm sorry you got SA'd." Trisha Paytas, who's also an ex-Vlog Squad member, also shared her own unfortunate experience on set where Dobrik had hidden and filmed her naked while having sex with her then boyfriend Jason Nash. Apparently, Nash was in on it, but Trisha had no idea, and despite clearly expressing that she didn't want to be in the video posted, Dobrik still posted it and named it, "I snuck into their hotel room for a surprise." Business Insider exposed him for something very similar. They published an article detailing how yet a different woman had been R-worded in 2018 while being intoxicated and unable to give consent. Dobrik only responded to all these allegations after reviews on his camera sharing application Dispo demanded he take accountability for his actions. And how did he respond? Through a short video that he uploaded not on his main channel, not on his second channel, but on his third channel for his podcast, the one with the least amount of subscribers. The video, titled "Let's Talk," has him apologizing for saying that consent is something super important to him and that he didn't agree with some of the videos he made in the past. He then disabled the comments on that video, which just looked fishy. Anyway, the perfume ad triggered a lot of negativity based on Dobrik's past, but some people were genuinely swooned by it. Medium writer Josie Clancy described Dobrik to be giving off, quote, golden retriever energy on the ad.
Looks like a...
While another random internet person reminisced on Dobrik's old vlogs because according to them, the ad was well directed. Now you see, this is an interesting case of an influencer trying to get their foot in a physical product that isn't merch. I mean, one, it has nothing to do with being a vlogger. I mean, if he sold like a vlogging camera, maybe that would have done well. But he sold perfume. What does that have to do with his identity? Which we're going to see more of that down the list. But also having other controversies that affect your product, it's gonna fail. If you are a controversial person, if you've gone through controversies, if you're currently going through one, and you also decide to launch something, chances are people aren't gonna mess with it. Let's head on to the next one. Mr. Beast Burger. Mr. Beast made his way into
Oh,
the
yeah, this is a
ever-growing field of
disaster.
influencer food and beverage products with the launch of his
A
fast
whole
food
bunch of
chain,
ghost
Mr.
cooking
Beast Burger.
kitchens
This was
that
in
just
November of
cook it different.
2020. This launch was at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, which might tempt you to think that it would have been nearly impossible to succeed given a fast food chain would technically require a lot of physical human interaction, which was a big
remember
no-no
this,
at
dude.
the
They had these
time.
kitchens that
However,
would
the
cook like
opposite was
fucking 10
actually
different
true because,
restaurants' food.
as everyone later found out, what he was launching wasn't the everyday fast food chain. He and his team had this sort of groundbreaking idea to develop Mr. Beast Burger as a virtual entity using ghost kitchens. For context, a ghost kitchen is a food service operation that prepares meals only for delivery. It doesn't have the traditional dining space. So basically, Mr. Beast Burger would operate from already existing kitchen spaces with a dual benefit. Mr. Beast would get his burgers prepped and delivered, while kitchen owners would have a new source of revenue without really affecting their operations. And to achieve this, the only way the consumers could order the burgers was through the Mr. Beast Burger app or delivery services like Postmates, DoorDash, Uber Eats, all of that. An arguably solid plan, as even on launch day, Mr. Beast Burger started off with 300 locations across the United States, and fans were more than eager to show support as the whole thing generated $100 million in revenue within just a year of operating. Now, there was one downside, which was maybe not anticipated. The rapid rate of expansion came with its own challenges, majorly in the quality control of the burgers. Numerous people who had tried the burgers came out claiming that the burgers usually arrived uncooked, without the ordered toppings, or sometimes simply failing to arrive at all. There were bad reviews all over the place. Yelp reviewer Rose H said, "This is the worst hamburger place I've ever been to. The picture on the website is deceiving." Caitlin A, another reviewer, said, "What I received was nothing like what I ordered. It was burnt and nasty." And Desi W said, "The fries had a weird smell that I could only identify as maybe having come after a batch of burnt fries." There are a lot of other similar reviews, but I believe you get the point. Now, despite the negative reviews, some people actually got pretty good burgers, which Mr. Beast's ex-manager Reed acknowledged, and to clarify what was going on, explained that they had thousands of virtual kitchens, and depending on where you would order from, your experience would vary, especially depending on what was available in the kitchens. In their defense also, he said that when Mr. Beast Burger eventually opened a physical location, people were actually happy and satisfied with their orders, but then a physical location was just as equally problematic for them, because they were directly in competition with well-established companies like McDonald's and Burger King. Anyway, in response to all the chaos, Mr. Beast sued the company that was managing Mr. Beast Burger,
So just
named
name
the
it
virtual
Beast
dining
Burger,
concept, which I'll
not
refer
Mr.
to
Beast
as
Burger.
VDC for the rest of the video. The lawsuit claimed that VDC was ruining Mr. Beast's brand, as evidenced in reviews from consumers.
banned burger
In addition,
joint.
the lawsuit also claimed that VDC went against their contract by failing to pay royalties and had even registered Mr. Beast Burger trademarks without his consent. In a tweet that was deleted shortly after it went public, Mr. Beast said, "I can't guarantee the quality of the order. When working with other restaurants, it's impossible to control, sadly. I just enjoy Feastables 100 times more." That seemed like him pulling out of the deal, which VDC didn't take lightly. They quickly hit back by slamming him with a $100 million lawsuit for ruining their brand, as they claimed his public statement caused unimaginable damage to their bottom line. Naturally, this got everyone debating on who was right or wrong. Some people thought that both parties were equally to blame, and that Mr. Beast was probably naive and overambitious in getting into the deal with VDC. I just want to make it clear that it seems like the physical location for Mr. Beast Burger, which is in the American Dream Mall in New Jersey, seems to still be open, as there are Yelp reviews as late as July of 2024, and surprisingly, it looks like they're really on their game now. They're getting about 3 to 4 star reviews, but their overall impression has been that of 1 to 2 stars based on their overall score. What do you guys think? Was this something really cool that a YouTuber did and pushed boundaries, and that's why it's a success? Or is this just an overall failure due to it coming with a major lawsuit, raw meat, and low reviews? With that being said, let's head on to the next one. Dreams flash drive. Now, this one's an interesting one because this one didn't really fail in terms of how much money it made. I actually haven't been able to find any statistics on like how much this dream bracelet made. Obviously, that's not going to be public, but Minecraft YouTuber Dream, very big YouTuber, kind of had a fall off, like a major fall off, but at his peak, insane. I'm sure you know who that is. But when we're talking about
all his videos are the same thing.
We're not only talking about how much money they made. We're talking about how
Hunters
got
chase
backlash on the
on
internet.
Speedrunner
And we're talking about many things. Yeah,
Every one of his videos is named the same thing.
Money. Also, the backlash that they got, was it needed? Did fans really need this? And being sued. So there's a lot of things to categorize something as a failure. Anyway, let's keep going on with the Dream bracelet. Like I was saying, there's probably only 2 of you guys that don't know who Dream is, but to sum it up short, he's a 25-year-old who is extremely well known in the Minecraft space. His videos would get anywhere from 50 million to over 100 million views, and we actually have spoken about him on the channel before when we went over some of his grooming allegations. which he has since then responded to. He made a very long video going over the allegations and basically shutting them down. But ever since his big face reveal, his channel has had a major dip. You know, people are like, this fall off needs to be studied. That one actually needs to be studied. I will read a whole article based on like how that man making a face reveal just killed his channel. Obviously, he still gets more views than the average person, but it's from here to here. It was insane. Let's talk about Dream's bracelet. I'm going off topic. On the matter of the product launch in September of 2022, he received massive backlash on social media for selling a bracelet only available to members of his Dream Smile Club on his official merchandise page. The weirder part was, to buy the bracelet, you needed to have a silver level membership, which is the lowest tier of the subscription, and that already cost $16. The bracelet itself went for another $25, which was without shipping costs, and then that later came out to $40.99. Justifiably, people felt like this was an extreme cash grab, and ironically, it's not even the price of the bracelet that caused so much uproar, but it was what it came with, a USB drive. He was shipping a bracelet that apparently would combine the fun of a slap bracelet with the utility of a USB drive. It was 4 GB in size and contained, quote, special Dream content, end quote, which absurdly included Dream's baby pictures, some chapters from his old books, childhood emails, old gaming screenshots, memes, pictures from his camera roll, and more. According to the host of the Make Maker station, Dream did that because he was about to do a face reveal soon after years of anonymity, so it wasn't really a big deal showing a couple of his baby pictures. Unfortunately, his eventual face reveal on the 2nd of October of 2022 didn't go too well, especially with the bullying where people were telling him to put the mask back on because he was, quote, ugly. A few months later, Dream revealed that he would be going back to his mask full time. The rumor was suggesting that all the negativity got to him, but he has actually explained outside of the video that it was just a joke putting the mask back on. Whatever. That bracelet USB attempt has since gone down as perhaps one of the worst product failures by a YouTuber. I actually want to give a big shout out to Fox Akimbo. He made a video just like this one, and I got very inspired by it, so I wanted to make my own. But big shout out to Fox Akimbo, I want to say that right now. But yeah, this was also featured in his video, with the general sentiment being that there were definitely better ways of putting himself out there and connecting with his audience, other than obviously sharing his baby pictures. Other people also had similar opinions, like on Twitter. This user, for example, made a tweet that got more than 40,000 likes, saying that the whole baby pictures thing was weird and only showed how disconnected Dream was from real life, thinking it was normal or okay to sell or buy such a thing. Another user questioned why people would want his baby pictures and the quote shit he read as a kid. Some diehard Dream supporters, however, came out claiming that it wasn't uncommon for celebrities to sell unusual content that their fans fancy, and some weirdly end up selling out. Besides, who knows? Some people out there are willing to pay extravagant amounts just to see their favorite faceless creators' baby pictures. You never know. I'm sure if this was priced at $999, he would have at least gotten 100 sales. Okay, maybe I'm being too generous. Maybe he would have gotten 52. They're gonna get leaked anyway. Then another user tweeted saying, seriously, I don't get why people are upset about this. Dream's item is like a K-pop special membership gift, like a photo album or special clips taken by an idol. Despite the little positivity, Dream was accused of having a parasocial relationship with his fans, in this case meaning a one-sided relationship. Some argue that the only difference between Dream and celebrities who have fans all over them, even some stalking them and invading their privacy, is that he had established clear boundaries that his fans actually respected. While some people like this user, once again, vehemently criticized Dream in a tweet that said, Gen Z sees no problem with parasocial relationships to the point where it's becoming a disturbing problem. There's nothing wrong with looking up and following a creator, but the fact that they fall for the trap that they're friends with a creator is disturbing. Which also reminds me, I am going to be selling my own USB drive with my pictures, my baby pictures, and me before the face reveal. Can you believe that? Yes, before 200 subscribers. So I'm going to be selling this for, I don't know. You guys can't be broke boys about this, promise me that. I think I'm going to be selling this for $100,000, and I'm expecting at least 52 of you to buy this drive with Turv's baby pictures. Yes. No broke boys allowed. No. Let's head on to the next one. Prime Hydration. Now, circling back to Logan Paul and KSI, they released Prime, a hydration drink. This was back in January of 2022, and just a year later, the two YouTubers had reported that it had generated a crazy $250 million in revenue worldwide. To some, this wasn't much of a surprise though, considering the massive fan base Logan Paul and KSI have, with a combined subscriber count of more than 39 million on their main YouTube channels, and all the hype around it was crazy to say the least. I mean, Prime Hydration basically filled the shelves only to get sold out in minutes, with social media being flooded with reviews. To be fair, this was only happening in the UK. They would barely even be sold here in the US. Now, while all that was good and was showing popularity within their young fans, Prime very quickly found itself at the center of some major legal issues. They got multiple lawsuits, with the latest having been filed in August of 2024 by a prominent manufacturing company called Refresco. Refresco is seeking a staggering $68 million in damages, alleging that Prime Hydration's parent company, Congo Brands, breached a contract for the production of the energy drink. Prime is also being accused of failing to meet its obligations under the agreement, leaving Refresco with millions of dollars in losses due to unsold inventory and disrupted production schedules. This lawsuit, maybe as expected, has brought some serious attention to Logan Paul and KSI and Prime itself, and marked the third time in recent months that they've been dragged in court. And that's just one part of the lawsuits. Beyond the Refresco case, Prime has also faced lawsuits related to health and safety concerns. The most notable of these was filed on April 8th of this year by New Yorker Laura Vera, who accused Prime Hydration of deceptive marketing practices with a $5 million demand in damages. The plaintiff, Laura Vera, allegedly purchased several bottles of the blue raspberry flavored drink back in August of 2022. We're talking about the energy drink version, not the regular hydration version. I want to make it clear that there's two, but we're talking about the one with caffeine for now. That one's 18 plus. And she claims that she never would have bought it had she known the true caffeine content. Apparently, based on her attorney's statement, a single bottle of the energy version of the drink contains 215 to 225 milligrams of caffeine instead of the 200 milligrams that was being advertised. Also, critics argue that the drink's high caffeine content has been marketed in ways that make it attractive to young consumers despite its potential health risks. In fact, health experts have claimed that Prime's flashy packaging and endorsements from internet celebrities, even beyond Logan Paul and KSI, are misleading, resulting in children consuming energy drinks that could put them at risk for a caffeine overdose. This was proven to be a real concern in May of 2023 after a primary student from Milton Primary School in Newport, South Wales in the UK had to be critically hospitalized after drinking Prime and unfortunately suffering a cardiac episode. Although the incident didn't happen in the school, Milton Primary issued a warning against the drink quickly after. Another parent also urged other parents to be keen on what they're giving their kids after she bought Prime Hydration for her 10-year-old son.
Coffee in my body already.
In an interview with The Mirror, Dr. Deborah Lee from Dr. Fox Online Pharmacy vehemently rebuked Prime Hydration and said that if a child lacks energy, then they should be taken to see their GP instead of being given a drink. I'm just going to put an asterisk there because The Mirror can sometimes not be a good source of information, but I just want to make that clear. Basically, moral of the story, doctors do not recommend to give your child an energy drink, which is kind of common sense, but I guess common sense isn't that common, and instead take them to a doctor. Anyway, later in August of 2023, a different lawsuit was filed against Prime, alleging that the drink contains PFAS, which are synthetic chemicals used in cleaning products, toiletries, and stain-resistant sprays that are not FDA approved for consumption. And that specific accusation seemed to hit close to home because Logan Paul came out defending Prime in a 3-minute-long TikTok video that has since been deleted. He claimed that the PFAS accusations were false and baseless. His exact words were, "First off, anyone can sue anyone at any time, but does not make the lawsuit true. And in this case, it's not. One person conducted to a random study and has provided zero evidence to substantiate any of their claims." To him, the lawsuit was absolute bull. On top of that, there are even more lawsuits. The U.S. Olympic Committee, for example, sued Prime for blatant trademark infringement. In the lawsuit filed in the District of Colorado, the committee accused Prime Hydration of using trademark phrases to market itself like Olympic, Olympian, Team USA, and Going for Gold. The suit further stated that despite the Olympic Committee's lawyer getting in contact with Prime to ask the company to stop using the trademarks, the drinks were still shipped out to stores. Now, all this didn't go unnoticed in government quarters, as officials like the U.S. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer got involved, even calling for an investigation into the brand due to the alleged
What if he's related to Amy Schumer?
Responding to this, Prime has said that it complies with regulatory requirements in the countries it operates in, and that their top priority as a brand was to ensure consumer safety, and also that they're open to discussions with the FDA or any other organization regarding suggested industry changes necessary to protect consumers. D'Amelio family's Be Happy snacks. Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio, widely recognized for their TikTok fame, launched their own snack brand called Be Happy Snacks in the fall of 2023. The Be Happy Snacks popcorn lineup is gluten-free and comes in a selection of 4 unique flavors, including cotton candy, maple bacon, Parmesan garlic, and
watching YouTuber products that failed horribly.
It seems like they've since updated their catalog, because now the only flavors that I can find active are white cheddar,
cotton candy, and Himalayan pink salt. The brand was under the D'Amelio Foods line, which is part of the family's holding company, and they had secured a new investment from Fifth Growth Fund, which invested $5 million at a then existing valuation of $100 million. This came as a motivation to the creators to leverage their massive social media following of more than 200 million fans. The aim was, of course, to further fuel the expansion into the food industry. Anyway, aside from that, I think a fun fact is that the Be Happy snacks were actually named after Dixie D'Amelio's song Be Happy, which got memed to hell because it's yet another influencer in music. I'm definitely not wearing my own album on my shirt right now.
Like 75
but
or 80.
Still, I just think it's funny naming the snacks after a song. It's like, guys, I have the new Stop Loving Me chips. Like, oh, there's something kind of cringe about it. She also mentioned that the colorful packages were very intentional, since she would sometimes buy snacks with Charlie simply because they were, quote, cute, beyond the fact that they tasted good as well. Mark D'Amelio, not only their dad but also the co-founder and CEO of the D'Amelio brand, said that their main aim was to spark joy and satisfy cravings with fun, unexpected snacks that brought people together. They also emphasized that the brand's content focused on providing better-for-you alternatives that cater to consumers looking for snacks made with clean, nutritious ingredients. Anyway, just like the other food products that we've looked at, there have been mixed reactions to the Be Happy snacks. For instance, while YouTuber Chris Frezza did a review on his channel, sampling the 4 different flavors of the popcorn and admitting they were good, his fans
got
weren't
another
so much in agreement.
chemical
In the video, which he did
hydrotest.
together with his son, the verdict was that to them, the snacks were overall
I
pretty
got the
good.
actual
However, some
chemical
of the reviewers
hydrotest
shared
instead of
conflicting
hydro, so
reviews
it's
in the
like
video's
fucking
comment
less.
section. A user, for
I
example,
could pick
said,
between
just
3 to
tried
50,
nice
so I
spicy
picked
popcorn,
50.
it was awful. Next time, I'll try a different flavor, but never again will I get nice spice. Another had a harsher review. Worst flavored popcorn I've ever tried. The maple bacon tasted neither like maple or any bacon I've tried, and the popcorn itself was short of stale. No crunch. It just touched down and got stuck in my teeth. Stay away. And yet another one seemed to agree, writing, "Can't believe you don't mention the aftertaste. It's bitter, like unsweetened tea." In addition to how the snacks tasted, people were completely thrown off by the snacks' prices. At the time of their release, they were only available at Walmart across the country and were going for $4 per packet, which is slightly above what most would arguably consider the affordable line. One Redditor, for example, was among the unhappy lot, saying that he wasn't surprised at all since it was quite obvious that everything the D'Amelios touched was some sort of mediocre cash grab. A great example was back when Charli D'Amelio launched her perfume set, which cost $83, and people debated whether or not it was actually worth that price. Despite all this, the D'Amelio family were pleasantly pleased with Be Happy snacks and even more grateful for those who decided to venture into the business. This is yet another influencers venturing into something that has nothing to do with their identity. So from what I know about Charli and Dixie D'Amelio, they blew up in about 2019, 2020 when it came to dancing on TikTok. Mainly Charli D'Amelio was the main one that would dance on TikTok. She actually has a dancing background and is pretty good at dancing. She's actually now on Broadway, if I'm not mistaken, and is on a Broadway show named Anne Juliet, and living her dreams doing something that she is talented at. I think that's pretty awesome. And I believe Dixie is just a model. But, like, why release popcorn? Why? Why release popcorn? I saw this old TikTok of this guy just criticizing them and saying that he went to, that he was like in a marketing class in his college and saying like, it would be perfect if she were to sell something like dancing related. I don't know what that would be. Maybe tights, specific apparel that were like, this is for dancers. It just makes sense that just going into popcorn is just so weird. It's like me. It's like, guys, we have the new tub horchata. Make sure to try it. Like, what do I have to do with that? Anyway, yeah, just figured I'd let you guys know that Charli D'Amelio is actually doing something she's talented at and people are recognizing it, and I think that's pretty cool. It's actually really interesting that these were starting off at $4. When I went to go buy them at my local 7-Eleven, the price is now $1. Is that a fail? I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, that is a fail. How do you lose that much? How do you lose that much of your price? Anyway, we'll see that at the end of the video. Now let's head on to our last product of the video. Khaby Lame's juicer. Everyone kind of knows Khaby Lame, but if you don't, the short of it is that he's a Senegalese Italian content creator who went from being unemployed to becoming the most followed TikToker in the world in a period of only 2 years. Quite a remarkable achievement, especially considering that he had never made videos before joining TikTok. What was even more impressive was that his rise to fame began after a challenging moment during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. In March of that same year, Khaby had unfortunately lost his job at the factory he was working at in northern Italy. This saw him having a lot of free time on his hands, and essentially, this is how he started posting his signature short humorous videos on TikTok. Pretty sure you've come across some of his videos. He finds overly complicated quote life hack videos and uses the TikTok Stitch feature to react, showing a much simpler way to do the same task. He does criticize, you know, some food related stuff, but I don't know what his team was thinking when they decided to get him into the kitchen appliances business. What does Khaby Lame have to do with what I'm about to bring up? Let's keep going. So yeah, as you can see in this picture, he was selling a bunch of kitchen appliances, anything from a garlic crusher to a nut chopper to a taco holder set to a tortilla bowl pan set, and even a bowl hugger. Ah yes, Kabi Lame, the guy who's known for kitchen stuff. What? The items were packaged with a picture of him holding in his hands in his signature style, which people agreed was definitely on brand for the creator. Researching this, there's a TikTok user I found who made a video showing these actual items on display at Walmart. In it, pretty excited, she quips, he owned the box with his hands out. In the comment section though, some people had very different opinions. One user, for example, and others alike, said that the prices were crazy and a bit overpriced for everyday kitchen appliances. Another user thought that for someone who created content about, quote, not being extra, it was strange for Lame to create useless appliances. By the way, it might be pronounced Kabi Lame, but I'm saying Kabi Lame. I'm gonna go ahead and keep saying Lame. I don't know if it's Lame. If it's Lame, okay, get mad at me, like you guys always do for mispronouncing stuff. Another even flat out said that, quote, Kabi Lame really is lame. This, however, did not prevent people from purchasing and trying out the appliances. One of them was YouTuber Vlad Sick Bartender, who bought the Kabi juicer and did a review on it. And from the title, it was easy to tell where he stood. He titled it, Why Would You Buy This Overpriced Gadget from Kabi Lame? In the video, he unboxed a juicer which he said he bought for $30. And price aside, he apparently ordered it on the 17th of January in 2022, but it took more than 2 months to arrive at his place in Vegas. He mentioned that the box was branded in a pretty cool way, but it had visible minor damage to it. When he eventually tested the juicer, he said that it was built really poorly, especially because of the squeaky noises it made. Additionally, it had some scratches despite being new and something at the bottom that could have easily cut his hand, an alleged huge risk for users. Although the juicer worked perfectly fine, he compared it to a juicer that he had purchased for about $3, which worked the same exact way. The only difference was that it arrived in less than 2 days and didn't make those annoying squeaky sounds. Because of that, he gave Kabi a solid 2 out of 10 rating for his juicer. For the most part, people agree with him with comments like, his juicer is like a product that he himself would make a video making fun of. I think that's the perfect way to say it. Obviously, this dude has some management behind him that are just trying to, pun intended, squeeze some money out of him. What if we just slap his face that has billions of views onto an everyday product? Whatever. And plus, it wasn't even good. I don't know why I'm getting pissed off at this one. Now, let's head on to me checking out some of these products that I have listed. So here we are with 5 items in front of me. It's funny enough because there's only one that's actually not by Logan Paul and KSI, and that is Be Happy Snacks by the D'Amelio family. We're going to be going from left to right.
Let's see what YouTube recommends me. A bad body. Hot sweats or cold sweats. Spencer's so weird. I don't think we even have Spencer's in Canada, dude. World's strictest pants. Russian Patrick CC. Watch them all, dude. Why the UFC sucks, man. Total collapse of Katy Perry. Oh, I think I watched all his videos. Wait. Oh, maybe we'll have something. Ricardo Milos. Fuck, I remember that shit, dude. I don't watch that, dude. I haven't watched that in fucking time.
So if you've been keeping up with the memes in the past few months,
Ricardo
you've most
Milos.
likely run into this fella right here. This is Brazilian model and adult entertainment industry worker Ricardo Milos. Mr. Ricardo Milos has recently become a meme over on TikTok where people take videos of, you know, these e-girl TikTok users and place Ricardo Milos dancing in his underwear at the end of their TikTok videos as like this bait and switch meme. There have been several popular Ricardo Milos meme edit compilations that have popped up on YouTube as well. He's an interesting case because this isn't even the first time Ricardo Milos has been a meme. He was actually a meme back in 2011 for a completely different reason. And we'll talk about that in a bit, trust me. So it's been pretty funny seeing the rise of the Ricardo Milos memes, but the source material is pretty old and there hasn't been any new appearances of Ricardo Milos in the past few years. And there's actually a pretty prominent death rumor floating around. This rumor being that Ricardo Milos died sometime in the mid-2010s. There were many people who were recently fooled by an imposter playing League of Legends on Twitch that looks similar to him, but this guy isn't the real Ricardo Milos. So today I thought it would be fun to take a look at the origins of the Ricardo Milos meme and why it became popular again, and also, is there any credence to this death rumor surrounding Ricardo Milos? So Ricardo Milos' presence online goes all the way back to 2004 on his website ricardomilos.net. The website's no longer available, but there is an archived version of it that's pretty easy to find on the internet. Now I'm not gonna leave a link to it here, well, because I don't want to leave a link in my description box that goes directly to, you know, not safe for work content. But I will read an excerpt from the website, which I think is a great way to introduce who Ricardo Milos is. Ricardo Milos, hot Brazilian model and entertainer. Hello, welcome to the official Ricardo Milos website. Come feel the heat, see my passion and desire, my intensity. This site was created for you viewing enjoyment and to have a front row seat for an intimate view into my life. I am Brazilian and born in Rio de Janeiro with my identical twin brother. I reside now in the United States. I am a professional fitness and adult model, exotic dancer, entertainer, and competitive natural bodybuilder. So as you see here, we've got a spicy Brazilian man in Ricardo Milos. He is truly a jack of all adult industry trades here. And there's a lot more on this website than this introduction paragraph, but like I said, you can find the archived link on the internet pretty easily, but I can't show it here because my channel would get terminated by YouTube. So with Ricardo properly introduced, let's get to talking about how he became a meme in late 2010, early 2011 for the first time. Ricardo's first run-in with the memes was when his likeness became popular over on the Gachi Muchi community on 2chan. 2chan being this website that's actually a predecessor of 4chan but is primarily Japanese speakers on that site. So what the hell is Gachi Muchi? Gachi Muchi was this bizarre meme format where users would take video clips of homoerotic wrestling videos and splice them together with Japanese imagery and music to create what I can only consider a mix-up between gay WWE and anime in these wild video remixes. The videos would commonly select clips produced by a handful of actors, and forum members would also ascribe bios and plot lines to the actors that they used in the edits. It's honestly one of the most bizarre meme formats that I've ever witnessed. With that said, Ricardo Milos ties into this because a video clip of him dancing with a bandana and an American flag thong on was pretty popular to be used in these Gachi Muchi edits. The popularity of Ricardo Milos in the Gachi Muchi community spawned several animated parodies where anime characters were drawn to replicate his iconic American flag thong dance. It's really hard for me to explain exactly what Gachi Muchi is, so I really just have to show you some clips of this stuff. Alright, enough Gachi Muchi. Let's get into more familiar territory. Let's talk about how he became a meme on TikTok. So the reason why he became a meme more recently on TikTok all stems back to the summer of 2018. It starts on a popular Russian image board similar to 4chan called 2ch. And despite the similarities of 2ch to 2chan, the two sites have no association. So during the rise of TikTok in 2018, people would go on 2ch and post videos of TikTok girls, you know, making little video remixes or whatever people do on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I really haven't figured it out yet. But needless to say, people on 2ch were getting annoyed of people sharing TikTok videos on their B forum. So the 2ch users that were getting annoyed started counter spamming with Ricardo Milos's dancing video. So this resulted in an intense back and forth flame slash spam war between the TikTok posters and the Ricardo Milos posters until ultimately the whole thing just coalesced into people putting Ricardo Milos into TikTok videos, editing them in for comedic purposes, thus creating the Ricardo Milos bait and switch meme that we have now. The popularity of Ricardo Milos over on 2ch would eventually spread over to 4chan, and after that Ricardo Milos pretty much became unstoppable and the meme is still in full swing today. So with the origins of the Ricardo Milos meme explained, let's get into this death rumor that I've been seeing floating around online. And before you say, bro, Wavy, Ricardo Milos is alive. I saw him streaming League of Legends on Twitch the other day. That's 100% inaccurate, and I'm going to explain why. On March 3rd, Brazilian bodybuilder Nilton Felix started streaming on Twitch under the username Ricardo Milos LOL. So the guy's Twitch channel is Ricardo Milos LOL, and if you look at the streamer himself, he looks pretty damn similar to Ricardo Milos. And not only does the guy stream League, he does these dances on stream, and I can't lie, it's convincing. This guy looks like Ricardo Milos. And for a while, the internet really thought that this guy was Ricardo Milos, and people would start flocking to this new Twitch channel with the guy getting 100,000 followers as of today. But eventually people would start pointing out differences in his facial features, and something wasn't adding up about the whole situation. So there were definitely skeptics out there, but they were honestly in the right because Because later on, the guy would come clean saying that he wasn't Ricardo Milos and revealed himself to be a man named Nilton Felix, linking his Instagram in his Twitch bio. So yeah, before you start typing, don't say that Ricardo Milos isn't dead because you just saw him on Twitch the other week. That's not the case. That was an imposter. So where does this death rumor actually come from? During the research for this video, I saw people asking the question, is Ricardo Milos dead? And I'm like, why the hell do people say this? And I can't really find anything super specific. It's just one of those things where someone disappears on the internet for a while and people just jump to conclusions and assume that you're dead. But there is one thing that I found that may be leading people to think that he's dead or got injured somehow, and that is a post on his Facebook page. The last publicly available post on the official Ricardo Milos Facebook page was posted on September 7th of 2017, and this post states, "Everyone be safe in the path of Irma." Irma, of course, referring to Hurricane Irma, which was a Category 5 hurricane that struck several Caribbean islands and southern Florida, resulting in a total of 134 fatalities. And Ricardo Milos is indeed based out of Miami, Florida, and if he didn't evacuate, would have directly been affected by Hurricane Irma. With this being his last post on the Facebook page, I can certainly understand where some people would see this and assume, oh my god, Ricardo Milos got swept away in Hurricane Irma. But this can easily be dispelled because there is a list of all the fatalities from that hurricane on the internet, and Ricardo Milos is nowhere to be seen on that list. He doesn't even show up on a casualties list. So clearly he wasn't killed by Hurricane Irma. But if you look around online, it's hard to find any new updates from Ricardo Milos past 2017. So I guess he's dead, right? Well, I found something that may debunk this rumor on a website called bigmuscle.com. Ricardo Milos has an account on this website, and the site itself acts as a listing providing information for those who may be interested in working with Ricardo Milos. It says the account was created on March 19th of 2004, which is remarkably close to the time when he launched RicardoMilos.net, so this account is definitely legit and owned by Ricardo Milos. It says here it was last updated on August 5th of 2017. But here's the smoking gun. It says that the account was last accessed on December 19th of 2018. So that means that Ricardo Milos has signed into his BigMuscle.com account as recent as December of last year. Sure, somebody else could have his account information and log into it, but with the account being so obscure and so old, I feel like that's a more unlikely situation than Ricardo Milos just logging into the account himself. What's even more interesting is December of 2018 is just around the time when the Ricardo Milos memes started to become popular. So what I think happened here is Ricardo Milos found out about the memes being made about him and logged into his social media accounts, checking messages and emails. So my only conclusion here is that Ricardo Milos, as of December of 2018, was definitely alive, and he is most likely aware of the memes being made about him. So Ricardo Milos, if you're out there, if you're watching this video and you want a platform to just address the people of the internet, hit me up, bro. I'm all ears. But to answer the question posed in the thumbnail of this video, is Ricardo Milos alive?
Yes.
I think more than likely he is, and he's aware of what we're doing here online. So what did you guys think about this video? I know you guys have been incessantly requesting me cover Ricardo Milos in the comment section. I listened and I delivered. So let me know if you want to hear about next. Major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Peace.
Abercomotiens la pala de grande nino.
Not sure that means, dude. When accidentally going live or into your life, yeah. That's funny. I haven't watched that in time, dude.
With the barriers to streaming almost non-existent in today's age, a rather humorous genre of blunder has emerged that I've taken a particular interest in documenting: the accidental live stream. From internationally famous celebrities accidentally streaming themselves laying pipe, to mistakenly broadcasting the birth of your child to Facebook, and of course unintentionally distributing a live stroke session to YouTube. These are the internet's most infamous accidental live streams. The Instagram live cheek clapping incident. On September 11th, 2024, users of Instagram would be left grieving. Not because of anything terrorism related, rather it was due to a freak tragedy of the modern age. A sports media superstar, athlete, and internationally beloved Unk accidentally went live while getting busy in the bedroom. And the aftermath of its leakage threatened to ruin the celebrity's career. But how exactly does one accidentally live stream themselves clapping some cheeks? Well, let's probe deep and get to the bottom of this story.
I eat everything on the pig except the squeal.
Huh.
Oink.
This is Shannon Sharpe, aliases Shay Shay, the Shapeshifter, and of course, Unk. He's an NFL Hall of Famer, considered one of the greatest tight ends to ever play the game, with over 10,000 receiving yards during his career. Retiring in 2003, Unk took the route of sports analyst and media personality. He found immense success in this lane. I guess you could say Shannon is something of a natural behind the camera.
Is that what we doing, Skip? So why, hold on, Skip, always look at me when I'm talking to you.
His booming voice, enthusiasm, and animated persona have helped this Unk become one of the most beloved sports commentators in American history, and he's an invaluable asset to sports networks like ESPN. And with that stated, I must highlight that Shannon is popular with more than just Sports Center boomers. He has found success with younger fans as well through independent ventures like his Club Shay Shay podcast, which has produced many interesting moments. Needless to say, Shannon Sharpe is a massive, almost universally beloved and wholesome figure in the world of sports entertainment. But on 9/11, everything was about to change. With over 3.3 million followers, Instagram is by far Shannon's largest social media platform, mostly used by the man to promote his podcast and post life updates. Shannon rarely goes live, so when viewers got that 9/11 notification that Unk was streaming, thousands of them tapped in. Upon tuning in, live stream attendees unwittingly found themselves in the cuck chair, a front row seat to an apparent cheek-busting session broadcasted by the shapeshifter himself. While thankfully no body parts or people are shown in the recording, some rather intriguing audio is heard. This audio with the man grunting and groaning, and a female can be heard making some interesting vocalizations of their own. If I was to take a wild guess, I would assume that they're assembling some IKEA furniture or something like that. Yeah. People were in complete shock at what they were witnessing here. Fans of the Unk were in disbelief, begging Shannon to cut the stream, while others speculated that he must have been hacked. Some offered critiques of the performance itself. Quote, somebody hacked Unk. He must have been hacked, lol. Nah, hell nah. N-word growling, unquote. After it was all said and done, this freaky-ass live stream was viewed by close to 6.4 million people. The celebrity's boink session lasting about 2 minutes. So, at least he's relatable in that way. Now, it's pretty clear what had happened here. Shannon, in all of his boomer wisdom, had somehow accidentally hit live while performing an intimate bedroom tune-up. Realizing he had just made a potentially career-ruining fumble, the former tight end screened his options and took a route of ignorance initially. Shortly after the Unk's bricked-up broadcast, an Instagram story was published to his account, warning fans, suggesting the entire broadcast itself was some sort of hoax orchestrated by a malicious hacker. People. Beware. My @ShannonSharp84 Instagram was hacked this morning. My team and I are working vigorously to figure this out. Vigorously? That's really the adverb you decided to go with here? Jesus Christ, there's no help with this guy. We're vigorously trying to solve the problem. Now, as you might expect, given this, fans fans were calling pass interference on Shannon's efforts to throw blame at a hacker. It was very obviously him grunting and carrying on in that live stream. With mounting pressure from fans, mainstream, and social media, Shannon seemed to come to the conclusion that if he was to maintain his audience's affection, he'd need to deliver the truth raw and fast, and vigorously, you might even say. Unk's brand is very much about keeping it real, so in a bold move, lubricated only by a desire to maintain integrity, the Unk went balls deep into the controversy on his very own podcast. Later, on the evening of 9/11, Shannon Sharpe went live on his Nightcap podcast, which is a show co-hosted by NFL wide receiver legend and longtime friend of the Unk, Chad Ochocinco. It was an effort to get ahead of the story. Shannon would speak candidly, detailing his shame and embarrassment regarding what had happened, making clear that it wasn't a staged publicity stunt or hack, but was indeed a case of a boomer accidentally going live.
But guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed at an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on, so I don't know how it works.
Shannon explains that during the time that he was unknowingly streaming, he actually started getting calls to his second phone that he had, people trying to like tell him what was going on. And you know, that's how he figured out what was happening.
All of a sudden, my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie Fritz, who's been my longtime marketing guy, he finally got through to me and he says, Shannon, you're on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank.
The explanation of what had happened is initially weaved with threads of regret, humility, and condolences, though Shannon couldn't help but acknowledge the humor of the situation as he peppered in some of his signature Unk charm during this bang session apology.
I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving. Hey, Unk get it in. Real talk. Hey, Joe, see, I know, man, Unk be lying, Unk lying. Unk ain't lying.
Come on, man.
He sparks hard, Ocho. You know, I hit one early this morning.
The virile Unk used the opportunity to also take a jab at detractors who were apparently making claims around this time that he was gay or sexually impotent because of his age. Well, we know that's not true. To conclude this analysis of the Nightcap apology stream, I'd like to play a clip of Shannon expressing a final sentiment of remorse, wherein I think he rather poignantly explains why, despite the humorous absurdity of the matter, this was an unacceptable failure of his responsibilities as a widely beloved and looked up to media personality. Take a look.
You cried?
Yeah, because I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for my circle. I'm embarrassed for the people there. There are people, not everybody, but there are people out there that hold me in high regard and look to me as a beacon, as a role model.
Right.
And I let those people down.
All things considered, the Nightcap podcast episode discussing the accidental live stream was well received by Shannon's fans. It was honest, raw talk, and Unk was able to tackle the difficult subject in a way that was true to his personal brand.
I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving. Hey, Unk get it in. Real talk.
The only real repercussions at the time were internet memes and online jokes, many of which actually indirectly praised the 57-year-old man for still being a bedroom athlete. Looking at this situation with everything now considered, you might be tempted to call it one of the most brilliant PR crisis navigation victories in the history of show business. And if only isolating this particular segment of the controversy, I'd probably agree with you. But the story of Shannon Sharpe and his sexual misadventures isn't quite over yet, as things would take a more disturbing turn the following year. Some serious accusations were coming down the pipeline. Just as the public was beginning to forget his accidental live stream, Shannon Sharpe found himself back in the news again for bedroom-related offenses. And sadly, there's little humorous silver lining to the sheets enveloping this allegation. Allow me to introduce you to, at the time, 21-year-old Gabriella Zungia. This OnlyFans content creator shocked the public after issuing a civil lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe in April of 2025. And for what, you might ask? Well, the woman was seeking over $50 million in damages, claiming that Shannon had assaulted and sexually assaulted her. Additionally, alleging the Unk had engaged in sexual battery and intentionally inflicted emotional distress against her. The complaint alleges that Shannon also recorded their sexual encounters and shared them with friends without the woman's permission. Though it is important to note that the complaint clarifies that Gabriella was not the same woman with Sharpe in the accidental live stream leak. Now, I'm no legal expert or anything, and everything that is alleged, but my thinking here is that the individual may have been afraid to come forward with their allegations initially because of Shannon's rather flawless reputation. And while the live stream leak doesn't necessarily show any form of abuse, it showed the world that Shannon was very much sexually active, and it definitely hinted that there was more to the wholesome Unk personality broadcasted on TV and social media. Perhaps after the accidental stream situation, this person felt their story would be taken more seriously, and that's why they came forward. When these sexual assault and misconduct allegations hit the newswire, Shannon was quick to respond to the controversy just like he did previously. Though there was nothing jovial about this address. Shannon, mustering every ounce of professionalism that he was capable of, communicated to his audience, claiming the allegations were untrue. And he even goes as far as to call the civil suit levied against him a shakedown attempt from a predatory lawyer that targeted rich black celebrities.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine.
In addition to this response, Shannon's lawyers produced a series of text messages between the OnlyFans accuser and the Unk, seemingly showing Gabriella being sexually promiscuous, at one point allegedly asking to have a dog collar on while being choked. In response to this statement, Gabriella's lawyers released leaked conversations between her and Shannon, one of which includes audio of Shannon allegedly threatening to choke the dog collar enthusiast.
Anything I say, you're just gonna like get mad at and you're just gonna hang up on me, so I feel like...
I'm not gonna hang up on you. Here's what it is.
What does that even mean?
Nothing, Gabby. You want to be a dick to me now, so...
I don't want to be... Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm gonna choke the out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Shannon's legal team responded to this recording, claiming the clip was taken out of context and was part of a role-playing dynamic. Whatever the case, the allegations surrounding this matter had proven to be far more consequential than the accidental live stream that predicated all of this. Because of the controversy surrounding him, Shannon took a sabbatical from his broadcasting role at ESPN. While he wasn't fired, it remains uncertain if he will return. Shannon is very much a face of the network when it comes to ESPN's NFL stuff. He gets a lot of exposure for being on their shows. I couldn't imagine he would have taken a leave if it was not for this situation. In addition to the uncertain circumstances with ESPN, it was also revealed that Shannon once offered $10 million to settle the lawsuit filed by Gabriella, indicating the filing may have had more bite to it than many initially suspected. I would have had to have ended this story on a cliffhanger if it wasn't for a massive development during the scripting process of this video. A settlement has occurred, a seemingly big one too. On July 18th, Gabriella's lawyer, Tony Busby, announced the $50 million lawsuit had ended in settlement. with parties reaching a mutually agreed resolution and the matter being dismissed with prejudice. This settlement also clarifies some details about their relationship, if it were, stating that it was admitted by both parties to be, quote, a long-term consensual and tumultuous relationship, unquote. Anyway, shortly after this settlement revelation, Gabriella announced that she was retiring from OnlyFans, saying this on social media. While the amount awarded to her isn't public information, the implication is that she got a fuckload of money from this. While Shannon Sharpe is by no means going to be bankrupted by this lawsuit, it is a huge hit not only financially, but reputationally as well. A lot of people have been criticizing him lately, you know, saying that it's kind of pathetic that he's in his 50s or 60s and doesn't really have a wife or family to take care of him, or at least support him. You know, he's still in the trenches as a grown-ass man, chasing these like ratchet OnlyFans bitches. He'll likely bounce back, but the Unk has certainly taken a little bit of damage here. As a final update to this story, we just got word that ESPN is officially cutting ties with Shannon Sharpe. This really is an example of an accidental live stream ruining someone's life. YouTube streamer accidentally live streams a gooning session. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to failed gaming YouTuber Darkside Phil.
Why am I toxic?
The cliff notes on Phil, for those of you who don't know the guy, he's a washed up Let's Player from a bygone era who doesn't know when to call it quits. He also really sucks at video games, which makes no sense.
Well, I failed because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the aiming. The aiming is actually hard to do because the triggers are very, like, loose. It's like super hard to actually do it properly. Also, the thumbsticks are overly sensitive, so it's hard to aim.
Phil blamed his audience for his declining views, refused to improve his content, only to eventually give up making videos for good, and started streaming shortly after. And well, he's been begging people for money to get by on these streams for close to a decade now. Really doesn't know when to hang it up.
Please support the stream. Let's get some tips rolling in. Let's get our first tip of the night. Let's get our first memberships of the night. Let's get a super chat for the night in here. Let's get it up to 100 likes. Let's get some contributions, but in particular tips. Let's get the tips coming in. I just received a $13 tip. Let's keep going with a $14 tip. Now, who's going to be the $14 tipper to get the Jill hat? Let's find out. I have received the $14 tip.
But begging for money isn't all that Phil does on stream. You see, many years ago, Phil was a lolcow simply for being an unself-aware jackass. But in 2016, an event would transpire that would take the mockery and notorious reputation of this man-child gamer to a different stratosphere altogether. The date is May 1st, 2016. Darkside Phil goes live on YouTube. Now on screen, he starts up a pre-stream lobby with a standby message reading, "This stream will be starting shortly, please stand by." Unbeknownst to Phil at the time was the fact that this wasn't the only thing on screen viewers were seeing. Phil had forgotten to disable his camera, so he could actually be seen in the corner of the screen during his pre-stream lobby. But like, he doesn't know you can see him. But I mean, big fucking deal, right? This happens to streamers all the time. What, maybe we catch the guy picking his nose on camera or something like that? Surely that's the worst it could get, right?
Nope.
The first few minutes of this pre-stream peep show were mostly benign. Just Phil seemingly browsing the web and clicking a few links. Nothing really out of the ordinary. But Phil suddenly lays back in his chair, and that's when this whole situation takes an unbelievably goonish turn. With the PlayStation 4 menu music underscoring the affair, Phil stares intently at his computer screen as his arm starts moving. It's theorized that he could have been stroking something here. With a primal aura manifesting in the gamer's gaze, Phil begins convulsing and gyrating with increasing focus and ferocity. With his entire body shaking,
I think he's writing a book or reading a book.
Throws his head back as if expelling an exorcist demon. In an instant, it's like he just returns to normal. It's at this moment that Phil decides to end his pre-stream lobby and start the show. Little did he know there were about 50 or so people who had just watched him jerk off in front of them. These traumatized viewers would take to the chat and inform him of the colossal fuck-up.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Hello. One thing that I've never been able to reconcile about this incident is not just the fact that he jerked off before doing a live stream show, like that's insane, but he did it during a pre-stream lobby. Like this man actually hit live with his feed being broadcasted to the internet, but it's just not on camera, and he's like, I'm cool with that. I'm still just gonna jerk off over here, and that's no big deal to me. Dude, if I'm jerking off, there's not gonna be a live feed within 1,000 yards in any direction of me, okay? I Phil, you're insane. You're a fucking psychopath. This is crazy. Now, Phil's a professional accountability avoider. And when some in the chat asked him about the bizarre pre-stream convulsions that looked a lot like masturbation, he denied he was doing so and pretended as if nothing happened. Though the video speaks for itself. It was crystal clear what the guy was doing. From my understanding, this was the first time in internet history a streamer had accidentally broadcasted themselves shucking and jiving. So it goes without saying the clip went massively viral online. We were truly in uncharted territory here. The entire internet went crazy over the accidental stroke show, sharing Phil's climax everywhere they could, with almost everyone having a laugh at the man's expense. This controversy would not be something he could sweep under the rug, something even stubborn old Phil would come to terms with.
And all of a sudden my Twitter starts blowing up on my phone, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I look down and I look at the tweets, and people were sending me, hey Rich, DSP Gaming got caught jerking off on live stream. He didn't realize his camera was on before he started live streaming, and he decided to rub one out, and everyone saw. There was like 100 people in the stream, and they all watched him jerk off.
Knowing Phil, you'd assume he'd make a terrible response to the drama and gaslight people about what had happened. But in a rather uncharacteristically self-aware move from Phil, the day after the clip went viral, the guy fired up a live stream and confessed, coming clean all over everything.
Because of a mishap yesterday, I have seen tons of attention thrown my way. It happens. I think that I've handled it pretty well. In the past, I have been known as a person who unfortunately kind of takes things way too seriously. And when shit happens, instead of kind of rolling with it, I get pissed off. And you know what? That's not the way to handle stuff. I'm certainly not going to hold it against anyone for joking about something that happened that was completely hilarious in my opinion. I mean, I'll be honest, at first I was incredibly embarrassed, but after the initial shock of knowing what happened, I cannot stop laughing about it. I don't know about anyone else. A lot of people are like appalled. Oh my God. Come on. Yes, because we all know that, you know, it's such an unnatural thing. It's such a horrible, horrendous action. Everyone, you know, whoever has done it should be burned at the stake. Then again, everyone who's done it probably didn't inadvertently live stream it.
Thankfully for Phil, he wasn't banned for this live streamed jerk session, but he'd never live it down. And the stream has become a source of ridicule for close to a decade now. Despite somewhat owning up to what he did, Phil became a laughingstock to the greater internet because of this clip. And man, the gaffe has had an unbelievably long shelf life as a meme. The video clip showing this chicken choking incident pops up every now and then and goes viral, and you still run into people who have never seen it before and are equally as shocked as the people who watched it unfold live back in 2016.
And Gamebox took $5. Oh, the camera's on.
Who said that? Who said that?
Gamebox said that.
You masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag.
As it became clear that leaning into what had happened didn't stop people from making fun of him, Darkside Phil would adopt a policy of silence regarding this May 1st, 2016 disaster stream. Very rarely does he acknowledge it in public. About a year or so ago, he actually went on a podcast and did address it, and you can tell it's something of a sore spot still.
Here's the truth of the matter. First of all, it took place on YouTube, not on Twitch. All right? There was maybe 20, 30 people there when it happened because I just turned the stream on, right? And it was right, you know, laptop in front of me or whatever, cameras on. So embarrassing. But what's the narrative now? Darkside Phil masturbated in front of thousands of people, including small children, on the internet, live on Twitch, and didn't get banned for it.
Things can happen, dog. You know?
Thankfully, the camera was not panned down. That would have been very, very bad. Thank God it was, you know, the angle that it was at. You know,
all right.
How am I ever going to live that down? If anything, here's what I learned from it. That's going to always, no matter what these idiots say about me, that's always going to be my most embarrassing moment.
You know what? Hold on. I'm going to give you some advice. All right. I want to give you some advice right now. You need to own it, and you need to have a box of tissues behind you.
And a t-shirt.
As a fucking joke, dude. Troll him back.
Oh, Philip Burnell, go on the Lolcow podcast, you coward. Female streamer accidentally gets busy on Twitch. On August 24th, 2022, 21-year-old streamer Kimika would go live on Twitch to a few dozen followers. But this would be no ordinary just chatting stream. On first glance, nothing immediately inappropriate is detected on camera. But the woman does appear to be a bit preoccupied with someone in the room that's off screen. In fact, if you look closely at the reflection in the glass window, you can see what appears to be a man performing a spur-of-the-moment oil change on the screen. The woman's face visually contorting as the mechanic goes to work under the hood. Needless to say, this sort of automotive work isn't allowed to be broadcasted on Twitch. In response to the discovery of this illicit auto body detailing, Twitch would ban both of Kimika's accounts. It was only 7 days. At the time, Twitch was already in a lot of controversy for seemingly giving preferential treatment to female streamers. You know, you'd have cases where chicks would accidentally show their tits on stream or flash their coochie and they wouldn't get banned. So to see somebody getting full-on dipsticked and only getting a 7-day temp ban, this was kind of outrageous. Independent gaming journalist Jake Lucky would be the first to report on the incident, posting the clip to Twitter on August 25th, 2022. In a later tweet, Jake would also reveal that he had gotten in touch with the streamer, and she apparently told him going live and getting railed was some kind of accident. She did it, she didn't mean to, guys. Are we sure about that? Jake said, quote, "She told me it was a drunken accident and ended the stream quickly. I think something this stupid warrants a permaban." Lucky elaborated further on the ban itself, quote, "The streamer who had sex on stream verbally stated she only got a 7-day ban from Twitch. She did not show the email or screenshots of the ban. Highly doubt Twitch will keep it at 7 days now." After Jake's tweet went viral, many were outraged. Gideon, a well-known YouTuber who had been banned from Twitch indefinitely for simply raiding Pokemon's chat, expressed his annoyance, writing in a now deleted tweet, quote, "A girl gets fucked on stream, 7-day ban while I'm still here perma-banned. Twitch is racist," unquote. An annoying knock-on effect to this controversy was that given the nature of it, Kimika's social media accounts began exploding as an influx of gooners flocked to her pages, eagerly awaiting more scraps of NSFW content. Despite the cries for justice, Kimika would never receive a permanent ban from Twitch, and she was allowed back on the platform after her 7-day expired. The entire situation turning into a twisted win for the woman. The controversy resulted in her Twitch channel growing from 230 followers to around 5,600. She also picked up around 20,000 Instagram followers and 120,000 followers on TikTok. As of today, Kimika is still streaming on Twitch and posts to her TikTok and Instagram regularly. Her numbers have somewhat plateaued since the big drama, but needless to say, it made her career. And as you might expect, she has a pretty popular OnlyFans account too. I'm sure Shannon Sharp has probably seen all of the photos. Jordan Peterson not realizing he's live for several minutes.
5 minutes later.
You're gonna have holes in your mouth, you know. You are.
Uh-oh. I'm live streaming.
The Zoom bombing incident. During the COVID lockdown, people flocked to Zoom in droves to communicate. Calls with friends, work meetings, study sessions, doctor visits, court proceedings, you name it. While certainly a pragmatic solution at the time, the adoption didn't come without its quirks, especially early on. And there were troublemakers out there eager to exploit the communication method for their own entertainment. Which brings us to the Zoom raiders, or the process of Zoom bombing. Zoom bombing became a popular tactic for some of the internet's more mischievous. Essentially, you had trolls joining non-password protected Zoom calls, typically hosted by official organizations, and derailing the meetings by playing offensive audio or video content to the people in them. Government meetings were prime targets for this sort of trolling for obvious reasons. One of the most infamous Zoom bombs ever dropped was on a South African parliament meeting being held in Johannesburg. On March 7th, 2020, the Parliament of South Africa held an online Zoom meeting and publicly posted the details to access the Zoom on their Twitter account. Big mistake. Details posted on Twitter included the actual password to access the video conference. And you might imagine where this is going. Before the meeting, one of the speakers actually cautioned the parliament from advertising the meeting in this way, warning the organizers of the ongoing threat of Zoom bombers who were running amok online at the time. Sadly, the warning fell on deaf ears. Shortly after the commencement of the Parliament Zoom meeting, a Zoom bomber joined the call and almost immediately began playing obscene pornographic videos along with racial slurs over the speaker. After the offensive video starts playing, the speaker, who initially warned the parliament, is quoted saying, "This is exactly what I said about Zoom." Realizing they had been invaded by nefarious trolls, the meeting abruptly ended and a new one was set up without the password being shared publicly. They managed to get through that one without any kinks. Funeral attendee takes a shower on live stream. Zoom has become a rather useful tool. Let's say you can't make it to an event or scheduled meeting, you can attend virtually. I mean, nowadays you have people attending weddings they can't make it to over these video calls.
Sun's taking it
They
easy.
also attend funerals too. It can be very convenient. It certainly seemed that way for one woman who was a friend of the recently deceased, a father of 3 who had died after a long and brutal battle with cancer. She was running late and not wanting to miss any of the proceedings. She actually joined the Zoom call that was taking place at the funeral itself so she could watch it while she got ready. She was going to attend in person, she just didn't want to miss anything. The only problem was she had left her camera on during the getting ready process, so on the massive projector inside the funeral service, everyone got a front row seat through her preparational grooming, including her showering and her shaving her coochie. Eventually, one of the woman's friends sends her a message informing her of what had happened. And believe it or not, she actually still went to the funeral in person after all of this, arriving in tears, ashamed of what she had done. Quote, "Some bird logged on and didn't realize her camera was on and was in the shower shaving her pubes," an attendee said. "If an entire funeral saw me shaving my pubes and showering in the nude, I don't know if I'm going to show up no matter how much I love that person who died, okay?" Man accidentally live streams his wife giving birth to hundreds of people.
What do you
With everyone
guys
having
do
a
over there?
camera in their
LOL,
pocket
any
these
strip
days,
clubs?
the recording
Yeah.
of a child
I don't got
birth
money
by
for that.
family members
Please like the video, dogs.
occurs more than you might
just throw
imagine.
snowballs at each
And
other and
hey,
build
if you went
snowmen,
Stanley
basically.
Kubrick on your wife's hoo-ha in the delivery room, hey, I'm not judging personally, but For me, I'd like to be in the
Snowballs
moment.
at each other.
You know, a moral encouragement. Push, baby, push. I don't want to have to be worrying about the framing of the cucaracha on camera, if you feel me. But hey, if you insist on filming it, just be careful out there, because you
Not
might
live
end
stream
up
it.
like the guy who accidentally shared his wife's birthing process with everyone that he had ever met. On May 16th, Kali Konongada, a 26-year-old man from Carmichael, California, was about to experience one of the greatest moments life has to offer. His wife, Sarah Dome, she was giving birth to their first child,
Sarah Doman.
and he planned on filming it. Kali is of Polynesian descent. Specifically, his family is from the island of Tonga. It's within traditional norm of these people to have your entire family witness a woman giving birth. Now, unable to airlift his extended family into this delivery room, Kali opted to simply film the delivery and show his family the video later. Ah, yeah, I can't wait to pop a squat on the couch with Onk and show him my wife spread open giving birth in 4K. Now, the man here was something of a boomer when it came to technology, and as you might expect, was primarily a Facebook user. In fact, Kali often used Facebook's in-app camera to record videos instead of his phone's default app. What could possibly go wrong there? As his wife begins pushing and the birth of the child is imminent, Kali hits record, but something was off. Sometime after hitting record, the man, who was focused on the birth itself, takes a glance to his phone screen to make sure it's still capturing footage. And to his shock, he discovered a live viewer count in the top corner, which was rapidly increasing, rising moment to moment. Kali had accidentally broadcasted to Facebook Live. Quote, I didn't notice it was on the public feed until someone said, push, push, in the comments. It was my little cousin, Kali said. The childbirth stream spread virally, and thousands of people were in the chat room tuned in. Panicked, Kali initially considered shutting down the stream. But viewers were
for like
cheering
8
his
months of
wife
the year.
on, and the man reckoned, hell, I've
You
already
get it,
been
Summer.
live streaming it this long, why not see it through to the end? Quote, there's a lot of negative stuff on Facebook, and so I thought this would be positive.
Summer was like the hottest one for a long time. It went up to like 45 degrees.
Doing his best
Celsius.
to avoid any nudity,
you have a
Kali
crush on
supported
a
his
girl,
wife
how
through
do
the
you
birthing
check out her
process,
body if
with
they
the
always
chat
wear
room
jackets
filled with
and
friends
layered
and
in
strangers
clothes?
Yeah,
cheering
exactly,
them
you
on.
don't.
Sarah had no idea she had an audience, later stating, quote, I thought he was just filming regular and he put it on live, and I didn't know until the end.
Yeah,
So
that's what I wonder
was
about, like,
surprised.
places like Alaska.
Thankfully for everyone, the
They're, like,
delivery
always
resulted
cold.
in a healthy baby boy. The accidental stream showing this entire process was reportedly viewed over 200,000 times. While certainly a truly bizarre situation, all things considered, with the nudity being kept to a minimum and the outcome being wholesome, I'm okay with it, I guess. Some online weren't, though. There was a bit of pushback, with some suggesting the whole thing was unfair to the wife, like it was some sort of invasion of
You
her
don't is
privacy.
crazy,
Obviously,
LOL.
some also were just appalled
Yeah,
that
you
something so
don't.
visceral was live
You
streamed
just
to
guess or
Facebook.
you hope that
Though it's
she's
important to
has
note
a nice
that Kali
body.
really didn't show much here. The stream has nothing inappropriate except for one moment when the man was distracted by the
don't.
baby coming out, and he accidentally
It's like a flip of a
shows a
coin.
glimpse of his wife's breast for a second. Kali responded
You
to
never
his
know
newfound
until-
detractors, quote, I
So
know
it's
some
too
people
late.
are mad that it's not private, but I'm from the island of Tonga. And many years ago, we would have water births in public. I wasn't worried about hiding anything because our culture has done this for thousands of years.
Bro, I'ma
I don't
tell
think
you
it's
now.
fair to cast judgment upon
Please
people.
like the video,
I mean,
dogs.
birth is a wonderful thing, Kali said. Sarah also expressed her own unperturbed reaction. Quote, I know there's some people that say, oh, that's too much, but I think it's really not that bad. Everyone can have their opinion, but to me, it's beautiful. It's a blessing. It shows mothers it's not hard to have a baby. It's not
yeah,
so
true.
much pain. I mean, there is pain, but you can do it and don't be ashamed. I'm not ashamed, the woman said. When asked if she had watched the 45-minute video of her birthing, she claimed that she had not yet. I've been with the baby, but I went to the end to make sure he didn't show too much, and I thought, oh, this isn't too bad. Kali would later tell People magazine in an interview that he hoped one day his son will see the video of him being born and appreciate the story behind his life. Quote, that is what us islanders do. We carry stories from elder to elder, so my story will be passed on to him. My pain will become a blessing to him. When a potential invasion of privacy actually turns into a pretty wholesome moment, that was the story of the man who accidentally live streamed his wife giving birth. And well, you made it to the end of the video. Let me know what you guys thought about it down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major... Discord is known to harbor some unsavory characters, from extremist edgelords to power-tripping moderators to gooners and everything else in between.
Someone called the Tops, reporting the threat made on Discord.
The gamers, the moderator, said, "Whoa, this is dangerous."
These idiots have done it all, and today I'll be introducing you to some of Discord's dumbest degenerates. To start off today's video, I'd like to disclose to you all my genetic makeup, thanks to today's sponsor, MyHeritage DNA. All right, guys, let's...
Do you know who Greg Doucette is?
Greg Doucette? No.
Wizard takes two...
I know somebody Doucette. I forget who, though.
At checkout. So get you a kit and figure
like
out where
a
you're
Chris
from
Doucette
like
or something.
I have. Discord user threatens to blow up twin towers of beer. One morning in April of 2022, 26-year-old James Ricky Mead II must have woken up with the worst hangover of his life, because on this day he would declare war against beer itself. James posted in a Discord chat stating that he had plans to, quote, fly a plane into the towers of the Anheuser-Busch plant, adding, "I hope they got a terrorism
Greg
insurance."
Doucette is a famous
the
weightlifter
Budweiser
in
plant
Canada.
in question
I watch
was
him
one
on
local
YouTube,
to
LOL.
him, that being the Anheuser-Busch factory
Nice,
located
dude.
just 11 or
I used
so
to only
miles
watch
north
Rich
of
Piana.
Columbus, Ohio.
Chris Segovian
This production center
626
was
just reached
iconic
level
within the
1.
local
Yeah, I
community,
only really watched,
notable for its
Rich
large
Piana.
twin towers. It appears James Ricky Mead had plans to recreate his own alcoholic version of 9/11. It was a jihad against barley malt and hops. While it's unclear what prompted Mr. Mead's threat against the Anheuser-Busch towers, the comment was apparently issued in a public Discord community chat for anyone and everyone to see. According to court records, an anonymous woman saw these messages in the Discord and decided to report the threat to authorities. After police picked up on the pissed-off Pilsner plotter, James Ricky Mead II was quickly arrested at his home by members of ATF and was charged with making a terroristic threat, a third-degree felony.
26-year-old James Mead II is accused of making the threat in a group chat on the social media app Discord in December, writing in part, "I hope they got a terrorism insurance plan the day before."
Things only got worse for Osama bin Laden here, as when investigators discovered the man's occupation, they were furious. Turns out James was actually an Ohio National Guardsman. He worked in the state military and was allegedly plotting to destroy one of Ohio's most beloved state monuments. What a betrayal! At the time, Mr. Mead's rank was listed as specialist, and his military occupational specialty was air defense battle management system operator. So with this context, you could probably see why prosecutors were throwing the book at this guy. It's within reason to think this dude could get access to a plane and could have the know-how to perpetrate his Anheuser-Busch kamikaze threat. Investigators continued their background check and reportedly found other comments from James which promoted violence against law enforcement, minority groups, and women. Maybe James was mad and wanted to blow up the beer factory because he was drunk when he posted this incriminating shit. You know, he's like, "This is all your fault." It also seems James wasn't alone in his online
news
antics.
is crazier than
Bizarrely
anime
enough,
lore.
James Ricky Mead wasn't even the first person in his National Guard unit to get arrested for making threats on Discord. Just a week prior to his arrest, another member of his unit, 24-year-old Thomas Devlin, was arrested for allegedly making threats saying that he was going to shoot up a local Jewish school, a school that he was actually working at as a security guard. On Discord, under the alias Patrick Bateman, Thomas would say the following: "I'm at a Jewish school and about to make it everyone's problem." And he said, "The playground is about to turn into a self-defense situation." Actual threat, Sam Hyde reference, who's really to say? But when you're in the military and a security guard at a fucking school with children, police don't care one way or the other, you're getting cooked.
Earlier this year, Devlin was indicted after being accused of making
Through
anti-Semitic
Patrick
and violent
Bateman.
statements
Yeah, from
online.
the
The
fucking
U.S. Attorney's
movie.
Office says the post happened while he worked private security for the Columbus Torah Academy, a private Jewish school.
According to some sites, Thomas, like James Meade, also made threats regarding the Budweiser manufacturing facility in Columbus. Looks like both of these guys had beef with Budweiser. Yeah, it seems James and Thomas might have actually been friends. Aside from being in the same guardsman unit, they also worked for the same security firm. Their camaraderie would extend to the courtroom as well.
Yeah, more
Both
Bud Light
men would
guys.
eventually face sentencing for their alleged threats issued on Discord. James Ricky Meade would plead guilty to making those remarks about wanting to bomb Anheuser-Busch's Twin Towers, and the judge would give him probation with a suspended sentence of 3 years in prison that could be imposed if he violated his probation. So basically, he narrowly avoided jail
Okay,
time,
I'm
and the
gonna
court
take
is
off
keeping
now,
a
bro.
close eye on
Yeah,
his
thanks for
activities.
stopping by, dude.
Thomas Devlin, on the
Yeah,
other
pass
hand,
out
wasn't so
soon.
fortunate. This guy got hit with some serious time, being sentenced to serve
Why
6
didn't you
years
go
in
ahead with
prison.
that?
This is because it was found that Thomas, on top of Discord threats,
some grams
was
kids
also
later.
manufacturing illegal ghost guns, which are
Holy.
essentially untraceable homemade firearms that people can make with 3D printers or
That's
by
bad.
other methods. With the conspirators thwarted, Anheuser-Busch managed to avoid what George Bush couldn't, and their Twin Towers remain standing to this day.
Jesus.
But while the beer factory may have escaped harm, that doesn't mean the store that sells the beer is safe. Discord mod threatens to attack a grocery store.
This morning, a Central New York man is charged after police say he threatened to carry out a mass shooting at a top store in the town of Manlius outside of Syracuse.
Meet Zachary Mullen, a 20-year-old New Yorker and rather caricaturesque-looking Discord user. Zachary would find out the hard way that threatening your local community in online chat rooms comes with serious consequences.
Yeah.
You see, Zach landed on the radar of law enforcement after posting some extremely concerning messages to a Discord, which appeared to show him detailing a master plan to attack his local Tops grocery store. Location: Tops, Manlius. Date: next week. Expected kills: 1 to 2. Tops in Manlius. Planned date: Monday or Friday. Time: around 1 or 2 p.m. I can use my dad's shotgun one last time. That's a good way of grieving, right? Debating on whether to do a mass murder or becoming a legitimate racist and buying a KKK outfit. One of them would be good. Well, that's one hell of a choice you got to make there, bud. Now, you would think a guy of Zachary's stature would have something of a soft spot for grocery stores, but clearly that wasn't the case. He was apparently out for blood, and no free sample or BOGO deal was gonna stop him. In the wake of previous tragic mass shooting events that have taken place at markets like this, when these comments were reported, police weren't willing to take any chances with this guy, and they would pay him a visit.
A social media post that threatened to commit a mass shooting at the Top supermarket in Manlius and suggested racist overtones sent local lawmakers and police into action after someone called the Tops, reporting the threat made on Discord.
Zach was arrested a few days after issuing his comments, and his residence would be investigated for any contraband that could be used to carry out his threats. After obtaining a search warrant, police discovered a shotgun and an additional firearm in the house, though it was later determined that these weapons had been in the family for some time and actually belonged to Zach's father. His dad had recently passed away just days prior, which gave added context to his earlier comments in the Discord chat. You start to get the idea that all of these threats and edgy comments may have been some twisted way of Zach grieving his father's death. You know, perhaps him just blowing off steam in these Discord chats. Zach's attorney would argue this sentiment on behalf of his client, making the case that Zach's father's passing put him in a dark place and that these threats were empty, nothing more than an emotional outburst in response to the loss of his father. That said, it doesn't excuse Zachary's comments. We have no way of knowing if he was serious, though I'd like to think it was just him lashing out here rather than being a genuine plan. The judge seemed to have the same concern, but given the circumstances, some leniency was shown. In the end, Zach was sentenced to serve 1 year of probation. It's understandable to be upset over the passing of a loved one, but any reasonable person should know that threatening innocent grocery store workers and customers with gun violence in a Discord chat isn't the way to go about it. Now that we've discussed two grown-ass adults, let's move to a teenage Discord degenerate, whose story just might be one of the funniest out of today's. Dalton Barnhart threatens to kill 7 people in Minecraft, literally. The youngest offender in this mega comp of Discord dumbasses is 15-year-old Dalton Barnhart, a Discord user and Minecraft player who issued a direct threat of violence to his school and got pulled up on by the police not long after. The whole interaction getting caught in 4K on police body cam. I do want to note that the name Dalton Barnhart was actually a pseudonym, and the name of the kid isn't public information.
I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people. And Falcon Warrior 920? Who's that? Okay.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. How did he get to this point? One day, while playing in a public Minecraft server, Dalton, who went by the alias Falcon Warrior on both Discord and Minecraft, typed the following to the in-game chat. I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people at a minimum. Now, if you look at logs available from where this chat was sourced from, it does appear that Dalton's comment was made with the sole intent of rage baiting in-game. As you can see, some other players call him out after seeing what he did, issuing comments like, bro, don't say that stuff, calling him an edgelord, etc., etc. And Dalton replies with something along the lines of, LOL, why do you care so much? Dalton reportedly went on to issue other threatening messages on Discord, which got the attention of several others in his Minecraft community chat. Edgy jokes or not, Dalton's comments and associated Discord were reported to authorities. This resulted in police showing up to the 15-year-old's house and confronting him with the messages that he had made in Minecraft, the entire interaction involving his pissed off mother. It's some pretty legendary footage.
I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people. And Falcon Warrior 920? Who's that? Okay. Go ahead and turn around. Put your hands on your back. He's under arrest currently for making a threat to cause a mass shooting / active terror. It's a
cause a mass shooting?
Yes. He made a statement, a threat, a written threat to plan or to carry out a mass shooting.
But he's just a little kid playing a video game.
And all these kids keep getting arrested. And that's why the FBI and the local law enforcement is spending so much time. Because how do we know he's not going to be the kid from Parkland? He's not going to be the next kid, the kid that shot up Sandy Hook. We don't know that.
These games, these kids say stuff like that all the time. It is a joke to them. It's a game. And it's so wrong, but it's just a comment. So how is there an arrest?
There's a Florida state statute that says you cannot make a written threat to cause a mass shooting, or kill or harm anybody else. So he'll be going to DJJ.
Verbal threat.
Doesn't matter. The charge is a felony.
Doesn't matter,
He's a
dude.
little boy. He didn't do anything wrong. Yes, he's 15, but he's still a little boy, and he's not one of the crazy people out there doing stuff.
Okay, well, he did what he did.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be treated as though he is a terrorist or something because he made a silly statement on a stupid video game.
You own a gun?
I have a gun, yes.
Okay, so he has hands and feet. He can grab your gun and go do something.
He would never do anything like that anyway.
We don't know. We don't know.
No, but I know.
He made the charge. He's going to face the consequences.
Yep, 15-year-old Dalton Barnhart was arrested and taken into custody for his threat issued literally in Minecraft. As far as I know, I don't think Dalton actually faced any serious legal consequences because of, well, you know, his age. I'm fairly certain he was shown some lenience here. Maybe a slap on the wrist, if you will. But one thing's for sure, police are no longer standing idly by when online threats are being issued. There have been so many school shootings in past years, it would honestly be negligent for them to do so. They will find you and they will investigate you, joke or not, you're gonna get a visit.
I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people. He made the charge. He's going to face the consequences.
A common trope we've seen thus far is individuals essentially self-reporting themselves into an FBI investigation. And this next example involves a woman who did exactly that, confessing to easily one of the most bizarre crimes in today's video. Discord e-girl confesses to stealing Nancy Pelosi's hard drives. Meet Riley Williams, a January 6th rioter who allegedly managed to get her hands on a highly coveted piece of technology while inside the Capitol building, Nancy Pelosi's laptop hard drives. Just think of all the insider trading knowledge stored on that thing. You could become a millionaire with the information in those drives.
Riley June Williams was arraigned on Wednesday. The FBI said the 22-year-old had plans to sell the laptop to Russia's intelligence agency.
Riley allegedly snatched the hard drives from Nancy's office during the January 6th chaos and escaped without getting detained by police. After making it home, Riley would allegedly take to Discord to announce the spoils of her trip to the Capitol. Quote, "I stole shit from Nancy Pelosi. I don't care. I took Nancy Pelosi's hard drives. I don't care. Kill me." Unquote. I know some of you are looking at this girl and are like, I can fix her, but trust me, you can't. You want to stay far away. Apparently, Riley was a bit of an attention goblin online. When she wasn't posting about having Nancy Pelosi's hard drive, she was performing full-on cam shows in her underwear for like 6 dudes in Discord video calls. Riley was eventually arrested.
Well, we have an update on a mid-state woman who took part in a January 6th riot. Riley Williams was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Williams was convicted of interfering with law enforcement and resisting or impeding law enforcement officers. She was not convicted of stealing Nancy Pelosi's laptop, which has yet to be found.
In 2023, Riley was sentenced to serve 3 years in prison for her involvement in the Capitol riots. However, I actually believe Riley may now be out of prison, as Trump pardoned most people sentenced for January 6 related crimes, so I don't see why that pardon wouldn't apply to her. So if any of you guys are in the market for a Discord kitten, she's out of the kennel. Now's your chance, bro. Go ahead. I'm sure it'll end well for you.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Yes. Full pardon.
Next, we move on to an individual who may just be the biggest edgelord in today's video, and that's saying a lot. A teenage Discord user who LARPed as a video game villain fantasizing about violence for fun. And he looks like this, by the way. This is Nathaniel Burkett. At the time of this story taking place, Nate was a 17-year-old high school student who essentially spent every waking hour of his life not at school, playing video games and shitposting in Discord servers. The kid is your classic attention-seeking server menace, and throughout his decorated career of Discord degeneracy, he's issued many threats, essentially LARPing as a psycho serial killer. Let's peruse through this 17-year-old's post history, shall we? Under the usernames Worthless Scum and Demon Slayer 7777, Nate would issue some of these classics. "I'm going to kill so many people. So many bad guys will die. I'm going to stab so many people and make them hurt. I get pretty happy when I imagine myself being a villain and going on a mass murdering spree, like in a movie, as fucked up as it sounds. Ha 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 ha. I want so many people to die by my hand and then play with their guts while they are still alive. Nobody understands me, but they will understand how dead they will be in a minute." Then sometimes Nathaniel would show a more reflective and melancholic side, issuing classics to the chat such as this. "At this point, I've given up and there's nothing left for me but anger and depression and suicide. I feel like if I ever took over the world, every person that treated me like shit, I would take them and make them suffer and make them have a slow death, and I would enjoy every single minute of it." Okay, that wasn't actually very melancholic at all. It was equally as insane and disturbing as the prior messages. Now, keep in mind, all of this psycho serial killer, I'ma play with your guts murder talk is coming from a guy that looks like this. Bro is literally built like an after-school chess club captain. While we're on the topic of appearance, I'd like to bring up the fact that Nate often posted his insane Discord ramblings using the avatar of Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2. Jack is the lead villain from that game. The character is sadistically evil and takes pleasure in murdering thousands throughout the course of it. You can see why Nate would use the avatar. He wanted to be like Jack, handsome and murderous. 2 qualities that he didn't possess, though in fairness the jury was still out on the latter one. Nathaniel actually speaks on his affinity for Handsome Jack at some point in chats. "I've tried looking on the positive side before, but every time I did, I got so confident, so happy, I felt so good, and I do feel great just to have it ripped away by somebody who is either a dick to me, broke up with me, makes fun of me, etc. And at this point, I've given up, and there's nothing left for me but anger, depression, and suicide. I hate to sound dark, but sometimes with this whole Hyperion thing, I feel if I ever took over the world, every person that treated me like shit, I would take them and make them suffer and make them have a slow death. And I would enjoy every single minute of it. That's why I hide myself behind Handsome Jack, because at this point, that's all I really feel like. A handsome Jack, being betrayed by everyone and being wronged by everyone over and over again till it drives me insane. And right now, I got nothing that makes me happier right now but death, or to make those assholes suffer. That's all I got right now. Eventually, the brooding and shocking online talk from this quirked up kid would get him in trouble. Some of Nate's messages, specifically the ones claiming he would enact violence, would be reported by members in the Discord server he was in, and authorities found them worrying enough to open up an investigation into discovering who Nate was and where he lived. They eventually found success in this venture thanks to Steam, of all places, who, after receiving a subpoena, Valve handed over Nate's IP to them and thus his location. After receiving this information, police would pay Nate a visit and he would be arrested shortly after.
After hours and hours and hours of work, they said, we need a subpoena. It was 4 days. 4 days until they responded to us. Despite us sending the subpoena and saying, we've got someone who's talking about mass murder, it took them 4 days. So here's what I'd like to ask Steam and Valve. If he'd have been threatening to come into your business and shoot up everybody, would it have taken you 4 days to have provided that data to your local law enforcement agency so we could identify him? That's part of the problem we have.
The officer would reveal that before these threats were reported, Nate's church had actually kicked him out and banned him from ever coming back, presumably over something he had either said at church or something that he said online. Not Nathaniel, he's a good little Christian boy.
Along the way, we also determined that a church in Illinois had said, hey, don't come back to our church because of his outrageous comments.
The best part about this briefing is when the officer makes a statement to thank the gamers.
But I want to start by thanking the gamers, the moderator, who said, whoa, this is dangerous.
Nate certainly was pretty gnarly in his threats, but our next Discord degenerate definitely takes the cake when it comes to specifics. I need to get more serious here. Discord homophobe says he's going to kill exactly 100 gay people. On December 13th of 2022, a man logs into a Discord account featuring an anime profile picture with the name Bloodstained Sand and shares this. It's a photo of a modified AR-15 style rifle. Along with it, an extremely concerning caption. 600 West College Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida, 32306. At December 17th, 2022, 100 will die. See you there. It's a specific threat to say the least. And with an apparent attack against FSU's gay community just 4 days out, users who found the post reported it to Discord and the police, hoping to thwart whoever was behind it. Fortunately for the college, though, the individual who issued this threat had an IQ lower than the amount of gay people he was threatening to kill. Bloodstained Sand, in all of his vast wisdom, had registered his Discord account under an email that featured, you guessed it, his full name. That being Sean Michael Albert. The FBI later got a hold of his IP and correctly identified Albert as a 19-year-old college student attending Full Sail University in Winter Park, Florida. Before attempting to make an arrest, investigators dug up everything they could in regard to Sean's history as Bloodstained Sand on Discord. In this venture, they found a slew of sus comments, racist, and homophobic remarks such as these. Kill all joggers, which, if you know, you know. A genocide on needs to happen, not even a question. And when someone asked what his plans were one weekend, he replied, tear gas a synagogue. I mean, I was thinking we could watch the game, but all right, you do you, bro. In the wake of his threat against the university, the FBI learned that this ornery fellow would be traveling to the Orlando International Airport, and it's there that they would pay him a visit. At the airport, the feds detained and interrogated Sean. It's reported they initially offered him 3 guesses as to why they were speaking with him, which would lead to him admitting to publishing, quote, an online post that may be perceived as a mass shooting threat, unquote. Yeah, you see, Albert claimed that the very specific threat with date, time, address, method of violence, it was all just a joke meant to be ironic and satirical. As a matter of fact, he didn't think it was illegal. Come on, guys, you don't think this is funny? You're telling me that if I specifically say I'm gonna kill 100 gay people at 6 o'clock on a Friday, I can't do that? Literally 1984. Now, in fairness to Mr. Albert, officials later determined the gun image and the gun shown in it wasn't actually his. It was a photo that he had taken off of a Reddit post. But that doesn't really change much in the grand scheme of things here. Who cares if it wasn't his photo? When you're dealing with a twisted freak like this who's making threats like this, nah, dog, you're getting charged. The mentally deranged Sean Michael Albert, aka Bloodstained Sand, would be arrested by the FBI and charged with issuing terroristic threats. He waived his preliminary hearing and would be detained for months before eventually pleading guilty to making threats in interstate commerce. While jailed for a time, according to reports, it appears Sean Michael Albert is out on supervised release, but he will remain on the radar of the courts at least until the end of 2025. While it's possible Sean was only posting his bombastic messages to Discord for attention, our next subject may have had more serious plans. High schooler threatens to kill students who paid for her medical bills. This story is one involving a high schooler who vowed to hurt the very students who once fundraised money to save her life. In 2022, Trinity Shockley, a Mooresville, Indiana high school student, was tragically hit by a drunk driver.
We have an update on the case of a Mooresville high school student hit by a suspected drunk driver while walking to her bus stop on Tuesday morning. 15-year-old Trinity Shockley is still in the hospital, according to her family. She's suffering from multiple broken bones, her femur, her arm, and a fractured vertebrae and skull. She's also bleeding in the brain in 2 places and may need surgery for her ACL. Shockley's aunt describes her as spunky and outgoing with a good sense of humor. She also tells us she's close to her father, Tim, who is a veteran.
The teenager suffered multiple life-threatening injuries, and the drunk driver broke several of her bones in the collision. While the drunk driver would be apprehended and jailed, Trinity was left in rough condition and had a staggering amount of medical bills to reconcile. That's where her community and fellow students stepped in, together raising over $25,000 for Trinity's recovery. Thankfully, with the help of all involved, she would recover, and this seemed like the end of the affair. A feel-good story involving a tight-knit community standing up for a young person in need.
Mooresville students and staff coming together tonight to help Trinity Shockley. She's the high school student who was injured when a car hit her at a bus stop. Mooresville High School shared these photos with us tonight. They exceeded their fundraising goal of $25,000, so Mr. Love got a buzz cut and looks good there. The high school was not the only group donating money for Trinity's medical expenses. The advanced physical condition classes at Paul Hadley Middle School in Mooresville also got involved by raising $7,600 for her medical expenses through their lift-a-thon.
Sadly, it seems this gesture of goodwill was lost on Trinity, as in the shadows she was secretly studying and becoming fixated on violent school shooters, and would confess to wanting to commit her own, at the very school that helped her out, no less. Sometime after recovering from the whole drunk driver debacle, on Discord, Trinity confessed to a user going by the name TCC Mama that she was on the verge of shooting up her school, the very school that raised money for her medical situation. She claimed that she would use an AR-15, calling her plot Parkland Part 2, and revealed to the user that she had been planning it for about a year. Trinity apparently had an obsession with Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter who killed 17 students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. Her admiration for this vile figure was blatant. She reportedly wore a heart-shaped locket with Cruz's picture in it and scribbled love notes in notebooks fantasizing of a life with a convicted mass murderer. And Trinity didn't stop at words and written threats, she had photos too. The girl showed off 10 Magpul AR-15 magazines to another Discord user who went by the name Sasha and reportedly bragged about buying a bulletproof vest. Her plan was specific: She was going to strike during lunch for the most victims, and she said that her best friend would be the first target. This best friend is unnamed in the chats. Again, all of this anger towards the community that helped her.
Authorities got a tip that Trinity Shockley had been planning the attack for a year. They say she had access to an AR-15 and a bulletproof vest. Also, she idolized mass shooters like the Parkland gunman.
The pictures in her room they look like family photographs, like you would put of your kids, but they were all of people that had committed mass shootings.
I mean, you always hear people talk about Gen Z this, Gen Z that, but bro, I mean, someone would eventually catch wind of these threats and tipped off the Sandy Hook Promise anonymous reporting system, sharing Trinity's posts with the AR-15, bulletproof vests, and cruise fixation, along with the screenshots of the Parkland Part 2 claim. The FBI traced Trinity's Discord back to her home address, and local police swooped in with a warrant. Inside, they found a photo collage consisting of school shooters, including some of Nicholas Cruz, and various notebooks as well with who knows what. At first, Trinity called it a big joke, an ironic fixation, but she later cracked under questioning, admitting to actually having a lunchtime murder plot in the works, scheduled for Valentine's Day, no less. Trinity was charged with conspiracy to commit murder and terrorism-related counts. Then she was locked up in Morgan County Jail without bond. She is currently awaiting further proceedings, and her fate remains in the hands of the court. As you've come to find, issuing threats to Discord will get you a police incursion, but that's not the only way to get the cops at your door. This next user drew attention to himself off username alone. The arrest of I Rape Kids 666.
Jesus
yes,
fuck.
that was actually the guy's
Holy
username,
shit.
and you'll never guess what he's in trouble for. William John Scott Tulco Jr. was an avid player of the game World War Z and garnered a notorious reputation for being a toxic player. Why? Well, aside from griefing other players, he often went by the username IRapeKids666 on the World War Z Discord server, and would frequently set his status to Discord as child porn as the game that he was playing. Naturally, this was concerning to other DayZ Discord community members. People would start taking and posting screenshots of IRapeKids666's disgusting antics to Reddit, and these images showcasing his vile conduct circulated around the site as people discussed horror stories of their interactions with him in-game and in other areas of the internet. And the picture that they painted wasn't pretty. This is a real dude. I put a comment in the subreddit, but something seriously is wrong with him. Was rude to a fellow gamer, called me the N-word right off the bat, called me a snowflake, told me he carries everyone, and then told me to kill myself. This person is infamous in the World War Z community. He kills his own teammates, then leaves like a pathetic coward. I have unfortunately had the unlucky opportunity of being matchmaked with him. I think I found his profile on Xbox. Def seems like an edgelord cuck. He pretends to be Siberian too, then argues he's super good as gunslinger, but all he does is playing Vanguard and team killing. The satanic stuff alone and stuff is huge repulsive. I blocked an alt account with kids inside. Not sure what it is, but whatever. Hey, don't lump us Satanists in with this sack of garbage. We hate people like this just as much as everyone else, and our tenets explicitly forbid causing harm or violating another person's autonomy. Yeah, not even the Satanists were backing this guy. You know he's an evil motherfucker. Now, while these anecdotes thus far have been sharing creepy and unsettling experiences with this guy, a follow-up comment by a user named ExoBritneyC would suggest police needed to get involved. At this point, someone needed to call the cops. He has a picture of a little girl with money all over her. I will contact my sheriff's office tomorrow afternoon and see what can be done and what steps to take. Actually, I would probably contact Discord first and then call my sheriff's office to ask them what I can do about this person and the fact Discord could allow light CP for profile pictures. Update: I reported him to the authorities. Probably all I should say other than people need to report him too if you individuals want the problem to be dealt with. Generally, you would expect a Reddit reply to not yield much when it comes to getting charges to stick. But in this case, authorities were actually able to track down IRapeKid666 and unmask him as William John Scott Tulco Jr. And what do you know, this guy had a bunch of CSAM in his possession. William was later charged with 10 counts, including possession and 2 related to distribution of CP. Hopefully this dirtbag spends over a decade in prison and is on the registry for life. Time to lighten things up a bit. Our next self-reporting Discord degenerate is a young man who ruined his life by posting confidential government documents to a rather absurdly named Discord server. This is Jack Teixeira. 21 years old at the time of this story taking place, Jack was very much online and spent a good deal of time gaming, playing Halo and Call of Duty with friends that he had made on Discord, under the name Jack the Dripper. His interest in Call of Duty in particular isn't surprising, as the young man comes from a family with a military background. This would be the path that Jack himself would take, as he joined the Massachusetts National Guard immediately upon graduating high school. Within the first few years of serving at the 102nd Intelligence Wing at Otis Air National Guard Base, Jack served as an airman first class and was on the fast track to even higher positions. Even with this career, his online life continued, and Jack would meet many like-minded people through his gaming misadventures and also just in random corners of the internet. Teixeira was raised in a Catholic household and was right-leaning in his beliefs, especially when it came to gun control. Many of those he bonded with held similar outlooks while sharing the same ties to gaming culture. Which leads us to a Discord server created by Jack and his associates made to discuss their shared interests. In October of 2022, Jack and his friends would create a now infamous Discord server known as Thug Shaker Central, the bizarre name having its roots in a dance move performed in homosexual pornography. However, despite the name, the server wasn't full of gay porn, rather it was a place of cantankerous online antics engaged in by Jack and his crew. Thug Shaker Central has been described by the media in quotes such as a place where Jack shared his love for guns and memes and video games, unquote. More specifically though, Thug Shaker Central was a hub for leaking confidential government documents. See, Jack was using Thug Shaker Central as a repository to post military documents stolen using his clearance on base. Jack would use his clearance to access and take photos of various high security documents and leak them to this community of friends for seemingly no other reason than to impress them. For the next 4 months, starting in October, he would publicize 300 different files that were originally intended for military leaders to make informed decisions on future strategies regarding the Ukraine war. Some focused on plans for the Ukrainian military and exposing operational vulnerabilities, and other things that could especially be harmful if they fell into Russian hands. From what's known, Thug Shaker Central had at least 24 active members, and yet for the time being, none of them mirrored these documents elsewhere online. This would change when in late February, one of the other members went rogue and posted some of the documents into a Minecraft Discord server called Minecraft Earth Map. From here, they were visible to thousands of people and soon got shared further and further and eventually were uploaded onto a Russian Telegram channel about a month later. This was reported on by the New York Post, and it was then that the US government took notice of the leaks and began their own formal investigation. After a week of tracking the origins of the leak, Teixeira's online handles Jack the Dripper and Excalibur Effect were discovered and linked to the matter. From here, he was promptly arrested by the FBI on April 13th of 2023. Next to his bed, they apparently found a stockpile of weapons, including handguns, shotguns, and an AK-style rifle. Upon being taken in, he was charged with violating the Espionage Act, as well as removal and retention of classified documents without authorization, and he faced a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison for the first charge, an additional 5 for the second. During the court proceedings, many shocking things about Teixeira were discovered, such as the fact that he had made several threatening remarks online towards multiple minority groups, and in one instance, these remarks led to a suspension at school that prevented him from getting a gun license prior to joining the National Guard. On June 15th, he was formally indicted and held without the possibility for bail after being considered a flight risk and a danger to society due to the information he could potentially still spread, as well as possible violent acts that he may seek to commit given his history. 6 days later, he chose to plead not guilty. In 2024, Jack was found guilty and sentenced to serve 15 years in prison for his involvement in the Thug Shaker Central debacle. Was it worth it? Thug Shaker Central is quite a name for a Discord community, but crimes have occurred in far less suspecting servers. The Pokemon Go Discord server shooter. You might be surprised to find that places as innocuous as a Pokemon Go Discord server aren't immune to people issuing death threats.
Okay,
In 2023, a Pokemon Go player using the pseudonym Paul Allen, yet another American Psycho reference in today's video, Jesus. Well, he would issue a direct threat in the chat. I, Dominic Valentine, vow to shoot up Loggers Run Middle School on Monday morning. Gonna shoot 6 students. While the reason for the threat being issued is unclear, this YouTuber believes that the individual may have gotten pissed off after losing a high-stakes Pokemon battle, and he just lashed out. The threat was instantly reported by several users, which eventually led to police identifying and arresting the issuer. That being a 22-year-old Florida man named Fernando Gate. When detained by police, Fernando admitted to making the threat. The man's father, who he apparently lived with, claimed his son would have no way to follow through with such a promise, as firearms in the homes were secured in a safe. But police weren't taking any chances with the guy, and he had to Pokemon Go to jail. While in custody, the man's explanation for issuing the threat was that he was, quote, very angry. Fernando was booked into the Palm County Jail, and a judge set his bond at $1 million. He was ordered to not have any contact with the school that he threatened and was forbidden from using the internet for a while. I'd like to once again thank MyHeritage DNA for sponsoring today's video. Make sure you click the link below or scan the QR code and use code WAVY to get 10% off your purchase of a MyHeritage DNA kit. And with that, we've completed our tour through the rogues gallery of Discord degenerates that have incriminated themselves through their own words. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Make sure you leave a comment down below for what you want me to talk about. In November of 2023, Omegle, an infamous and massively popular roulette-style video chat site, was shut down by its owner, Leaf K. Brooks, ending its nearly 14-year run under somewhat troubling circumstances. So, what happened? Well, if you're like me, you grew up with Omegle as a teenager and probably ran into your fair share of grown men exposing themselves.
I feel so much fucking better. Oh my god, my head's almost completely fucking better. Hell yeah. Fuck, I just need another one of those and I'm fucking ready to game all day. I'm not even tired anymore. Just the head fucking hurts. Feel so much better, man. Damn. I just need one more little nappy pill. One more little nappy pill and I think I've healed myself. Shit, hell yeah, man. That made me feel so much better. Just a little 10-minute fucking nap. Just fall asleep in that last fucking video for 10 minutes.
On the platform.
So
this sort of activity has plagued Omegle since its inception, with many sick adult users intentionally broadcasting illegal material to the unsuspecting underage users of the site. The prevalence of this dangerous material on Omegle is what eventually would lead to the platform's demise, with the owner becoming so disillusioned by the chat site that he created that he killed it, feeling as though he had created a monster. And he was getting hit with a bunch of lawsuits.
Yeah.
Today, I'll be going through each of Omegle's major criminal controversies in chronological order, telling the story of the sick freaks that got this website taken down. This is the disgusting fall of Omegle. One of Omegle's first high-profile criminal degenerate users was a man named Richard Finkbeiner, a sick individual responsible for one of the most elaborate sextortion plots in United States history. In 2010, Richard Finkbeiner was a 39-year-old man living in Brazil, Indiana. Constantly online, this disgusting man would begin sexually interacting with minors in online video chats, using Omegle along with other platforms, recording his victims throughout these calls. According to the FBI, Finkbeiner, while using Omegle, would stream videos of pornography to those that he matched with in an attempt to coerce incoming minors to reciprocate acts in a sexual way. The minors, who thought they were interacting with the person shown in the porn video, would then be asked by Finkbeiner in text chat to join in, and some would sadly follow his instructions. When a minor fell for his trap, Finkbeiner would then record their camera footage and add it to his personal
What a
CP
scumbag,
collection.
man.
And if that wasn't depraved enough for you, this guy would often later anonymously contact his victims, revealing to them the fact that he had recorded them participating in those sexual behaviors.
Yeah, because it's
almost
all
in a
amateur
braggadocious
porn,
manner, like,
yeah.
I gotcha. While performing digital surveillance on his victims, Richard would collect their sensitive personal details, later using that information for blackmail, threatening to release the videos to porn websites or to send them to the victims' friends, family, and school teachers, unless these victims continued making sexually explicit content with him, recruiting the minors as digital sex slaves of sorts, forced to participate in acts with him while he recorded them for his catalog. According to FBI reports, these acts included coercing them into exposing themselves, forcing them to wear embarrassing outfits, and even forcing them to scribble Finkbeiner's online alias on their body with a permanent marker. Through these elaborate and sickening strategies, Richard was able to collect a multitude of victims, both male and females, whose ages ranged from 12 years old to 17, and were living in 9 different states, including Indiana, West Virginia, Iowa, Wisconsin, Ohio, New York, Michigan, Illinois, and Colorado. There was even one case involving a 12-year-old boy with transcripts showcasing the poor kid pleading with Richard and messages to not release his blackmail video to the internet, and the sick man essentially telling the boy tough luck and uploading the stuff anyways. Dude was a sadist and psychopath, a pedophilic monster. Another incident showing how heartless this guy was involved a teenage girl who was so traumatized after falling victim to Finkbeiner's trap, she attempted suicide. Thankfully, she would survive. Now, she later sent an email to Finkbeiner stating what she had done, and Finkbeiner would then reply with, "Glad I could help." Finkbeiner was able to get away with performing these highly exploitative acts for around 2 years, but sexual extortion reports from some of his later victims, a 14-year-old boy in Maryland and another in Michigan, would catch the attention of the feds. Authorities began an investigation, setting up a collaboration between the FBI and sheriff departments from all over the country where the reported crimes were taking place. This included the Oakland County, Michigan Sheriff's Department and the Prince George County's Maryland Department, with significant assistance from the Indiana State Police, the Clay County Sheriff's Department, the Terre Haute Police Department, and the Kokomo Police Department. It was truly a national endeavor. After a thorough investigation, authorities were able to trace these sickening crimes back to Richard, and he was pinned as the culprit. The monster of Omegle would finally be arrested on April 6th of 2012, with the feds seizing a staggering 22,000 video files from webcam feeds recorded by Finkbeiner, half of which depicted sexual content from his sextortion ventures. The FBI also recovered close to 47,000 downloaded images, many of which depicted CP. The police would then begin the work in unwrapping his elaborate sextortion scheme, which would give Finkbeiner additional charges. In total, Finkbeiner was charged with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of children, 2 counts of extortion, and 1 count of possession of CP. The CP charge came from Richard both possessing images from the minors that he had extorted, as well as an entirely different collection of files. These are some serious charges, but they don't truly reflect the massive victim pool that Finkbeiner had accumulated. Through reviewing the man's email communications, authorities were able to ascertain that there were at least 153 victims, and only 20 of them had been identified by name and confirmed by the authorities. Law enforcement would say, quote, "These charges formalize allegations of a systemic scheme to victimize hundreds of children and teenagers all over the country. Thanks to the tireless work of investigators over the last 3 months, we have been able to identify and contact many victims of these alleged acts. This process is ongoing, and we continue to do all we can to offer support after the nightmare they are alleged to have endured." Richard faced a maximum of 30 years in prison for each count of sexual exploitation of children, 2 years for the extortion charges, and a $250,000 fine for each of the charged offenses. In January of 2013, Richard would plead guilty to the charges of sexual exploitation and CP, and the deviant would be sentenced to serve 40 years in prison and was hit with a $70,000 fine, all coming on June 26th of 2013. It was also determined that after he was done serving his prison sentence, Richard would be forced to serve a lifetime of supervised release. At the time of his case being concluded, it was one of the largest sextortion cases in the country. This was the first major case where a criminal used Omegle to facilitate his crime, and it most certainly wouldn't be the last time the site would see foul play. Now we jump forward about 3 years to 2013 to our next case. It's the story of military serviceman Colin Lowry, a man not guilty for sex crimes against children, but for killing someone live on camera, broadcasting the act to an unsuspecting user live on Omegle, that user being still unknown to this day. On October 22nd of 2013, a 22-year-old Nevada Army reservist named Colin Lowry, along with 23-year-old Cherish Pincombe, were hanging out together with one of Colin's roommates named Patrick within Colin's home in Henderson, Nevada. During this chill session, they decided it would be fun to hop on Omegle and talk to some strangers, as one would do back in 2013. But sadly, this would be no routine night on Omegle, as a freak tragedy would begin to unfold the moment that their webcam booted up. According to reports, the story goes as follows. After chatting to a few different people, Colin and Cherish were matched up with a woman from Norway who, curious about American culture, had asked if the group owned any guns. Colin, a military serviceman, most certainly did, and would promptly step out of view of the camera, returning after a short while with his rifle and a .45 caliber handgun. He then would begin eagerly showcasing the firearms to the anonymous Omegle user. Now, at some point, Colin is said to leave the area of the Omegle camera setup to go use the bathroom, leaving his guns at the computer, only to return again shortly after. By this point, the Norwegian had left, and another Omegle user is said to have been paired up with them. Now, what happens next is somewhat disputed, as the footage is not available for the public to view. But it's alleged that while resuming showing off his handgun, Colin would raise the pistol to Cherish's head in what could be described as a joking fashion and would pull the trigger, possibly believing that it wasn't loaded. The gun would discharge, shooting Cherish in the head, causing the woman to go limp. She was critically injured, and the shooting was broadcasted live to an anonymous viewer. While I'm unable to ascertain at what time of night or early morning the shooting occurred, at around 8:30 a.m., Colin Lowry would call 911 and report that a gun had been accidentally discharged within his home. Cherish Pincombe would be taken to the Sunrise Hospital, where she would later sadly die from the injuries that she had sustained in the shooting. When questioned by the police, Colin would admit that he had been drinking alcohol, but stated that he had no idea that the handgun was loaded, trying to plead the case of this whole thing being nothing more than a freak accident. Considering the apparent negligence at play, police felt this to be more than just a mistake and arrested Colin for the killing. He would insist that it wasn't his fault, even reportedly claiming that Cherish had loaded the weapon while he was in the bathroom. An interesting twist if true. However, investigators pushed back, stating that Colin had likely taken the weapon to the bathroom with him, inserting the magazine and loading it in there. Yeah, if you haven't picked up on it, the cops believe that Colin had straight up murdered this woman in cold blood like it was premeditated. In fact, they went as far as insinuating this whole situation was much more than accidental manslaughter. It was some sort of methodical thrill kill, with Colin booting up Omegle with the intention of slaying his friend live on camera. That's what they thought. Now, it's to note that there were no other witnesses within the room when the shooting occurred. Colin's roommate was apparently no longer around when this transpired. The cops had to get their hands on the Omegle footage, as it likely held the truth of what actually took place that evening. Police subpoenaed the Portland, Oregon-based website Omegle for footage of the shooting to possibly attain some sort of evidence to confirm their suspicions. They would receive some snapshots from Omegle, but it was only the chat portion of the website. These conversations, including some messages from Lowry, Pincombe, and the person that they were matched with. Sadly, though, it appears footage had not been archived by Omegle. But what about the other person on the other end of the video chat? Couldn't they speak to what had happened? Sadly, due to the anonymous nature of Omegle, this person has never been identified, and investigators were unable to ascertain any IP or metadata that could lead them in the right direction in regard to finding the enigmatic witness of the Omegle shooting. If someone was watching their screen at the time, it's very likely that they are keeping that gruesome moment with them to the grave, as no one has ever come forward. The snapshots recovered by the cops would unfortunately reveal very little, and it was a dead end barking up that tree. Colin's case would have to move forward without any video evidence and approached with a more traditional forensic style. After his arrest, Colin's bail would be set at $200,000, and investigators checked the magazine for Cherish's fingerprints to see if Colin's story had checked out. They would find that the physical evidence didn't show any of Cherish's fingerprints on the magazine. Something else interesting to think about here, Colin Lowry was a trained staff sergeant in the military reserve. He had many years of weapons training, apparently weapons training that he decided to just randomly forego on that day and act like a fool. I'm not trying to say that I know for a fact that Colin had a actual, inclination of murdering Cherish, but it is unusual for someone in the military to handle a gun this irresponsibly. There was reason for police to be suspicious. Later, Colin Lowry's roommates testified that Cherish and Colin, along with everyone else in the house, had a playful relationship with one another. Duffy, one of the other roommates, would even tell the court that he had not once ever seen Lowry get angry at Cherish. Colin Lowry's attorney would use this to argue that his client should be tried for manslaughter and not straight up murder. Quote, "I heard no evidence whatsoever of premeditation, and I heard no evidence whatsoever of malice," the lawyer said. The judge would disagree and ordered that Colin should be tried on an open murder charge. In August of 2014, Colin would cut a deal with prosecutors and pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter with a weapon. And on October 24th of 2014, Colin Lowry would be sentenced to 8 to 20 years in prison. During sentencing, Colin would apologize to Cherish's family within the courtroom, saying he had never meant to hurt anybody. It seems his words fell on deaf ears, though, as family members of the slain victim were quoted as calling Colin a cold-blooded killer. It's somewhat unsettling to think that there is someone out there who may have watched this shooting take place live on Omegle and just has gone about their life with that horrific scene burned into their brain.
On the other side of the world.
Whoever you are, I hope you're doing well, and perhaps one day, come forward. Let's talk. Sadly, not long after the shooting incident, another child sexual exploitation case would come forward, involving a man named Dennis Witt, who would challenge underage girls on Omegle to a sick game in an effort to fulfill his twisted fantasies. Beginning in late 2013 and early 2014, 40-year-old Dennis Witt of Marina, California, would begin participating in behavior that went beyond degeneracy, with the man frequenting websites like Omegle, pretending to be a 16-year-old boy named Lucas. Using this fake persona, he would interact with underage girls, never showing his face. During these chats, the 40-year-old fraud would quickly get sexual. Acting as Lucas, he devised a game in which young girls would gain points for participating in lewd behavior. For example, girls could receive a point for taking off a piece of their clothing, or would receive more points by performing outright sex acts. A criminal complaint describes his activity. 3 girls began to play a game whereby they would do things on camera to earn points. Tasks began with things like waving and blowing kisses, but progressed to showing Lucas their genitalia, unquote. Dennis groomed these girls on Omegle and also on his Skype account that went by the username Vampirate God, and his profile picture was a skull and crossbones. The guy is like a modern day Camden Gerard Davis, but white and 40 years old. Now, what's truly sickening about Dennis in particular in the context of this video is the ages of the people that he victimized. The age range of his victims went from 16 all the way down to 7 years old. Just some really unspeakable crimes.
Unsettling.
I say this with all seriousness. There are actual monsters that walk the earth, and I don't know how you could have any sympathy for someone like this, but it's just disgusting. The conversations with these 4 particular underage victims, who were all from Jefferson County, New York, began in May of 2013, according to the criminal complaint. It stated that during these interactions, Dennis recorded the girls 48 times between July 25th of 2013 and September 16th of 2013. The oldest one, at 16 years old, would communicate with Witt daily, with the others being communicated with far less frequently. While Dennis performed these abhorrent acts with the children, it would not be long before the authorities got tipped off, as one of the fathers of the 4 underage victims from Jefferson County, New York, would find about the activities and alert the proper authorities and channels. The FBI, when alerted to this, would team up with the Silicon Valley Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, a group that specializes in targeting people who produce and distribute CP online. Together, they were able to find Dennis's Gmail, AOL account, and Skype account, and were able to backtrace these accounts, finding his IP address, which gave them his real-life location. The FBI then executed a search warrant, and on April 30th of 2014, authorities would storm into Dennis Witt's house in Marina, California, where they would confirm that Dennis was in fact Lucas, and they arrested the man and escorted him outside in handcuffs. In a darkly hilarious moment, the pathetic Dennis would be photographed in handcuffs wearing a "Wanted Dead or Alive" t-shirt. Looks like the fat degenerate slob really dressed up for the occasion. What else would you expect from some fucking loser that goes by Vampire God on the internet and abuses children? While in Dennis's house, authorities would search through his computers and find 48 video files and 20 image files consisting of CP. Some of these videos were over an hour long. There was also content containing other children found on the internet as well. In total, a catalog of over 10,000 videos and image files were looked through. After his arrest, Dennis would admit to the officers that he had captured the videos of the underage girls and saved them to a folder titled My Girls. This guy is a true piece of work, ain't he?
Yeah.
Dennis Witt would later be extradited to New York to face trial. He would plead guilty in November of 2014, and on April 8th, 2015, Dennis would be sentenced to 60 years in federal prison on 7 counts of sexually exploiting children. When released from prison, Dennis must be put on supervised release for life and will be required to register as a sex offender. From what I can find, there was an attempt to appeal the sentencing, but it was denied. Thank God. Let's take a breather. Now we enter an era of relative peace. Let's do a bit of an Omegle history lesson. Now, thankfully for the next several years, Omegle would be free from major criminal events. Yeah, old men still went on there to broadcast themselves jerking off, but for the most part, things were quiet on the site. People were using it as it was intended, to have fun and talk to strangers and make, unique friendships with people from across the world, as was the intention of the site's creator, Leif K. Brooks. Leif had single-handedly developed Omegle while living at his parents' house when he was just 18 years old. He wanted to connect people from around the world in video form at random, a novel concept for the time. The 18-year-old just wanted people to have fun and communicate anonymously online. Talk to strangers, as was the slogan of the website. Launched in 2009, his creation was an instant hit, and Omegle would become established as a permanent part of internet culture in short time. A mainstay of web-based chatting visited by millions of people from around the world since. After all, Omegle's premise and what it was intended for was actually quite remarkable for the time. I mean, real-time video chatting on a web browser back in 2009 was kind of a big deal. Like, I personally remember hopping on Omegle with some buddies and ending up matching with some other teenagers our age somewhere else in the US and becoming friends with these guys. You might exchange Xbox gamer tags and play Call of Duty together, even keeping in touch with them for years at a time. When used correctly, Omegle could be a great way to make connections and friendships from the comfort of your own home. Sadly, though, Leaf's vision for a connected internet would become tainted by those with abusive tendencies. Predators began taking advantage of the accessibility of his platform and used it as a tool to victimize the many children that regularly visited it. This was a fact that hurt Leaf on a personal level, as he himself is a self-admitted survivor of childhood rape. Though despite the misuse of his creation, the vast majority of people were using Omegle to make friends and simply to chat. Leaf saw no reason to shut down the site completely and spoil the fun for everyone because of the actions of a few. This would be a stance that would prove increasingly difficult to maintain as more time passed and more predators emerged. Now, moving a bit forward on our timeline, we look at an Omegle abuse case from 2019. A particularly egregious one in that the perpetrator of this crime was in fact an officer of the law, a seemingly trustworthy member of society. 30-year-old Simeon Smith from Chesterfield, Virginia worked as a police officer within the city, beginning his occupation with the department in May of 2017. On the surface, Simeon was unlike any upstart officer, a seemingly clean-cut man, eager and filled with an almost naive enthusiasm for upholding the law and protecting the community. But his disposition was nothing more than a facade, as beneath the surface, this guy was nothing more than a sick freak with a badge. On March 18, 2019, just before noon, 30-year-old Simeon Smith was apparently feeling aroused and would take to Omegle, looking for both women and young girls to talk to. It seems age mattered little. Officer Simeon Smith would eventually be matched up with an account claiming to be a 14-year-old teenage girl named Crystal. At the beginning of their lengthy and scandalous conversation, Simeon asked for the girl's age, to which she said she was 14. He then allegedly responded with, 30 male Richmond. Is that okay? The conversation led by Simeon then escalated to a sexual nature, with Simeon asking the minor, quote, tell me how old you were the first time you did anything sexual, unquote. Simeon pushed the sexual agenda in this conversation, with Crystal reportedly not reciprocating. The chat log ends with Simeon saying, quote, oh, and you asked where we would do it? Ideally on your bed. But if that's too risky, I'll rent a room at a hotel, unquote. Yeah, that's a policeman stating explicitly where and how he would like to have sex with someone who he thinks is a 14-year-old girl. Now, thankfully, what you must know is that there wasn't actually a real 14-year-old girl here. It was an undercover cop.
Nice.
Yes, the police, likely not realizing it at the time, had one of their own on the hook. In an effort to confidently identify who they were chatting with, the Crystal account would ask for the creep's social media, which led them to a Snapchat. Simeon would send Crystal a photo of himself, giving the undercover officers more evidence in regard to busting this at-large creep. During this investigation, the Hanover Police Department collaborated with members of the Southern Virginia Internet Crimes Against Children FBI Child Exploitation Task Force, which included officers from around the state of Virginia and the FBI and Homeland Security. This massive collection of law enforcement entities would hone in on Simeon, and they were able to link the IP address with Simeon's North Chesterfield home, a house that he actually lived in with his wife. The creep cop had been found and would be stung. Simeon would be arrested on March 22nd of 2019 and charged in Hanover County with 3 felony counts of use of a communication system to facilitate certain offenses involving children. Many items would be seized from his home, including Asus and Samsung laptops, 7 thumb drives, a CD, a yellow shirt, Sony and Nikon cameras, an external hard drive, and a ThinkPad laptop. Law
How many
enforcement
laptops does he
likely
have?
eager
3
to
of them?
pry into these devices. He would be held without bond. The head of the Chesterfield Police Department would put out a statement while they were in the process of terminating Simeon's employment. Quote, I am both disturbed and disgusted by the actions alleged, and I want to say clearly and unequivocally that there is no place for such conduct by anyone in our agency, in our profession, or frankly, in our community. In August of 2019, Simeon would plead guilty to 1 felony charge, while the other 2 were dropped And on September 24th of 2019, Simeon was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but would have 8 years suspended along with 10 years of probation. Now we move forward to 2020 in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Around this time, Omegle saw a rise in popularity as millions of lonesome people on lockdown sought to interact with others. With a vastly increased user base, this also meant more opportunity for crime to take place on Omegle. And that's what we find throughout 2020 and the early 2020s in general. Omegle just becomes rife with degeneracy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The major 2020 case in my eyes is the case of Crystal Scott. It's a bizarre situation involving a degenerate sadist responsible for hideous animal abuse and was only caught thanks to the concern of the online and furry community. In late April of 2020, when most were dealing with social distancing and lockdowns, folks from all walks of life flocked to Omegle, and one community that raised eyebrows in particular were the furries. Furries, thanks to their wacky animal costumes, were often pretty humorous to come across on the site, and many would enjoy interacting with them. The already isolated furries took to Omegle en masse during the pandemic, where they could discuss their love for the fandom, entertain others, and in some cases, just provide some wholesome cringe. But it wasn't all fun and games for the furries. In the midst of the COVID malaise, a furry browsing Omegle would come across a harrowing spectacle after being matched with an anonymous user. This camera feed showcased an anonymous woman that appeared to be wearing a mask made out of a freshly skinned animal hide, and they were holding a miniature, bloody and fleshy looking animal skull. These animal parts seemed like they had been procured from a recently killed animal, according to the user. The frightened furry snapped some photos of the scene and shared it to the web, thinking that the parts used in the individual's costume may have been from a freshly slain household pet. More sightings of this mysterious figure would be reported in short time, with all who encountered the account feeling extremely disturbed. This story was initially contained within the furry community, as it was apparently a furry who had found the anonymous user first, and the report would cause quite a bit of concern for the furries. As they did their best to investigate the anonymous woman from Omegle further, they found troubling hashtags associated with the grisly user. Hashtag furries, hashtag furry fandom, and most importantly, hashtag fursuit. Creating a fursuit out of animals slain for the purpose of creating a costume is unsurprisingly frowned upon within the furry community. And as far as I'm aware of, it is most likely illegal in most places. At least in the sense of using like cats and dogs, which appeared to be what was going on here. Did Omegle have an animal slaying fursuit maker on its hands? It wouldn't be long before these collective incidents would go viral, and many on Reddit would post about it. The thread would go as far as to allege that the woman on Omegle killed, burned, and skinned cats, and they had some compelling evidence to back this up. In the Reddit thread, an Omegle user would share an image that they had snapped of the mysterious woman while browsing Omegle, and this gruesome image was that of her holding a skinned cat's head, with the musculature and eyeballs still attached. It's really disgusting, and viewer discretion is highly advised if you go about seeking this photo out for yourself. But yeah, the cat looked like it was recently killed, and with this it became more likely that people really were dealing with some sort of Omegle cat killer. The public's interest in this case rose, as now not was just the furry community looking into it, the broader internet was as well. A TikTok account allegedly created by the crazy cat-killing Omegle woman was discovered with a description describing herself as a French taxidermist. Other accounts allegedly operated by the user would post taunting messages to those trying to track the Omegle cat killer down, such as "good luck to all and happy hunting." She even claimed to have actively infiltrated Discord groups that had been created to hunt her down. It seemed like this was nothing more than a game to this person. Animal abuse is no joke, however, and nobody found her sick antics entertaining. I mean, it's like she was trying to turn this into some kind of fucking ARG, but she's killing animals to facilitate that, allegedly. Why do this?
Weird.
One TikTok post allegedly written by the cat killer elaborates on their motive as to why. Quote, "Because I'm tired of degenerate brats and people who think that they are better than those. I was raped once by my boyfriend. I want to put fear in others, even if I scar brats. Okay, so let me get this straight. So apparently she got raped and went Joker mode, deciding to get a revenge on her abuser by striking fear into random strangers online with dead animals. You know therapy exists, right? Like you can literally just get counseling. Now this crazy cat killer lady seemed to be so confident in her anonymity and believing that she wouldn't get caught that she actually published her schedule to her TikTok as to when she would be going live on Omegle. So you can clearly kind of see here that this is like a give me attention kind of thing. Law enforcement really needed to step in like yesterday. The case had become quite the spectacle in the online world, and its notoriety would urge people to pressure law enforcement to get involved, with cyber sleuths sending calls and emails regarding the Omegle cat killer to police agencies across the US. It turns out cops wouldn't be necessary in unmasking this psychopathic animal abuser. Finally, after weeks and weeks of non-stop clue hunting and putting the dots together, the most dedicated of amateur online investigators pieced together the puzzle. Picking up the crumbs of evidence left by the Omegle woman, they were finally able to identify her. It was 19-year-old Crystal Scott from Kokomo, Indiana. She was the woman behind the gruesome Omegle streams. Now law enforcement got involved and would uncover the extent of the Omegle cretin's degeneracy. On May 3rd of 2020, Kokomo police would search 19-year-old Crystal Scott's home in Indiana. There, they would seize multiple deceased animals and body parts, including two cats in her freezer and a glass jar filled with an unidentified animal. Crystal had claimed that these animals were dead when she found them. Sadly, though, local police were not able to charge Crystal during this first visit, and the raid was falsely reported on by local authorities who called Crystal a hoax artist. Apparently, the police needed more evidence that she was harming or killing the animals found dead on her property, and that evidence would come. A bit over a month later, on June 26th of 2020, another complaint of animal cruelty would be submitted to law enforcement regarding Crystal, where a man believed that a pregnant cat that he had given to Crystal had been tortured and possibly killed by her. With this, finally, the FBI stepped in, and in July of 2020, Crystal was arrested on charges of animal crushing. The Omegle cat abuser had finally been put in handcuffs. At the time of her arrest, Crystal Scott was facing up to 7 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. She accepted a plea deal on November 10th of 2021 where she pled guilty to the 2 charges of animal crushing and was sentenced to serve 30 months in prison and 5 years of supervised release. And it's very likely that those creatures that were shown on camera were ones that she had killed. You have to give a nod to the furry community for blowing this story up in the initial stages and getting the ball rolling in regards to putting this monster in a cage where she belongs. Now we get to our final headline story in the chronology of criminal activity on Omegle. It's the last major case before the site's official shutdown. It involves an Omegle predator hunter of sorts busting an online creep by the name of Matthew Manoski. On June 4th of 2023, YouTuber Nico Cold would upload the first of his catching creeps on Omegle videos. In this series, Nico would employ a young-looking adult woman that pretended to be underage in an effort to catch older men sexually flirting or interacting with them, under the assumption that the grown woman was a minor. He's trying to catch pedophiles basically using an adult posing as a minor. One of these creeps discovered by Nico and his team would be a man going by the name of Mike, who during the conversation would be told that the girl on camera was 16. Despite this, Mike would ask the young girl to take her sweatpants off, after which Nico would reveal himself, making the creep known that he had been caught in 4K. While indeed creepy, nothing overtly criminal had been caught in Nico's video. But it was the comments section under Nico's video that was far more interesting in terms of spelling out who Mike really was. Curiously though, the day that Nico uploaded this video, the YouTuber would receive a plethora of comments from random internet users, expressing how they too had had uncomfortable run-ins with this Mike fellow on Omegle, insinuating that he was a serial Omegle sex pest of sorts that targeted the underaged. A comment says, guys, please read this. I have met one of the creeps on here. So a few weeks ago, I was 14. I'm 15 now. But the one who was named Mike at 5 minutes 16 was always on the tag board. And I remember the first time I saw him was traumatizing. Back then, I tried to be nice like everyone, and well, that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
He kept calling me cute and pretty repeatedly asked me if I thought he was attractive, to which my reply was that I thought he looked like a dad, and he just laughed. I wanted this guy to be exposed so much, so I asked him questions. He has a job and a wife and obviously his 16-year-old kid. I skipped him when he told me he had a fetish for like underwear and wanted to know what color mine were. Before I skipped him, however, I told him in the chat that he was a pedo and to get off Omegle, but I saw him again a week ago. It was traumatizing, so I skipped. I wanted him to get caught so badly, but thank you so much, Nico, for catching him. I really hoped this would happen. I'm still scared to get on Omegle nowadays, and mostly do it with friends, but the fact that over 300,000 people saw his face, I'm so happy. Thank you, I can sleep well tonight. Edit, I forgot to mention his age is 53. I made him tell me for the first appearance I had with him. Merely a few weeks later, Nico would meet Mike again in his second edition of Catching Creeps on Omegle. In this video, Mike would run away once more after Nico appeared on camera.
No. Yeah, buddy, you're done again, pal. Yo, this fucking guy, bro.
Later, it would be revealed that Mike was actually caught flirting on another YouTuber's Omegle creep busting channel called Ashley Guggs. He was seen in a video called Thirst Trapping Predators on Omegle, uploaded on June 8th of 2022. And this was published a whole year before Nico's first exposed video came out. So he had been recklessly flirting for a while, allegedly. In this Ashley video, Mike would say that his age was 52 years old and that he was a kinky, dirty, perverted old man. Ashley would then attempt to bait Mike and say that she was only 15, to which Mike replied, quote, "This is where the fun begins." But apparently he realized he was being set up and dipped out. Mike likely thought that his run-ins with the Omegle predator hunters would have little impact on his life. Sure, he got ridiculed by a few YouTubers, but at least he was staying out of a jail cell. At least these guys weren't cops, right? Well, the continuous pattern of this guy showing up in Omegle predator videos would catch up to him and have catastrophic repercussions on Mike's family and his work career, and his appearances in these videos would lead to him being suspected by actual law enforcement and put behind bars. As stated by Nico is Cold on August 17th of 2023, Mike's son would get into contact with Nico, apparently revealing to Nico that Mike's real name wasn't Mike at all.
I think Nico lives where I live. I think he lives in Toronto.
Matthew Manowski.
On August 17th, 2023, Mike's son messaged me on Instagram. And as it turns out, Mike had been lying about his identity the whole time. His real name was Matthew.
The son would explain to Nico that his videos had been sent to his stepmom, or Matthew's wife, and that the couple was in the process of getting a divorce. The son apparently expressed to Nico, though, that he hoped the videos could be taken down due to the embarrassment that he and his family were receiving.
My mom at the time saw the video, and now they are in the middle of a divorce. My whole family knows, and it's just been not good recently. I know it's your job, but if you could do something about the video, removing it would be the best option for me and my family. People at my school know about it, and I don't want to go back to school and get made fun of for it.
While this is happening, family members of Matt are getting in touch with Nico as well, as the videos had gotten on their radar and they were looking into the situation.
The guy that you guys caught twice in your Omegle videos is quite literally my second cousin. My dad got sent this video today, and I've been digging into this more for him before we take action.
And then an alleged detective from a police department in Matt's local area would contact Nico, revealing that Matt was a part of a separate investigation, like he was already being looked into.
Identifying a subject in one of your Catching Creeps on Omegle videos, and that subject is a part of a separate investigation. I believe your video would be beneficial to my investigation.
Now get this,
Well,
in
watch
Nico's video, he would reveal that Matt was telling his family members that he was a paid actor and that this was some sort of collaboration with Nico. Like, dude was trying to say he was in on Nico's videos. Naturally, when these family members reached out, Nico would tell them that this was a complete fucking lie. Becoming more desperate to save his reputation, later Matt would somehow find Nico's phone number and was able to get in touch with the YouTuber to plead his case. Nico recorded the call.
I know that my son has reached out to you, and I appreciate you taking the time to actually listen to what he has to say.
I just wanted to talk and just see what's like going on.
With multiple reports and video appearances, the FBI did actually get involved with Matt. It would be revealed that Matt was from Valparaiso, Indiana, and the underage predator allegations surrounding him were spreading like wildfire in the community. People around the city would give tips to the FBI, which led to Matthew's arrest on October 6th of 2023, due to the separate investigation mentioned previously. Turns out he was allegedly doing more than just flirting with minors on Omegle. Matt would be charged with 1 count of child molestation, where it was disclosed that the 53-year-old Matthew Manoski was being accused of molesting a young girl multiple times, starting when she was 9 years old up until she was 11 years old. These alleged crimes took place from December of 2020 to July of 2023. In Nico's video, he would reveal that the girl was allegedly molested up to 2 times a week within the girl's household while the family was there. One such incident allegedly happening while they were all sitting at a table and she was sitting in Matt's lap. Matthew received 1 felony charge of child molestation. It was also reported that Matthew was a football coach as well. Pretty unsettling. It said that before the police were involved and Matthew was confronted about his allegations, he said, quote, "If I ever did anything she didn't like, she should have told me to stop." The YouTuber would also reveal that Omegle had ceased operations 1 month after Matthew's arrest. And Nico speculated that Matthew's arrest, along with the media attention around it, had a lot to do with the shutdown. The case of Matthew Manoski would be the final major criminal case to come out of Omegle, as the website would be officially shut down by Leaf in November of 2023, with Leaf himself stating in his own farewell address on the website that his decision was very much influenced by the abundance of child predators that had come to occupy his website over the years. It's truly sad what happened to Omegle, a place created by an enthusiastic 18-year-old programmer living in his mom's house who just wanted people to connect and have fun on the internet, only to slowly become corrupted over the years by the dregs of society, co-opted and defiled to a place that could only be browsed if using extreme caution. While Leaf states in his farewell address that his decision to shut down Omegle was motivated by his disgust of predators.
Let's see what some ordinary gamer's doing. Fuck it. Dating app killers. Right. Scared straight.
Beyond Scared Straight is easily one of the most controversial shows in history. Parents of troubled youth pay for their children to tour the inside of a prison or county jail so they can be exposed to the dark reality of life behind bars. When they arrive, they meet with real inmates who strike fear into them with threats, with the goal being to prevent today's teenagers from becoming tomorrow's prisoners. But their exposure therapy techniques are definitely questionable.
Why the f*** you, dog? Chill out. You are starting in the wrong way. This Kool-Aid, we put this on just like you. Lick your lips. Now stick your hand in that Kool-Aid. Just stick it in there. Now take your finger, just do this to the bottom one. Come here. Now I kiss you, you orange flavor mother. You bet me. You hard, man. You hard. You want to be hard? You want to do? Try me. Try me. Yeah, try me. I want you to try me. I want you to try me. Try.
Now, there's no doubt that the show is entertaining and has given us some pretty hilarious moments over the years. However, our entertainment is at the expense of children's suffering. And the craziest part is, it has been proven on multiple occasions that Scared Straight doesn't work. In fact, it might actually increase their chances of becoming lifelong criminals. A lot of people don't realize that Scared Straight is not just a television show on A&E. It's a program that has been implemented all over the United States for the past 50 years. And the reason it got so popular was based on just one alleged successful experiment. Scared Straight was the name of a television documentary released in 1978, produced by Arnold Shapiro. It was critically acclaimed, won an Academy Award, and even won an Emmy.
See, they're gonna put lipstick on your lips, earrings in your ear, and have you swishing your ass up and down these tears, hustling cigarettes for your man.
What did I say? What did I say, mother? You're here for 2 hours, you belong to us for 2 hours.
The film documented youth offenders who visited Rahway State Prison in New Jersey. They met with inmates with the goal of being so scared of going to prison that they went on to live a straight or crime-free life. The documentary claims that 80 to 90% of the 8,000 children who visited Rahway's program would go on to remain law-abiding citizens afterwards. The popularity and surprisingly positive results led to more than 30 states rapidly implementing the program. No further questions were asked. Jails and prisons all over the country saw one documentary and thought they had a solution to all of their youth offender problems. The program's validity was immediately questioned by juvenile delinquency professionals, but that didn't stop it from becoming popular. The original documentary was followed by Scared Straight, Another Story in 1980, also produced by Arnold Shapiro. This one was just a dramatic film. The subjects were actors who did scripted reenactments of their petty crimes, which led them to entering the Scared Straight program, being screamed at, and then feeling reformed after a couple overnights in the prison. Then in 1987, Scared Straight 10 years later aired.
I'll be your host for Scared Straight 10 years later. A fascinating update on what's happened to the kids and the convicts filmed a decade ago.
What I steal, I need, and I want. That's embarrassing. 10 years ago, yeah, I did that. I did that to look good. Now the difference is I want to look good, but I like to pay for what I take.
We got to see the original 1978 crew, and they all explained how much the program changed their life for the better. The second half of the documentary introduced a new group of troubled teenagers. After their trip to Rahway State Prison, the documentary claimed that all 17 of the youth offenders were crime-free just 3 months after their visit. Then MTV connected with Shapiro for another sequel, Scared Straight 99. This documentary was potentially the most raw and shocking of them all. The prisoners were threatening these kids to levels we had never seen before. One inmate made a kid hold his pocket as he walked around the cell.
As a matter of fact, hold on to this mother. Hold on to my white dog, you get killed, mother. And you walk with me, mother.
This was highly regarded as one of the best out of the series, and people still genuinely believe this was an effective form of therapy for youth offenders, which makes sense when you consider the societal standard during this time period. Mental health issues that are widely known today had not been vigorously studied. Mental health as a whole wasn't taken as seriously as it is now. Plus, it was a lot more common for parents to use tough love and physical punishment to discipline their children. These programs were seen as an extremely cheap and convenient solution to a very complex problem that is juvenile delinquency. But where Scared Straight received renowned media attention was when they released their 20 years later special. They claimed that of the 17 original 1978 children, only one of them became a career criminal. The 95% success rate shocked news publications. Scared Straight was a miracle solution. They used 17 people's stories for 20 years to justify this entire program around the United States. But the popular A&E series you all know and love didn't come until 2011 and was produced by the same man, Arnold Shapiro. So by the time most of us became aware of Scared Straight, it had already been a well-seasoned program all over the United States for 30 plus years. Beyond Scared Straight was a TV show that documented the experiences of troubled children as they embarked on a forced tour of a maximum security prison or jail. During the tours, inmates and officers would go to the greatest lengths, screaming, locking them in cells, putting lipstick on them, roughing them up, anything they could do to shock the children and make them terrified of going to prison in hopes that it would steer them clear of a life of crime.
What's up? You like to fight, homie? That's what you like to do, huh? You little bitch. You's a bitch, homie. You's a Pop-Tart. I see right through you, homie. You better not stop. You better. You hard, man. You hard. You want to do hard? You want to do? Try me. You snark at me.
He says he don't know. You can't speak up, can you?
Why are you snarking at me? Fact, bitch, you hold this. You drop it, I'll smack out of you. I don't give a about going.
This was the most staggering and horrific Scared Straight program we had ever seen, and people loved it. The show's premiere alone attracted a staggering 3.7 million viewers, making it the most watched original series debut in the network's history. The undeniable success of Beyond Scared Straight led them to producing 83 episodes across 9 seasons, spanning from 2011 until 2015. But the most eye-opening realization about this show is that the Scared Straight program was proven by the federal government not to work. Since the release of the original film, many justice institutions and criminal prevention professionals have thoroughly studied the effects of the program to determine if it actually works. Surprisingly, numerous studies have shown that the Scared Straight method can actually do more harm than good. The most significant study was conducted by the U.S. Department of Justice after the release of the original film. They examined the outcomes of 9 controlled trials conducted from 1967 to 1992. This involved over 900 children, with the average age of 15 to 17, who participated in Scared Straight-like programs in 8 different states. Also, each study was conducted by a different research team. Every one of these studies also had a control group that did not attend a Scared Straight program, so they were comparing youth offenders who went to Scared Straight versus youth offenders who didn't attend one, and measured their likeliness to become a reoffender. The study found no evidence to support the effectiveness of Scared Straight in similar programs. In fact, all analysis showed that involvement in these programs increased measures of crime and delinquency. In nearly every one of the 9 studies, the group who went to Scared Straight had a higher rate of reoffense than the group who didn't go. After this comprehensive study was published, many others were conducted with different test subjects, different age groups, and different crimes. Many of the studies would produce very similar results. In 1997, University of Maryland researchers completed a report for Congress on the evidence for various crime prevention strategies. The researchers had no problem listing Scared Straight as one of the programs that doesn't work. To make things worse, these programs could potentially violate federal law. In 2002, which was 9 years before the first A&E episode aired, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention in Washington informed all states that Scared Straight programs or similar programs may violate the separation requirement of the JJDP Act. According to the act, it is mandatory that juvenile offenders and non-offenders should not be detained or confined in any institution where they may have sight or sound contact with adult offenders. In short, it's illegal to have kids in jail with adults, which makes this clip even harder to watch.
A terrified 9-year-old boy dangled like a raw piece of meat in front of a pack of prisoners. His crime: stealing pocket change from his mom and lying.
I think we can all agree that traumatizing a child to this degree for stealing pocket change is insane. Then filming it, editing it, and putting it out into the world is next level. One time they even showed these children a body and described to them what their parents would experience if they go to jail and die while on the inside. These programs typically break these children down. They start crying, are mortified, and just want to go home. But the sad part is, their home life is probably rough as well. On the surface, the concept behind these Scared Straight programs makes sense. Troubled kids are so afraid of prison that they change their ways to avoid such a dark future. However, there are multiple examples that say otherwise. Toby Keith Johnson was first featured on the show on Season 3, Episode 13. He was quiet and didn't show any emotion. The guards tried to break him down and make him feel bad about his choices, but he didn't budge. At the end, when the parents reunite with the children, Toby's mother didn't show up. 8 months later, Toby was featured on the show again. This time, he was an inmate. He was incarcerated for allegations of assaulting his mom. He got out 2 years later on parole, but sadly, continued a life of crime. He was arrested multiple times on meth and gun charges, but the most recent one was the worst of them all. In August of 2020, he was arrested for imprisoning a 25-year-old woman and making threats of harm, with Johnson forcefully grabbing the victim by the throat, choking her, and violently throwing her to the ground. The aggression continued with it, even going as far as Toby threatening her with a knife. Law enforcement would report visible signs of bruising on the victim's neck. I think it's pretty obvious that Scared Straight had no positive effect on Toby whatsoever. Franklin Morris made his premiere on A&E in 2012. At the time of filming, he was living in Baltimore with his mother, Dana. In an emotional episode, Dana revealed the extent of Franklin's school suspensions, stating that she couldn't even begin to give a precise number. Franklin himself shared a nonchalant attitude towards his mother's concerns, saying,
My mother says I'm either going to end up dead or in jail. I really don't pay no mind.
At the young age of 14, Franklin participated in the program, already having convictions for gambling and vandalism. One of the incidents that landed Franklin a spot on the show saw Franklin and his friends wreak havoc in a store, knocking items off the shelves and vandalizing a local shop. Years after his time on the show,
hooligans.
Franklin Morris became one of 3 teenagers who met a grim fate near a playground in North Baltimore. Alongside a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old, Franklin was found shot in the head and pronounced dead at the scene.
What I thought about going to the jail was it really was no big deal. The reset program, it didn't change me. It really don't feel no different.
Since the majority of the show's participants were children at the time, it's hard to find the long-term results of their lives. However, based on what I found, it seems like a lot of them went on to live regular lives. If you search what happened to so-and-so from Beyond Scared Straight, most of what you find is clickbait leading you to an Instagram page of someone who we can't confirm was actually on the show. So if the program has been proven to be ineffective through various extensive studies across the past 30 years, why did they do a show about it? Well, that's because the guy who has built his entire career from this program, Arnold Shapiro, is fully convinced that this program is a good thing. Shapiro says that all the extensive studies are totally irrelevant because they were done from 1967 to 1999. He also said that only the academic community believes proper counseling for youth offenders works. If society had the money or resources to do that, that would be great. If every
See you guys in like a bit. I'm gonna take a
but
shower.
it's not realistic. It would be interesting if A&E used the millions of profits from